Chapter 1. I crammed my books into my backpack, the force ripping a hole in the side of the worn fabric. Fantastic. Just what I needed today. I grabbed my stapler and punched a few fix-it staples through the tear. Good enough. It would have to do. My aunt was forcing me to go to school even though I had a massive headache, and nausea churned in my gut. I hadn't tossed my Cheerios and was unlucky enough to not have a fever, so of course I had to go to school. Totally unfair. Gabriella! Aunt Julie's shrill voice carried up the stairs. You're going to be late! I already knew this, as I had learned to tell time in first grade. I know! I screamed back. If she'd only let me stay home, I wouldn't be late. I could snuggle in my bed and mindlessly scroll on TikTok until I fell back asleep. Stupid body not having a stupid fever even though I was stupid sick. I yanked on my jeans and shoved my feet into my shoes. They weren't cute, like the ones all the other girls at school wore. Because my left leg didn't grow like the other, I had to wear specially made ugly shoes. They were brown, sturdy, and had the word loser written all over them. Well, at least that's what it felt like. I fingered the tiny firefly charm that hung from one shoelace. It was my sad attempt at making my shoes cuter. My mom had given me the charm before she died. Its butt glowed in the dark, which she said would remind me to be a light in the darkness of the world. I jaunted down the stairs, careful not to fall as I was prone to do, which was another great side effect from my abnormal leg. I let myself out the door before my aunt could say anything else. We lived in a tiny house that sat behind a massive mansion everyone called Mason Manor, because it looked like something a lord or a duke would live in. Aunt Julie ran the staff over at Mason Manor, so I got the privilege of living like a servant to a couple of rich aristocrats. It was so much fun. Living in the fancy neighborhood also meant I had to go to the rich kids' school. But being the poor kid, everyone went out of their way to be kind to me and make me feel at home. And if you believe that, your sarcasm meter is broken. And you don't know any teenagers. Sweat gathered on my brow as the heat of the morning pressed down on me. That was autumn in Arizona for you. People called Scottsdale the West's most western town. I called it the Devil's Armpit. As I crossed the lawn, the back door to the mansion opened and Tyler stepped out. He wore his Letterman jacket and stood with the door open for a moment, so I could hear his father yelling something about his grades. Typical. His father was always yelling about something. Tyler flinched. I know, Dad, he called back. I ducked my head. Not that I needed to. I was invisible to Tyler. A part of the scenery, like the potted boxwoods that lined the patio. He ignored me, and I tried not to notice how stunningly gorgeous he was, or how his dark hair fell onto his forehead in that way all movie stars his age had perfected. That was just part of the package. The son of a bazillionaire had to be amazingly hot, or the stars might fall out of the sky. I slipped out of the gated entrance, unnoticed, and walked down the curved driveway. Tyler would drive his Maserati to school and make it with minutes to spare. I'd have to catch the late bus and get another tardy. That fell right in line with my day so far. I might as well trip headfirst into a mud puddle on the way. I stepped onto the street. Something hit me. Hard. I thought it had knocked me down at first, but when I swiveled around, I realized I was still standing. A garbage truck slammed on its brakes and came to a hissing stop. That's when I noticed it. A girl lay on the street, her brown hair fanned out on the pavement, her head at an odd angle. I screamed and jumped back. I'd never seen a dead body before. The driver hopped out of the truck and ran to me, but he didn't stop. He kept going until he ran right through me, like he was a ghost. Talk about freaky. "Hey!" I yelled, but he didn't say anything. He crouched down, mumbling something about the girl coming out of nowhere. What was going on? I turned to talk to the man, but froze when I saw the shoes the dead girl was wearing. My shoes. I moved closer. She was also wearing my clothes, and my backpack was beside her on the street. No freaking way! I was dead. The fitting end to my horribly unlucky life was getting hit by a garbage truck. I tested out my theory by waving a hand in front of the driver's face. He didn't flinch. My hand passed through his head. It was true. I was a ghost. Oops. A male voice came out of nowhere, and I turned to see who else had happened upon the scene. A guy stepped into the street toward the driver and my dead body. He wore a Green Day hoodie, black jeans, and an expression I couldn't quite decipher. His black hair stuck up at all angles, like he had no time to run a comb through it. Maybe he was late for school, too. He slid his hands into his hoodie pocket. How did that happen? I waited for the driver to turn and answer, but he just took out his phone and dialed 911. The guy scowled at me. You ignoring me? I gasped. You can see me? Of course I can see you. He walked up to me. I'm dead. You're dead. That's how this works. I squinted up at him because he was like a foot taller than me. He looked normal, concrete. How could he be a ghost? I reached out and poked his shoulder. Huh. He was solid. Weird. He rolled his eyes. I hate teaching noobs. Why can I touch you? Aren't you a ghost? Angel, technically. But ghosts are the same. We're made of spirit matter. It's the same as physical matter, only more refined. He said it like he'd said it 1,000,000 times before. Like he was bored and wanted to go do something else. Who are you? He ran a hand over his hair, as if he remembered he hadn't tamed it yet. I'm Aiden. I'm Gabriella. I know. I was fascinated. Dying was nothing like I had imagined. There were no clouds or harps, no pearly gates. I glanced around. Isn't there a light and a tunnel or something? Don't I go to heaven now? You have to be processed first. Processed? That didn't sound good to me. Was I to be judged? What if I didn't pass muster? I suddenly wanted to go to heaven. I wanted to see my parents. It's what you have to do before you can leave here. It's complicated. He shrugged. Confused, I stared up the street. Here? Where we are. This is called the in-between. What is that? Listen, he said, holding up a hand like he had authority over me. I'd love to answer all your questions. He didn't look like he wanted to answer any questions. He looked like he'd rather be playing Minecraft. But we should get going. He didn't move, so I asked the obvious dumb question. Where? Come with me. He reached out and grabbed my arm. A tugging sensation pulled at my belly and the street melted around me. A moment later, we stood before a large building with marble columns. It looked like a bank. Holy bananas! I pulled my arm back and he let go. That was awesome! Can I do that now that I'm dead? A slight smile tugged at his lips. It made him look kind of cute in a "you're charming, but maybe you should get a haircut" kind of way.
You can do a lot now that you're dead.
How?
It's not hard. You just need training. Come on, let's get you processed.
He opened the door to the building and guided me inside. It looked pretty much how you'd expect a building in the afterlife to look. Lots of light and shiny marble. Gold trimmings. No one was dressed in white, though, which was a disappointment. I looked good in white. Speaking of clothes, I noticed I was still wearing the clothes I had died in. My firefly charm still hung from one shoelace. I wondered how that worked. A long line of people snaked through the lobby, and we joined the end. I was full of a million questions, but Aiden seemed annoyed by them, so I tried to pick only the most important ones to ask him. "I'll go to heaven after I'm processed?"
Depends.
On what? A sinking feeling started in my gut. I knew there was some sort of judgment. Crud.
All kinds of things.
Aiden shifted his weight like he was impatient to get through the line. But when he glanced at me, he must have seen the look on my face because his expression softened. He put a hand on my shoulder.
It's okay. You'll be fine.
How do you know? I bit the inside of my cheek, a stupid habit of mine I'd tried to break many times but failed. I guess even in death I had bad habits.
Because you were a good person.
I squinted at him. How do you know that? His lips quirked up in a smile.
I was your guardian angel, at least for the last few months.
The line moved forward, and I took a few steps while I let that information sink in. Aiden was my guardian angel. He was with me? Protecting me? How does that work exactly? Were you with me all the time?
No.
He stretched the word out like there was much more he wasn't saying. Why not? He pulled a tablet out of his pocket. He pointed to the screen.
I was only on duty when you needed me.
I scanned the screen. Bumps into dining room table. Drops egg on the floor. Trips over own feet. Each lovely catalogued event of mine had a timestamp next to it. But I didn't remember bumping into the table or dropping egg on the floor. Unfortunately, I tripped over my own feet all the time. I pointed to the table incident. You stopped this from happening?
Yep.
He seemed quite proud of himself for saving me from a bruise. My gaze landed on the last one. Hit by a garbage truck. Hey, why didn't you stop this last one? He shoved his tablet back into his pocket and shifted.
That was an accident.
I narrowed my eyes. Yeah, I know, but why didn't you stop it from happening? It was on the list. He scratched his eyebrow and wouldn't meet my gaze.
I had to do something. I thought I could make it back in time.
I couldn't believe it. My stupid guardian angel was a slacker, and I died because of it. I shoved his shoulder. You let me die? Several people turned and stared at me. Maybe I had said that a bit too loud. Aiden cringed.
Everyone dies. That's part of the cycle,
he hissed. I wanted to clobber the jerk. Just my luck to get the worst guardian angel ever assigned to mankind. But I didn't have time to be mad because we were at the front of the line and being ushered over to a teller. Angel. The man gave me a cursory glance. He wore a dark suit jacket and sported a name tag that read, Matthew.
Name?
He asked. Gabriella? He frowned and peered down his nose at me.
Full name?
Embarrassment crept up my neck, as it always did when anyone forced me to say my full name. Gabriella Annabella Cordelia Martin. My parents couldn't decide on a normal middle name, so I got stuck with 2 terrible ones. Matthew typed out my name, then did a double take.
Date of birth?
I gave it to him. Matthew shook his head and looked at me like I was trying to pull something.
Social security number?
They use those here?
I just need to identify you, ma'am. Social, please.
Why did he look so annoyed? I hadn't done anything wrong. I rattled off the numbers, a bit perplexed as to why he was calling me ma'am. I was obviously a teenager. No one ever called me ma'am. Was that an afterlife thing? He frowned and tapped on his computer with renewed vigor. After what seemed like an eternity, he stood up and walked away, without another word. Uptight much? I turned to Aiden. What's going on? He scrunched up his nose.
I don't know. This has never happened before.
A man came out from the back and approached me. His name tag said Lawrence, and he had an air of command about him. He was tall and thin, with dark skin and short gray hair. He wore a white suit, and I subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Finally, someone who looked heavenly. He stared down at me, and tingles cascaded down my spine.
I'm sorry. There's been a mishap in our system. The computer says you're not dead.
Chapter 2. Not dead? I couldn't believe what he was saying. And yet, somehow it was fitting. I was born on Friday the 13th, after all. It would make sense that my afterlife would be cursed as well. What do you mean? I'm obviously dead or I wouldn't be here. Lawrence pulled out a tablet like Aiden's and stared at the screen.
Well, yes. Of course you have passed on, but the computer says you're still alive. I'm sure it's only a glitch. We just have to fix that one little problem before you can be processed.
Aiden shuffled his feet like he wanted to get out of there.
How long will that take? It shouldn't take long. A few days, maybe a week.
Lawrence swiped his hand across his screen.
We have to figure out the bug in the system.
Aiden's mouth dropped.
A week? What's she going to do until then? It says here she's slated for GA duty. You can start training her. Me?
The color drained from Aiden's face.
Why me? You've been around for years. You can show her the ropes, answer all her questions. We'll get this worked out, and then she can get processed and formally trained. Seriously? You mean I have to drag her along with me while you guys get your act together? That is so unfair!
I kicked Aiden's foot. What was he doing? You shouldn't speak to heavenly beings that way. He was going to get us kicked out of heaven. Well, we weren't really in heaven yet, but he was going to get us kicked out of wherever we were. Lawrence ignored Aiden's rudeness and pressed a few places on his tablet.
I've given you a new assignment. Have Gabriella help you with it.
Aiden huffed and pulled out his own tablet, which made a chiming noise. He scrolled through his screen before gaping at Lawrence.
You're kidding, right?
The man's eyes narrowed.
I don't kid.
Aiden rolled his eyes and grabbed my arm.
All right, fine.
We teleported to a busy street. Signs blinked and flashed everywhere. Times Square? Holy smokes! I'd never been to New York. I stared at the busy street, amazed at how this transporting thing worked in the afterlife.
Your first lesson is going to be affecting physical matter.
He kind of mumbled it, and I had to lean near him to hear what he said. I shoved Aiden's shoulder. the two of us invisible as a steady stream of people walked through us. Talk about mega weird. I couldn't feel them at all. Stop acting like you've been condemned to eternal punishment. I'm not that terrible, am I? He huffed and crossed his arms.
No, I guess not.
All right then. At least we have that settled. Now teach me the good stuff. I rubbed my hands together, still amazed I was made of some kind of solid matter. At least, solid to myself and Aiden.
You have to learn how to move physical objects if you're going to be an angel.
Wait, I'm going to be an angel? My spirit heart thumped in my chest. That had to mean I was going to heaven, right? Angels live in heaven.
Well, that's what Mr. Stuffy thinks. For now, you're a GA.
I towed the sidewalk, too embarrassed to admit I had no idea what he was talking about.
Guardian angel,
he said, tapping into my ignorance. His voice softened.
It's okay. I know everything seems confusing right now. It'll be much better once they process you and get you into real training. For the meantime, let's just work on moving matter.
Aiden stepped aside and let the current of people flow by him. He stuck out his hand and a man staggered as if he'd been shoved.
See? Easy. You try.
I maneuvered up against the building beside Aiden, ignoring the feeling niggling in the back of my brain that guardian angels should probably not be shoving people around. Aiden was the teacher. Who was I to tell him he was doing it wrong? I concentrated, waiting for someone to be in the right spot. I shoved my hand out, trying to push a woman, but my hand went right through. It didn't work.
Try again. You have to focus. Give yourself the power.
I snorted. Give yourself the power? What kind of nonsense talk is that? You sound like we're in a sci-fi movie. Aiden chuckled and shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose.
Just try again.
He nudged me with his shoulder. I watched the people walk past me and tried to muster up any kind of inner power that I might have. I shoved again, but nothing happened. My hand passed right through a number of people. It's not working.
Try again.
I took a deep breath and stared at a woman walking toward me. Use the force, Luke, I uselessly told myself. I held my breath and pushed with all the energy I had. It didn't work. I stumbled and fell on my face. At least it didn't hurt. One bonus of being dead. Aiden chuckled and I jumped up and kicked him in the shin, which only made him laugh harder.
That's the first time I've ever seen anyone fall over trying that,
he said between fits of laughter. Go ahead, laugh at me. I'm done with training. I stomped off, and for the first time, I noticed my legs felt different. I wasn't off balance. I peered down at my feet. My ugly shoes were level with each other. My legs were fixed. My throat swelled and tears sprang to my eyes. It was a stupid thing to get emotional about, but I couldn't help it. All my life, I had issues because of my legs. The kids called me gimpy at school. I could never run as fast as anyone else. I hated it. But now I was just like everyone else. Aiden caught up to me. Wait, he said. But I had moved on from the training lesson. My legs! They're normal! Look at this! I stomped around, moving and dancing in the street. I've never felt like this before.
Of course they're normal. Physical bodies have imperfections, deformities. Your spirit body doesn't have those defects.
Duh. That made sense. Still, I was shocked at how my balance had improved. I jumped around the street like an idiot, but I didn't care. I was normal, just like I had longed to be. Funny how it had to happen after I died. My firefly charm danced along with me as I pranced around, and I took it as a sign that my mom was celebrating with me from heaven. Aiden suppressed a smile.
You look like a fool, you know.
I swiped a runaway tear from my cheek, hoping he didn't see it. Shut up! I'm having fun. He nodded.
That's fine. Have all the fun you want. You just start your new GA assignment today.
I froze. Today? But I hadn't learned how to do anything yet. How can you stick me on an assignment? Wasn't this your assignment, and you're making me do it? I'll let the girl die like you did. Aiden took a step back and flinched.
Ouch, Gabriella.
I guess I'd touched a nerve. I hadn't meant to hurt his feelings. Being dead was turning out to be much better than being alive. I didn't have to go to school. None of the bullies who tormented me were around. There was no pain. My headache was gone. I felt amazing. And if I was going to be an angel, that meant I was going to heaven soon, right? Everything was working out great. I'm sorry, I blurted out. He turned from me.
It's fine. You go ahead and dance in the streets. I'm leaving.
Wait! I called out. But it was too late. Aiden vanished. Panic filled me, and I screamed after him. Aiden! You can't leave me here! Nothing happened. He didn't materialize back. He'd abandoned me in Times Square. Aiden! I cried again, the panic swelling. I had to find him. He was the only dead person I knew. He was supposed to show me around, not ditch me. I had no idea what to do. I took a step toward where he'd been last, desperation closing my throat. I needed Aiden. The street melted around me, the familiar tugging sensation at my belly. I found myself standing in a park next to a bench. Aiden stepped out from behind a tree, grinning.
You did it! You skipped.
Relief flooded my senses before a strike of anger ignited. You did that on purpose? I slapped him, hard. Aiden's head snapped back, but the smile didn't leave.
You can't hurt me. I'm an angel. Remember?
Yeah, well, it was still satisfying. I folded my arms across my chest and huffed, even though that made me look like a 10-year-old. I couldn't believe he'd left me there in New York just to prove a point. But after a hot second, I realized what happened. I did the teleport thing? He grinned at me and ran a hand through his messy hair.
Yeah, you did.
How?
What were you thinking when it happened?
I tried to remember. I was feeling scared that you left me. I wanted to be with you again.
That's how.
You called it skipping? He nodded.
You wanted to be where I was, so you came to me.
Excitement shot through me. I had a superpower. I'd never done anything out of the ordinary. This was fantastic. Can I do it again?
Yes. Think of somewhere else you'd like to be.
He extended his hand to me. I grabbed it. I want to see my Aunt Julie. Nothing happened.
You have to want it bad enough,
Aiden said. I closed my eyes and increased my inner desire. I concentrated on my aunt. I envisioned her face. What was she doing right now? I wanted to know. I yearned for it. The park melted away, and I stood in my small living room. Aunt Julie was sitting on the chair, her phone pressed to her ear, her short blonde hair brushing her shoulders. She clutched a tissue in one hand, and tears streamed down her face. "She was so young," she said, her voice small. My mouth grew dry and a surge of sadness swelled in me. I was dead and Julie was distraught. I put my arms around her, but they went right through her. I couldn't even give her a hug. "I'm fine, Aunt Julie," I said. But it was useless. She couldn't hear me. I was looking around for something I could do to signal to her that I was okay, that I wasn't in pain. I was kind of digging this afterlife thing. But I had nothing.
I have to call Uncle Harold. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Love you too.
My aunt hung up the phone and dissolved into sobs. I nudged Aiden. "I don't like this. I can't do anything to console her." He shifted.
"It is hard to watch those we love deal with our death."
"I don't know why she's so sad. I'm fine."
"She doesn't know that."
I frowned. Aiden was right. I lost my parents when I was 11. I cried for a solid month. It was awful. I took a step toward the door. "I have to leave. I can't watch this." It was giving me PTSD. Aiden walked me out to the lawn.
"That's okay. We probably need to introduce you to your new assignment anyway. You'll be his guardian angel for the next week."
I swallowed. I was going to be an angel. Someone's guardian. And I was going to be a heck of a lot better at it than Aiden. I nodded, ready to take it on. "Okay, let's skip or jump or whatever. Take me to him." I grabbed Aiden's arm.
"No need. He should be getting home from school right about now. Practice is over."
Aiden pointed as Tyler Mason's Maserati pulled up the driveway. I stared at Tyler as he climbed out of his vehicle, then gaped at Aiden. "No way!"
"Yep. He is your first assignment."
Chapter 3. Tyler Mason was my first assignment? Gorgeous, insanely rich, and completely self-absorbed Tyler. The Tyler whose girlfriend tortured me throughout the entire school year, that Tyler? I don't think so. Aiden gave me a sideways glance as we walked across the lawn toward the circular driveway.
"Don't worry, he can't see you. There's not a lot of pressure. And he's only got 1 week left on this earth. He can't screw things up too badly."
I was so wrapped up in my own issues with Tyler that I was hardly listening, until Aiden's words sunk in. I stopped. "Wait, what? Tyler's dying in a week?" Aiden fussed with his tablet.
"Well, yeah, it says so right here. Of course, nothing is set in stone. Everyone has the freedom to make choices, which brings me to rule number 1.
Aiden held up a finger.
We angels can't do anything to mess up a mortal's free agency."
I squinted at him, still trying to process the fact that he could tell the future with his tablet, and that Tyler was on his last few days on Earth. What does that mean?
We can't stop a person from doing what they want.
Tyler slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed toward the mansion. I took the opportunity to blatantly stare. If you're wondering if he looked like a slice of heaven, you'd be right. Aiden continued, pointing at Tyler.
"If he wants to rob a bank, we have to let him."
The image of Tyler robbing a bank made me snicker. Like he'd ever need to do that. He was worth more than Zuckerberg. But I understood the illustration. The rules seemed fairly straightforward. "All right." Aiden's gaze fell.
"And if his father wants to hit him, we have to let him."
Whoa. I stared at Aiden. Was that kind of thing going on at Mason Manor? I mean, I heard his father yell all the time, but I didn't know he got physical. A sick feeling spread through my gut. "He hits Tyler?" I asked, my voice barely audible.
That was just an example.
But Aiden didn't look at me, and I got the distinct impression it was more than an example. A mental image popped into my head of Tyler's father using him as a punching bag while I stood by and did nothing. I didn't like Tyler, but he never directly hurt me. He just stood there and let Jessica dump her milkshake on my head because I'd accidentally looked at her wrong. Chocolate milkshake, which stained my favorite shirt. Still, even though he was a rich jerk, Tyler getting hurt by his father wasn't right. Why can't we do anything about that? I mean, we're here to help, aren't we? To guard and protect? Aiden finally looked at me, his brown eyes piercing.
We are here to help. But if we stop his father from doing the evil that is in his heart, he won't end up in the place he should be. We'd be messing with eternal damnation and all that. It's not allowed.
You mean his father is going to... I couldn't say it. It was too frightening now that I was dead. The bad place? I whispered. Aiden seemed amused. His lips quirked up and he chuckled.
That's not for us to judge. We just can't interfere with a person's agency. They are free to choose good or evil. They just can't choose the consequences.
I was starting to get the picture. Still, it disturbed me to think I would be guarding Tyler and must sit back and watch abuse happen. It didn't sit right with me. So, what if I accidentally mess up? If I break rule number 1?
Aiden shook his head. Don't break rule number 1.
But what if I do? A darkness passed over Aiden's features.
You'll be messing with your own eternal damnation.
Oh, that didn't sound good. You mean it's not set in stone that I'll go to heaven? I thought angels were heavenly beings.
We are beings of the in-between.
He sighed and shifted his weight.
It's complicated.
You keep saying that. Just explain it all to me. I stomped and elbowed him in the ribs.
You need to calm that temper of yours if you want to get into heaven.
His smile let me know he was joking, at least a little bit. If I mess up, I go to the bad place? Aiden shook his head.
You won't do anything that bad. You can't accidentally become a fallen angel.
Apprehension snaked through me. I'd heard of fallen angels before. Isn't that what Lucifer was? I didn't like the sound of that. How does an angel fall? Before he could respond, we heard a loud crash come from inside the mansion, and Tyler's voice cried out.
Oops,
Aiden said, grabbing my arm. The lawn melted away, and we stood inside the mansion. Tyler lay sprawled out on the kitchen floor, pots and pans scattered around him. What happened? I asked, my heart thumping. Aiden checked his tablet.
A screw came loose from the hanging rack.
He pointed to the hunk of metal in the corner of the kitchen.
We missed it.
Tyler rubbed his head and moaned. For a split second, I wondered what it would have looked like to see Tyler get hit with a billion pots falling from the ceiling. Do angels have an equivalent to America's Funniest Videos? Guilt surged in my throat, and I crouched down beside him. I shouldn't be thinking such things. I should feel bad for the guy as he lay prostrate on the fancy Italian tile. What do I do?
You can't do anything now. Just look at the list and try to help out.
Aiden checked his watch and cringed.
I have something I have to do.
What does that mean? He thrust his tablet in my face.
You'll be fine. Just follow him around and practice your abilities. Remember, focus.
He pointed at his eyes, then at my eyes, which is supposed to mean I'm watching you, not focus, but apparently Aiden was behind the times. Wait, you're leaving me? My voice rose in pitch, and that same panicky feeling came back. I can't do this on my own. You're supposed to train me.
Can't be helped. I'm sorry.
With that, Aiden vanished. Oh, that's just great! I yelled to no one, my voice echoing in my own ears. Here I am, clueless, and you've abandoned me! Thanks a lot! I made a rude hand gesture, then quickly changed my mind and shoved my hand behind my back. No one saw that, right? I had to be more careful. Ollie entered the kitchen, sniffing the floor, his nails clicking on the tile. I'd always liked Ollie, even though I wasn't much of a dog person. I preferred the pretentious nature of cats. But Ollie was a beautiful milk chocolate Labrador retriever who always made me smile with his playful ways and friendly nature. Ollie sniffed the floor where I stood, and a high-pitched whine started in the back of his throat. Tyler sat up and reached for Ollie.
What is it, boy?
He scratched behind the Labrador's ears.
I'm okay.
Ollie stared right at me and continued to whine. It creeped me out. Were dogs able to see angels? I stepped to the side, and his gaze followed me. Dang, this wasn't good. Tyler stood and began picking up pots and pans. On instinct, I reached for one that was on the floor in front of me, but my hand went right through it. I felt like an idiot. At least Ollie couldn't laugh at me. As Tyler cleaned up, I paced the room and fiddled with the tablet Aiden had left with me. It was thinner than any tablet I'd seen, and the touchscreen was extremely responsive. I scrolled through the list of things it said for Tyler. Most were stupid, mundane things. Trips over rug, knocks phone into toilet. I admit, I snickered at that one. But the next one made me freeze in my tracks. Friday, September 10th, 10:34 p.m. Brakes fail. Car hits tree. Aiden said Tyler would die in a week, but Friday was tomorrow. That meant I was supposed to stop him from getting himself killed, but I had no idea what I was doing. Aiden had implied it was all dumb, small stuff. How was I going to stop a Maserati? I couldn't believe it. Aiden was so dead. Well, yes, okay, that was stupid. He was dead. But right now, he was deader than dead. I was going to kill him a second time when I saw him. How could he leave me with a mess like this? What would happen to me if I couldn't do my assignment? The head cook, Marge, entered the kitchen, took one look at the pots and pans all over the floor, and rushed over to Tyler.
What happened? The rack fell.
He rubbed his head.
On me.
Marge flushed.
Oh, dear. Are you okay?
I'm fine, Marge. Tyler tossed her a smile.
I'm too hard-headed to let a few pots and pans do any damage.
I let out a laugh. I had no idea Tyler could be funny. Snobby? Yes. He had that one down. Callous? That fit. But I'd never seen him be funny.
How was practice today?
Marge asked as she picked up a pot. They talked about football and I spaced out. I could care less about sports ball. Sports were never my forte, for obvious reasons. Marge stepped in front of me and I backed up, forgetting I didn't occupy the same space-time continuum or something like that. It was hard to get used to. I watched Marge pull away pots and pans. Marge reminded me of Mrs. Claus, only tall and without the white hair. Happiness leaked out of her. She and my aunt played poker on the weekends together, and sometimes I would join in. She was the kind of person who lived life without regrets. After they were done cleaning the mess, Marge reached up and patted Tyler's head.
Be careful.
This house has seen way too many accidents. She gave the room the shifty eyes. It's like it's haunted or something. I started looking warily at the corners of the room until I realized I was the one haunting the house right now. Huh. Weird. I took a step back in case she could feel my presence. Tyler's father entered the kitchen, and I swear a cold breeze blew through the room. Nathaniel Gregory Mason stood with his feet planted at shoulder width, his arms folded across his chest. He wore a dark blue suit, which was his usual attire. His brown hair looked plastic, as if he'd used too much gel. If he knew how to smile, I'd never seen evidence of it.
"Tyler!"
he yelled, even though he was only a few feet from him. Tyler flinched.
"What?"
he answered in a normal voice.
"Did you pass your physics test?"
Tyler clenched his jaw. The rest of his muscles tightened in succession, as if the clench were working its way down his body.
"I don't know. I won't get the grade until tomorrow." "Did you ask the principal about getting a tutor assigned to you?"
Tyler exhaled and shook his head.
"I'll ask tomorrow, okay? No need. I'll take care of it. You have to pull your grades up or you'll be cut from the team."
Mr. Mason turned and left before any further discussion could take place. Tyler curled his upper lip into a snarl before he smoothed out his features.
"Sure, right. Why even ask me if you were going to anyway?" he muttered.
Marge patted him on the back. "He's just wanting what's best for you. Have a snack. I'm sure you're hungry." She opened the fridge and pulled out a container of chocolate pudding. It was one of those prepackaged kinds you see at the grocery store. I thought maybe Tyler would scoff at it, but he took it and smiled.
"Thanks, Marge."
"Your father and your uncle are eating in tonight. I'm serving roast. I know you hate it. Want me to make you something special?" Tyler shook his head.
"It's okay. I'll eat out."
"You sure?"
"Yep."
Tyler strode out of the room, Ollie following after him. It took me a second to remember that I was his guardian angel, and should probably not just stand there in the kitchen watching Marge pull out ingredients from the cupboards. I sprinted after Tyler. He jaunted up the steps and entered the second room on the right, which was obviously his bedroom. It looked like a locker room had exploded in there. Clothes were littered everywhere, along with various other high school paraphernalia like notebook paper, pencils, and textbooks. Holy monkey farts. I had no idea he was such a slob. Ollie curled up on a dog bed in the corner of the room. Tyler took off his Letterman jacket and tossed it on the floor. Fitting. He settled against the pillows on his bed and downed his pudding like it was a shot glass. He tossed the empty container in the garbage and got on his phone. I peeked at the screen. He was playing a game with gnomes and fireballs. Boring. I plopped down on a chair in the corner and took a closer look at the tablet Aiden had left with me. As I swiped through the different screens, I crossed my legs and bounced my foot, which passed through an empty Dr. Pepper can. I liked the way the firefly flew on my shoelace as I let out my pent-up energy. The device held more information about Tyler than just incidents that would happen. I scrolled through what looked like a log of events and realized everything he'd ever done was recorded in this tablet. My throat went dry. I fiddled around with it until I brought up my own list of events. Apprehension grew in me as I read off all the times I had yelled at my aunt or thought bad things about her, all the times I had cursed, all the times I had made fun of someone else. It was all laid out in perfect detail. Anxiety swelled in me, and I bounced my leg harder. Would I even make it into heaven at this rate? What if I was too terrible of a person? What if I never saw my parents again? My foot connected with the empty can, and it flew across the room, crashing against the wall. Tyler jumped off his bed, his eyes wide. His gaze ping-ponged around the room, and he gripped the front of his t-shirt.
"Who's there?"
he said, his voice a low hiss. His glare finally landed on the chair where I was sitting. Thank goodness I had no bladder, or I would have peed my pants. Chapter 4. My heart pounded, and I held my breath, even though I knew Tyler couldn't hear me. I waited for him to settle back down, to flop back on his bed and go back to his game on his phone. But he didn't do that. He grabbed his jacket, tossed it over his shoulder, and headed out of his room. I scrambled to catch up to him, my thoughts running 1,000 miles a second. I had done it. I had moved a physical object. I wasn't sure how I'd done it, but, details. I could figure that out later. Right now, I was going to celebrate. I did a little victory butt wiggle dance in the hallway. So what? No one could see me anyway. Tyler sprinted down the stairs and outside to the driveway. I admit, I enjoyed the view. He looked good in jeans. I wondered what brand he wore. I bet they cost $1,000. Heck, I might have gone ahead and paid $1,000 to look that good in jeans, but I was letting my mind wander. He was in his car and pulling out before I snapped out of it and could think of what to do. Panic filled me as I tried to run after him. I couldn't lose him. I was his GA. But it was no use. He was much faster than me, even with normally proportioned legs. Panic swelled in me as I watched Tyler's taillights disappear. I couldn't let him leave without me. I had to be there in case something happened, right? I frantically swiped on the tablet until I had pulled up Tyler's list again. My blood froze. It had changed. It no longer said he was going to knock his phone into the toilet. Now it said he was going to run a red light and cause an accident. That was way worse. And as I stood there in the driveway, I realized it was my fault. If I hadn't scared him by kicking that can, he would still be inside his room. I closed my eyes and willed myself to skip, jump, or hop, whatever it was called. I had to get to Tyler. I used all my inner power, as Aiden had said. I wanted it. Bad. I had to do something to help, even though I wasn't sure what I would do. When I opened my eyes, I was sitting in the passenger seat next to Tyler. He had one hand on the steering wheel and Ariana Grande blasting out of the speakers. His thumb drummed out the beat of the song. I checked the tablet to see what time he was going to run the red light. Not for another 7 minutes. I had time. A massive sigh of relief came out of me, and I settled back into my seat. But I couldn't relax. I had a big problem. I had no idea what I was going to do to get Tyler to pay attention to the road and not run that red light. I had successfully moved matter, but there were no Dr. Pepper cans in the car. And I wasn't exactly sure how I'd done it anyway. "Hey, Tyler," I said, trying anything out of desperation. "You should drive safely today." Of course nothing happened. He continued to tap his thumb, ignoring me completely. Which was normal. I don't know why I thought talking to him would do anything. Still, I was unsure of what else to do. "Tyler," I said in an enticing voice, leaning close to his ear. "You need to pay attention while driving. You could get into an accident if you aren't careful." He reached up and put both hands on the wheel. I jumped back and squealed, my heart thumping. Had he done that because of me? Could he hear me? Heavens! Could it be as simple as that? Tyler's phone played the Wicked Witch of the West theme song, which made me super curious whom he had assigned that ringtone. The screen just said, "Her." He picked up the phone out of his cup holder and swiped across the screen. I frowned. What was he doing? No wonder he was going to get into an accident. "Yeah." I checked my tablet. 3 minutes to go. Dude! I called to him. You shouldn't be on the phone while driving. That's a safety hazard. Tyler flipped on his turn signal and glanced to make sure no cars were coming before turning onto a 4-lane street. I could hear a girl's voice coming through the phone. I'd know that voice anywhere. Jessica. Ugh. Tyler made a face.
I don't want to go to homecoming with you. We're not together, remember?
Ooh, this was getting good. He broke up with Jessica. How did I not know this? Had this just happened today? I leaned closer to see if I could make out what she was saying. Yes, I was being completely nosy, but hey, I was dead. And what else could I do to entertain myself? As it turned out, I didn't need to lean. Jessica yelled, and her nasal voice came through loud and clear. You will go to the dance with me, or I'll tell everyone what you did. Oh my heck. This was better than television. What had Tyler done? Being dead was proving to be awesome. I waited to hear his response to that obvious threat. The only thing missing was popcorn. Tyler's jaw clenched, and his knuckles turned white on the steering wheel.
Jess.
No. Listen to me. You will pretend we're still together, or else. I am not going to look like a loser to the entire school because of you. Before I could react to that juicy piece of information, Tyler dropped his phone. It clattered to the floor mat. He leaned over, trying to pick it up. My stomach lurched. This was it. We approached an intersection. I waved my hand in front of his face. Tyler, pay attention to the road! He didn't react to me at all. The light turned yellow as he passed through the intersection. I let out a gigantic breath. He'd made it through. Jessica's annoying voice came from somewhere below. Tyler, did you hang up on me? He grunted and leaned over even more. His fingertips connected with the phone, pushing it further under his seat. The light on the next street turned yellow, but Tyler wasn't looking. I stared at the clock. Time was up. He was going to crash now. Hey! I tried to hit his steering wheel to get his attention, but my hand passed through. Look up! He didn't react. He continued to fish for his phone, the light now red. Stop! I yelled. Tyler jerked up and slammed on the brakes, his car coming to a screeching halt seconds before a semi-truck careened through the intersection. My entire body trembled as I hugged myself, too shocked to breathe. I'd somehow done it. I'd stopped him from running the red light. Tyler exhaled and leaned back over, grabbing his phone from under his seat. He pressed it to his ear.
I have to go, he growled. I'm driving.
Yes! Hang up the dang phone! I yelled at him, too keyed up to talk at a normal level. Tyler obliged, tossing his phone back into his cup holder. He ran a hand through his hair and frowned. I shifted in my seat as my heart raced. I wasn't sure what had happened. He was going to run that red light. There was no explanation as to why he suddenly stopped. Aiden materialized in the back seat as the light turned green and the car lurched forward. He slung his arm over the back.
How's it going?
I turned around and let him have it. What's wrong with you? How could you leave? I don't even know what I'm doing. Tyler almost died. The last 3 words I said while hitting his knee, which was the only part of him I could reach from the front seat. Aiden's eyes widened and he leaned forward.
What?
Yeah, he almost got into a terrible accident. Aiden relaxed back into his seat.
Oh, that? Do you know how many times mortals almost get into accidents? 1,000,000,000 times a day, that's how many. You can't freak out over it. You just tell them to watch out.
I sat there, gaping at him. You mean people can hear us? Aiden shrugged.
Well, sort of. Yeah. Just say, watch out! And usually they'll pick up on it and be more careful.
I stared at Aiden, trying to figure out if he was pulling my leg. You're kidding, right?
No, it's true. Haven't you ever had a thought jump into your head? Some word or idea that just came out of nowhere?
Yeah, I guess so. My mind tried to process what Aiden was implying. You mean to tell me that was you?
Sure. People call it inspiration or premonition. It's that unexplained voice you sometimes hear.
I couldn't believe it. That little tidbit of information would have helped me quite a bit in this guardian angel thing I was supposed to be doing. Why didn't you tell me that?
I thought I had.
He shoved his hands in his hoodie. No, Aiden, you forgot to tell me. In fact, you haven't told me much at all. You're the worst trainer ever. I huffed and turned around in my seat, folding my arms, tears stupidly stinging my eyes. Why was I crying? It was dumb, but I couldn't help it. I was so freaked out that Tyler would die and it would be all my fault. Aiden leaned forward and put his hand on my shoulder.
I'm sorry, Gabriella. Really, you're right. I suck at training. I'll try to be better.
Tyler slowed the car and pulled into the Wicked Bean, the local coffee hangout. I wasn't ready to forgive Aiden yet, so I jumped out of the car after Tyler and followed him inside. Aiden trailed in after us.
So, you good?
Aiden rubbed the back of his neck as he shifted his feet.
You got this now?
I glared at him. No, stupid! I don't have this now. He sighed, his cheeks flushing.
Look, it's not that hard. You're making it into something it isn't.
I turned to check on my charge, to make sure he wasn't getting himself into trouble. Tyler stood in line, waiting to order. The shop was busy, with more people milling about than usual. Not that I hung out with the cool kids. I usually avoided the Wicked Bean, but it looked more crowded than I'd ever seen it. I stared at the floor. So, if something bad happens to Tyler, it's not going to be my fault? Aiden pulled another tablet out of his pocket. I didn't ask where he got another one. He fiddled with it, scrolling through a screen.
He's still entering the afterlife in a week. You really can't mess up this assignment. You'll be fine.
A girl entered the cafe, walking through the wall. It startled me, even though it shouldn't have. I just wasn't used to seeing ghosts or angels yet. She wore a black and white skirt, leggings with holes in the knees, and a black choker. Her short blonde hair was pulled up into 2 small pigtails that might have looked ridiculous on a girl our age, but somehow the look worked for her. She waved a hand, motioning. Aiden, come on.
Just a second, Mila.
I looked between the two of them. Aiden, with his flush creeping down his neck, and Mila, staring at him like he was God's gift to dead girls. Yeah, things were starting to make much more sense. Chapter 5.
I have to go,
Aiden said as his gaze flickered to Mila. She stood halfway between him and the coffee shop door, her fingers twitching in time to the pop song playing on the speakers. I wanted to yell at him again, to tell him what a sleazy thing it was to leave me to flounder with Tyler while he went off to flirt with Miss Cutie Pants. But I didn't have it in me. If it didn't matter if Tyler lived or died, then what did I care? Fine, I said, turning from him. Leave.
Gabriella,
he said, a hint of pleading in his voice.
I'm sorry, really. I had no idea they were going to stick me with... I scowled at him, and he cleared his throat. I mean, I didn't know they were going to have me train you. I really don't have time. There are things going on right now, important things. You have no idea.
I don't care, I said, motioning to the wall that Mila had walked through. Go.
He shifted his weight. I'll come check on you.
Just go already, I yelled, heat rising to my neck. Aiden gave me a pained look before he left with Mila. I huffed out a breath and folded my arms, trying not to let his abandonment sting. Aiden was leaving me alone. Again. The jerk. But I didn't need him. He'd said this guardian angel thing wasn't a big deal, so I'd wing it. Knowing that Tyler could hear me sometimes helped. I could do this without Aiden. My little pep talk to myself didn't do much good, and anxiety swelled in me as Tyler finished giving his order and moved to a table full of the popular kids from school. I edged my way closer, feeling like the outsider I was, even though I knew no one could see me.
What's up?
Jared Henderson asked, nudging Tyler's arm. Jared was on the football team and looked the part with his short-cropped hair and thick neck.
You don't usually hang out here.
That was news to me. I thought Tyler did everything the cool kids did. I took another step closer to eavesdrop.
Just felt like coming.
Tyler grabbed the ceramic pot from the center of the table and played with the fake grass inside. Jared squinted at him and took a bite from his sandwich.
What's wrong?
He said around his food.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
I froze and stared at Tyler. Was he still freaked out over the Dr. Pepper can thing? I hadn't meant to kick it. I hoped he'd forgotten about it. Tyler laughed and shoved Jared's shoulder.
You're an idiot.
I let out a breath. The door chimed, and I turned to see Jessica enter. Her long hair waved in the breeze. She took 2 steps in, put one hand on her hip, and posed as if the Wicked Bean was full of paparazzi waiting to take pictures of high school cheerleaders. "There you are, sweetie," she said after her gaze connected with Tyler's. Oh, this was going to be fun. I sat at a nearby empty seat and blatantly stared at them. No one could see me anyway. Might as well get the best view.
Jess?
Tyler gave her a quick nod and turned back to his fascinating pot of fake grass. I didn't miss the slight narrowing of eyes that happened on Jessica's part before she waltzed across the space and pulled a chair next to Tyler. "You didn't call me back," she said, her voice sticky sweet.
Sorry.
I waited for him to tell her to buzz off, to say they weren't together anymore and make a big scene in front of everyone. But that didn't happen. Tyler kept brushing the tips of his fingers over the plastic grass, while Jessica sat with one foot bouncing her knee up and down. Melanie, Jared's girlfriend, picked up her water glass and leaned forward. "Hey, Jessica." All the cheerleaders at Snob High looked like they were made from the same Barbie doll mold. This Barbie had her hair up in a high ponytail. That was the only distinguishing thing about her. "Hey." Jessica flashed her a quick smile before she patted Tyler's shoulder. "Go order me something." Oh, this was it. He was going to tell her off now. I scooted closer. But instead of saying anything, he just stood and walked over to the counter to do her bidding. I sprung up from my seat and followed him. "What are you doing?" I asked, even though I knew he wouldn't answer. "Are you going to let her talk to you like that? You're not even going out anymore. Why are you letting her walk all over you?" Tyler's jaw muscles worked as he stood in line, staring straight forward. "You should tell her off," I continued. "Go back to the table right now and tell her she can jump out the window." I gave him a smile. "You know what you should do? order her a chocolate milkshake, and then pour it over her head like she did to that one girl at school. I laughed. That would be the perfect way to humiliate her and let her know once and for all that you're not a doormat. Tyler chuckled under his breath before he stepped up to the counter to order. My mouth dropped. Had he heard me? I waited as Tyler spoke to the woman behind the counter to see what he would order. But instead of a chocolate shake, he ordered some fancy latte. Darn, that would have been epic. His own order came up, and he took his drink and a panini sandwich back to his table. Jessica tossed her hair over one shoulder. Want to go to the observatory tomorrow? There wasn't an actual observatory in Scottsdale. That was double talk for let's go up the mountain and make out in your car. Don't say yes, I piped up. You're not even going out anymore. Tell her off. I tried to shove his shoulder, but my hand passed right through.
Can't, Tyler said, not looking at Jessica. I have to study.
Jessica snorted like that was an absurd idea, but didn't say anything. Let's go dress shopping, Melanie said. She wiggled her eyebrows. I know a great place in Phoenix. Homecoming is only 3 weeks away. I waited to see if Tyler would say anything about not going to the dance, but he just sat there devouring his sandwich. Wimp. I sat back down on the empty chair. This wasn't going to be nearly as fun as I thought. Jessica? The woman behind the counter called out, her latte ready. Instead of hopping up to get it, Jessica gave Tyler a nudge and he stood. Oh, brother! I shouted at him. You're getting her drink for her? What's wrong? Did her legs fall off? Is she too stupid to know how to walk across the room? Tyler didn't show any signs of hearing me. He simply grabbed Jessica's drink and brought it back to the table. I zoned out as the plastic people chatted about plastic things like homecoming, shopping, and how much money they had in their trust funds. It was so boring I almost died a second time. Finally, Tyler finished his food and stood.
See you guys,
he said, shrugging into his jacket. Call me, Jessica said, making the stupid phone symbol with her thumb and pinky finger. He nodded and left. I was relieved to get out of there and happily trailed after him. Well, that was dull as heck, huh? Why do you hang out with those bozos? They have no personalities. They're like a bunch of televisions playing static. Tyler climbed into his car and laid back on the headrest, sighing. I sat next to him and waited for him to drive, but he just sat there, like he had no energy left to even start the ignition. After a few moments, he reached over and opened his glove compartment, pulling out a piece of paper. Slowly, he unfolded it. Being the nosy angel I was, I peeked over his shoulder. It was his test from physics, red marks all over the page, and a large F at the top. The poor guy looked like he could melt into a puddle of depression, staining the expensive leather seat. Hey, it's okay, I said, trying to cheer him up. That's just one test. You can do better next time. Don't be sad. You've got this. He crumpled it and tossed it into the street. I tisked him. Littering won't solve your problems. He started the engine, and I checked my tablet to see if there was another impending accident or if he'd make it home safely. Luckily, nothing showed up for the drive home, but my throat closed when I saw the next thing on the list. Thursday, September 9th, 8:25 p.m. Get stabbed by a home intruder. I checked the time. 10 minutes from now, he'd get stabbed. What the heck? Why was this guy a walking disaster about to happen? And why did I have to get assigned to him? Hey, Tyler, maybe you should go somewhere else. To the park or something. Don't go home right now. I waited to see if he would turn or take a different street, but he didn't. He continued to drive toward Mason Manor. Tyler, doesn't ice cream sound good right now? You could go get one at the Dreamy Creamery. Wouldn't that be nice? I tried to push a massive ice cream craving his way with my spirit power or whatever I had, but it didn't work. Tyler didn't change his direction. I continued to try to persuade him to go somewhere else, anywhere, without effect. 10 minutes later, he pulled into his driveway and parked the car. I jumped out and stood in his way between him and the front door, my arms out wide as if I could block him from going in. Tyler, stop! Don't go in! I closed my eyes tight, willing myself to turn into a solid wall of resistance. The sound of Ollie barking caught my attention, and I swiveled to see Tyler heading into the backyard. I ran ahead of him, my heart pounding. Was this where the intruder was? In the backyard? Maybe Ollie would ward him off. I glanced down at the tablet, but it still said Tyler would be stabbed. I sprinted, wildly searching the dark shadows of the backyard to see if I could find anyone. My stomach lurched when I saw a man dressed in black standing by the servants' door. Ollie barked from inside the house, his nails clicking on the wooden door. I turned to see Tyler coming down the walkway as if nothing was wrong. "Stop!" I yelled, but he didn't obey. He kept going. Panic inflamed in me, and I stood between him and the intruder, all my attention on stopping Tyler from going any further. I focused on Tyler and pulled all the inner power I could muster. I did the only thing I could think of. I screamed at the top of my lungs. Tyler ran straight into me, making me fall on my butt. He jumped back from me, his eyes wide. "What the?" he stammered, staring down at me sprawled on the sidewalk. "Who are you?" Chapter 6. The shock from Tyler physically running into me made me forget for 2 seconds that an intruder stood just feet from us. When I came to my senses, I turned and screamed, "There's a man with a knife!" But I sat on the pebbled walkway, pointing at nothing. Tyler glanced around. "I don't see anyone." My heart pounded as I scrambled to my feet. What was going on? How was I visible, and what had happened to the intruder? My gaze zigzagged around the yard. "He was right here," I finally said as the lameness washed over me. Dumb. He'd obviously run away during the commotion. Ollie continued to bark and claw at the door. Tyler squinted at me. "Who are you again?" Who was I? Good question. I tried to think of something I could tell him. Something intelligent that didn't involve guardian angels or people from the spirit realm. But nothing came to mind. I said, searching for the next word. He raised his eyes. "Hey, I know you." Oh no, he recognized me. Duh, of course he would recognize me. I lived at his house. I tried to come up with something to say, something to explain why a dead girl would be standing outside of his servant's door right now. But all that came out of my mouth was a high-pitched squeak. So embarrassing. "You're from school, right? Kira? From biology?" It took a second for my brain to process what Tyler had said. And then another second for my anger to flare up. He didn't even know who I was. I had no biology class with him. I wasn't even a senior. I had lived behind his freaking mansion for 2 years, and he didn't even know it. I nodded, though, because what else was I supposed to do? Tell him I was a dead girl?
You must be my tutor.
Oh my goodness. So brilliant. Why hadn't I thought of that? Right, I said, my voice finally working again. I'm your tutor. I'm here to tutor you. Okay, mouth. Time to shut up.
Sorry you got frightened. I've been telling my dad he needs to install another light. It's so dark back here. All the shadows look menacing.
He opened the door and Ollie jumped on him.
Hey, boy, what's got you all worked up?
Tyler crouched down and gave him a good scratching as Ollie smothered him with kisses. I tried hard not to melt into a puddle, but it was difficult, as there's just something about seeing a man with his dog that induces a hallmark moment.
Come on in,
he said after standing.
We can use the library.
He led me through the house. I had no idea when he said library that he'd be talking about a full-fledged Beauty and the Beast room with books far up the walls and one of those ladder things on wheels connected to the shelves. A fancy rug covered the beautiful hardwood floors. I would have thought we had transported back in time, except for the modern overstuffed chairs and a couch with a coffee table in the center that looked like it had cost more than the shack I'd lived in. Cool, I said under my breath.
You like to read?
Tyler asked, one eyebrow raised. Understatement of the year. I love it. Reading is what people with no social life do, I said as I stared at the old bindings. The comment slipped out without me censoring it, and I gasped at my audacity. Tyler chuckled and ran a hand through his hair. A move that I had to admit made me want to do the same.
You too?
I stared at him like I'd never been taught manners. You have no social life? He shrugged.
I guess I just prefer to be at home.
He motioned to the couch.
Have a seat. I'll grab my books and be right back.
Tyler left before I could say anything else. I wandered around the room, feelings of insecurity growing in me. I found I still held the fancy tablet thing that Aiden had given me. How was I able to be visible to Tyler? Was I somehow solid in the physical world now? I tested this out by touching the wall of books. My hand did not pass through. Could I still teleport? I closed my eyes and willed myself to be on the other side of the room. I gathered up all sense of urgency I could muster and... nothing. Seriously? I tried again, focusing all my energy on it. I had to do this. I had to know. Was I still an angel? The room melted away, and my belly felt that tugging sensation, and before I knew it, I had done it. I had skipped. Holy guacamole! I had no idea how or why, but I was solid and visible to Tyler, but still had my superpowers. I plopped down on the couch and pulled up Tyler's list on my tablet. I'd successfully gotten rid of the home intruder as well. I was amazing. Tyler entered the room and set his physics book and laptop on the coffee table before settling in beside me.
This stuff makes no sense to me.
He flipped open the book to chapter 32, Quantum Physics. I stared at the book, my mouth going dry. I was just a junior. I hadn't taken physics yet. It sounded advanced and scary. I didn't even know what the word quantum meant. I was so not amazing. Well, I said, clearing my throat, I know it looks difficult, but let's start by you explaining the chapter to me, and we'll see what we need to work on. Tyler sighed and pointed to a complex equation on the page.
It's all Greek to me.
Perfect. He had no idea what it meant, and neither did I. Okay, I said, stalling until I had a fantastic idea. My gaze landed on his laptop. Here's a technique to start out with. Let's Google what quantum physics means, and we'll go from there.
All right.
He leaned closer to me. I was too busy noticing how silky his hair looked to realize what he was doing until he spoke.
Why is my name on your iPad?
He pointed to my device and I flipped it over, sure that there was some massive rule about mortals not taking a peek into the spiritual realm by way of angelic tablet. Heat rushed to my ears. That was the email talking about tutoring you.
Oh.
He waited like he wanted me to do the Google exercise, except I was pretty sure my tablet wouldn't connect to any earthly internet. I have no service here. Let's use your laptop.
Sure.
He grabbed it from the table and flipped it open. We spent the next 30 minutes Googling all the terms I found in his book that I had no clue about. We read definitions and watched a few YouTube videos explaining some of the more complex ideas and concepts. Tyler propped his feet up on the polished surface of the coffee table.
You know what? That was extremely helpful.
He flashed a grin at me.
I thought you were a bit crazy to suggest it, but things really make more sense now.
I beamed at him, back to thinking I was pretty darn amazing. Thanks. He leaned his elbow on the back of the couch.
So, are you a paid tutor through the school, or is my dad paying you?
I had no idea how tutors worked, so I just went with what sounded good. Your dad.
Ah.
He nodded.
How did you get started?
This is actually my first assignment. I watched my firefly charm on my shoestring as I bounced my leg. It was comforting that my charm followed me through to the afterlife, and now into this weird state I was in.
What's that?
He asked, pointing to my charm. Oh, nothing. I uncrossed my leg, embarrassed he'd caught me in the middle of a nervous habit. A man entered the library. At first, I thought it was Tyler's father, but his hair was too light, and he wasn't nearly as intimidating. He actually looked quite nice.
Tyler, what are you doing in here?
His gaze traveled to me.
I didn't know you had a guest. This is Kira. She's my tutor.
Tyler gestured toward the man.
This is my Uncle Noah.
I waved, then decided that looked lame and put down my hand. Hi.
Nice to meet you, Kira.
Noah slid his hand in his pocket.
Tyler, your father wanted me to let you know we'll be leaving town this weekend for a business meeting. We'll be back on Tuesday.
That's fine. Noah hesitated by the door.
When I get back, let's continue our talk, okay?
Tyler's face flushed.
Yeah. See you, buddy.
Noah did a little gun-cocking thing with his finger and fired it at Tyler before leaving. I held in a laugh. That was so cheesy, yet endearing in a way. It made me like the guy. I've never met your uncle. Does he live close? Tyler gave me an odd look.
Why would you have met my uncle?
Shoot. I'd messed up. My brain drew a blank while I stammered unintelligently. What I meant to say was I didn't know you had an uncle. That was totally not any better, but he seemed to ignore my awkwardness.
He moved in 2 weeks ago. He used to run the European branch of the family business, but he moved back to the States to take a different position. He's still looking for a place.
Oh! My brain was still shut down from my embarrassing mistake that I couldn't think of anything else to say. Tyler seemed bored with the conversation, which was confirmed when he said,
Do you want a snack or something? I mean, it's late and you probably need to get going. But do you want something to eat before you head out?
Sure, I said without thinking.
Popcorn?
I smiled, thinking of all the times I devoured microwave popcorn as I binged Supernatural on my phone. It was one of my favorite snacks. Sounds good. After Tyler left, I had a small panic attack. Wait, could angels eat? What would happen to the food? Would I mess up my angel body by eating? I hopped off the couch and paced the room. The smell of popcorn wafted into the library, and suddenly I didn't care. I hadn't eaten anything all day. I wasn't hungry, surprisingly, but I wanted that popcorn. I needed some comfort food after what I'd been through today. Tyler entered the room with a large white bowl. The smell intensified, as did my craving. He glanced around. "Kira?" I crossed the room. "That smells delicious." I reached for a handful, but my hand passed through the bowl. Tyler stared past me. "Where did she go?" he mumbled to himself. I tried again to grab some popcorn, but I couldn't. The smell taunted me as I threw an angel hissy fit. "So not fair!" I yelled at no one in particular. I was back to my normal, dead girl self. I stuck my head in the bowl, or rather through the bowl, but it was no use. No kernels of delight would stick to my tongue. Tyler, on the other hand, shrugged and popped a piece into his mouth with a satisfying crunch. I scowled at him. Death sucked. Chapter 7. I glared at Tyler as he ate the rest of the bowl of popcorn while I smelled the enticing aroma. I couldn't blame him, though. I'd disappeared. What else was there to do? After he finished, he headed upstairs, and I checked the tablet to see what other calamities would befall him. Luckily, nothing else was going to happen for the rest of the night. That meant I could go exploring, right? Aiden said I didn't have to stay with Tyler all the time. I jaunted down the stairs, through the mansion, and paused at the front door. My brain couldn't quite get used to the fact that I could walk through things. I forced myself to pass through the ornate wood. Creepy. It felt odd leaving Tyler, like I was walking out of a job while I was still on the clock. But what was I supposed to do? He'd be going to bed soon. I wasn't going to stand there and watch him sleep. I wasn't a creeper or anything. The night air smelled dry and earthy. I found that I could cram my tablet into my back pocket, and like some magic angel thing, it fit. Odd. Someday I would learn all these dead people things. I got to the end of the driveway and realized I had no idea where I was going. I didn't want to go back to Aunt Julie's house. That'd be too sad. What was I going to do by myself all night long? I closed my eyes and willed myself to go to Aiden. He was my trainer. I didn't care what he was doing. He should be teaching me more about this angel stuff. Like, for instance, how I became visible to Tyler and how to do it again when needed. I was, after all, Tyler's new physics tutor. The smell of pine trees carried on the breeze, and I opened my eyes. I stood in a forest, the thickness of the branches blocking out the light of the moon. Aiden was nowhere. I had skipped, but where had I skipped to? And why didn't I go to Aiden as I had before? I headed down a barely distinguishable path. I had not realized how odd it would be to walk across the forest floor and not hear twigs breaking or weeds rustling. My feet passed right through, which made me wonder why I didn't sink into the earth. This spirit thing was weird. The sound of laughter came from ahead, and I picked up my pace. A flicker of light sparkled through the trees. As I grew closer, a clearing opened, and I saw a bonfire. A group of teen girls stood around it. Even with her back turned, I recognized Jessica in her cheerleader outfit. I spotted Aiden standing off in the distance with Mila and 3 other people I assumed were angels. I couldn't quite tell what they were doing, but they seemed to be concentrating on the girls. "Come forward," Jessica said. A girl with a pixie haircut stepped slowly forward. Trista. I had geology with her. At least, I had until I got squished by a garbage truck. Are you ready? Trista's face paled and she shook her head. You do want to join us, right? Jessica put one hand on her hip. You must do this if you want to be part of our group. Trista glanced around the circle, then straightened her shoulders. All right. I felt bad for her. She was one of the sideliners, always outside the popular circles even though her family had money and she looked like she could belong. Jessica held up a pocket knife. It glinted in the moonlight. She grabbed the girl's hand and slashed it through the palm. I sucked in a breath as Jessica forced her hand over the fire, drops of blood making a sizzling sound. Smoke rose from the fire. It grew thicker and darker over the fire as the blood dripped. It didn't look like regular smoke. It had too much mass. As it grew, it writhed and contorted and almost looked alive. I stood glued to my spot, transfixed at what I was witnessing. Aiden and the other angels grasped hands and the black smoke let out a high-pitched cry. It reminded me of the time Aunt Julie had found a wounded raccoon in the garage of Mason Manor. But this screech was 10 times as loud and made my bones shake. A wind picked up, blowing the angels' hair and clothing. 2 piercing red lights appeared amidst the black smoke, like 2 heinous eyes. A face formed, along with arms and legs. Long claws stretched out of the grotesque hands. Aiden appeared to be concentrating on the creature, and it shrieked again. I was pretty sure the girls couldn't see the black thing, or they would have reacted to it. They simply stood there whispering amongst themselves, and I couldn't tell what it was they were saying. Probably some stupid, made-up blood oath thing. I was fairly certain none of them had any real knowledge of witchcraft or demon summoning. Fear snaked through me, and I backed away. I didn't want to see this. I didn't want to be anywhere near this kind of evil thing. It looked like it had clawed its way up from the very depths of the bad place. I didn't want to know what it would do if it was released into the world. I walked backward, sure that if I took a couple more steps, I would disappear into the trees that surrounded the clearing. But as I backed up, I bumped into something solid. Startled, I whipped around. My foot caught on a tree root. I fell to the ground like the klutz I was. I must have gasped because I heard it come out of my mouth right before the creature turned its red, piercing gaze upon me. Who's there? Jessica turned and she sounded annoyed, but I couldn't care less about Jessica. There were more important things happening. The demon stared at me, his scream falling silent, its mouth forming into a grotesque smile. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. Aiden's gaze landed on me. His eyes grew wide and his mouth dropped.
Gabriella?
He let go of Mila's hand. The wind died down as suddenly as it had come up. The creature stood on its hind legs, wings forming on its back. I tried to back up, but I was still frozen to the ground, my heart not even daring to beat. It flapped its horrible black wings, and in one instant it swooped through the air and rushed directly at me. I screamed and held my arms up to shield myself, although why that would make a difference was beyond me.
No!
Aiden shouted. He appeared in front of me and crouched down, spreading his arms out. Glorious white wings stretched out from Aiden's back, shielding me as the gargoyle-like demon flew inches above us. I thought maybe it would come back around and try to get at me again, but instead it took off and vanished into the dark night. My heart pounded as Aiden stared at me. He slowly stood, his wings vanishing.
"Gabriella,"
he said, his voice sounding breathless.
"What are you doing here?"
What was I doing? Trying not to throw up, that's what I was doing. I swallowed, my mind trying to catch up to everything that I saw. What was that? He shook his head.
"You don't want to know. Why are you here?"
I was trying to find you, I said, my voice small.
"Why? Did something happen? Are you okay?"
As he tried to grab my arm, his hand passed through me. He was an angel, and I didn't know anymore. "Come out from over there," Jessica demanded. She obviously could see me, sprawled out at the base of the tree. But instead of waiting for me to do what she asked, she started toward me. "Let's get out of here," I whispered. I closed my eyes and skipped back to Tyler's front lawn. Aiden appeared beside me seconds later. The lights were still on in Mason Manor, lighting up the yard. I turned to Aiden. "What was that thing? And don't deflect. Tell me." He gave me a flat look.
"A demon, all right? And now it's loose."
Fear constricted my chest. "And what's it going to do?" He waved his hand through me.
"I think this is more important right now. We'll catch the demon and send it back, but how did this happen? Did you materialize?"
Tears sprang to my eyes for some stupid reason, and I began crying. "What are you talking about?" I didn't know anything about being an angel. I didn't even know angels could materialize. I didn't know what I was doing or what awful creature could claw its way out of the depths of the earth next. I just wanted all of this to stop. Aiden's features softened.
"It's okay. I don't know how it happened, but it's not permanent. Angels can sometimes materialize to be seen by humans if it's important. Haven't you heard of stories of mysterious people helping out in situations only to vanish into thin air?"
I was tired and my head hurt, so I just nodded, even though Aiden wasn't making any sense to me.
Those were angels. Right now, you're visible to the mortal world. How did this happen?
Frustration welled up inside of me as more tears spilled down my cheeks. "I don't know! I don't know anything, Aiden! You left me—"
"Quiet!"
Aiden hissed.
"They can hear you."
He motioned to the house. Crap, I'd forgotten. I swallowed, my nerves shot. You were supposed to tell me all about being an angel. Instead, you left, and now things are all messed up. I became solid in front of Tyler. I whisper yelled at him. And now I'm going back and forth, and I have no idea how to control it. Aiden let out a breath, running his hand over his forehead and through his hair.
"You're not supposed to be able to do that. Only high-level angels can materialize. I don't even know how to materialize, and I've been an angel for years."
Great. It always boils down to my crappy luck. I can do something I'm not supposed to, but I can't control it, and my stupid trainer has no idea what to do about it.
"Tell me exactly what happened each time you materialized. Every detail is important."
I reiterated to him all the things that had happened as he was off doing who knows what in the forest. Aiden nodded as I spoke. When I was done, he folded his arms.
"I've got it. You seem to materialize when you're in a panic. Take some deep breaths, calm down, and we'll see if you can go back to normal."
"Okay, I'll try." I was so keyed up over the whole demon that I didn't know how I was going to relax, let alone get calm enough to dematerialize, but I took in a few deep breaths anyway.
"Do you feel better?"
"No."
"Keep going. Breathe deep. As you let out your air, try humming."
"Do what?" Aiden was messing with me now. He had to be.
hum, like this.
He demonstrated taking in an enormous breath. Then he hummed a monotone note as he let it out. He looked like a monk, a really young monk with an attitude problem. That's ridiculous. I'm not doing that.
Just try it.
I rolled my eyes so he would know how pathetic he was being, but I was kind of a rule follower, so I obeyed anyway. I sucked in a breath like he'd done, then exhaled through my nose while making a ridiculous humming noise that sounded like I was a lunatic.
What are you doing?
A deep voice behind me asked. I jumped and let out a screech. I turned to see Tyler standing behind me, a strange expression on his face.
And why are you out here? I looked everywhere for you. Why did you leave?
Chapter 8. Embarrassment flooded through me, heating my ears and cheeks. Tyler, No explanation came to me. How was I supposed to explain the odd things I was doing? I had no reason to tell him, no smart response. I just stood there looking dumber by the second.
Are you okay?
He took a step toward me, then did a double take.
Have you been crying?
Great. Not only did he catch me sounding like a monk on drugs, but now he could tell that I had been blubbering like a baby. I'm sorry, I blurted out, even though I had no idea what I was sorry about. I don't know what's wrong with me. Tyler gasped.
I bet you're still frightened from earlier, and I totally dismissed it as nothing. You're probably really freaked out.
I nodded, glad once again Tyler could think of something rational. Yes, that's it. I'm still spooked. I totally can't go home right now. Why was I still talking?
Come on. I know what will help calm you down.
He grabbed my hand and started toward his car. Okay, what strange alternate universe was I in? I suddenly found myself sitting in Tyler Mason's freakishly fancy convertible, and this time he could see me. I was invited. I didn't steal a seat. He'd given it to me. He'd even opened the door for me. What was going on? Aiden appeared in the back seat as Tyler walked around his car, and all I could think about was Aiden listening in on my awkward conversations. Aiden watching me trying to pretend to be cool, but not completely getting it right. Aiden judging my poor social skills. Get lost, I whispered as I waved him away.
Why? Aiden pointed at Tyler. What if you need me? What if he makes a pass at you or something?
Makes a pass? Were you born in the 1950s? And it's not like that. Go away. Tyler slid into the driver's seat, so I had to shut up. Aiden frowned at me, but did as I wished, and vanished. Tyler started the car and maneuvered down the driveway. Where are we going?
Tyler glanced at me. Promise not to make fun of me?
I couldn't imagine why I would make fun of Tyler. He was one of the cool kids. His life was perfect. Well, except for an abusive father, and his poor grades, and a horrible ex. I realized that maybe his life wasn't the piece of cake that I had originally thought. I snapped out of my thoughts. I promise. Tyler turned onto the street.
I sometimes get a little freaked out in that big house. I don't know why. Things creak and stuff. And sometimes I get the distinct impression I'm not alone.
He looked at me like he was afraid of what I would say. I kept my expression blank. I didn't tell him I'd been one of the ghosts that had haunted his house. Go on.
So, when I get wigged out, I like to drive around. And one night I found this cool place. It made me feel better.
I squinted at him, suddenly apprehensive, Aiden's voice in the back of my mind. You're not talking about the observatory, are you? I imagined Tyler driving me up into the mountains and expecting me to make out with him. Not happening. He shot a look at me, kind of like I'd suggested we go bathing in acid.
What? No!
Well, he didn't have to look that freaked out over it. Sheesh. It wasn't like I was a troll or anything. I mean, I wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, but I didn't have hair growing on my teeth. Just checking.
It's a church,
he said quietly. Surprised, I stared at him. A church? Tyler didn't seem like the church type. Not that he was a heathen or anything, I just wasn't expecting that.
Is it dumb? Should I go back?
Tyler suddenly looked nervous, like he cared what I thought. Weird. No one on Snob Hill ever cared what I thought. No, it's not dumb. Let's go. I kind of wanted to know what would happen when I walked into a church. Did other angels hang out there? Would a choir sing? Would the pastor know? A few minutes later, Tyler pulled into a well-lit parking lot. A large stained glass window decorated the front of a modern-style church. It was shaped like a triangle, almost like a massive tent. I fell into step beside Tyler as we walked to the front doors, which were propped open. Is it okay just to walk in? Aunt Julie and I went to church, but it was a small one, and it wasn't open late at night.
Yeah, come on. It's cool inside.
Tyler motioned for me to enter first, then followed me in. The vaulted ceiling was lit up with hanging lanterns, and more stained-glass windows ran along the sides. No one was in the chapel. Tyler sat down on one of the benches, and I joined him.
It's peaceful here,
he said, ducking his head like he was embarrassed for bringing me to a church. I, on the other hand, was being stupid and looked around for some kind of sign that someone knew an angel had just walked in. I didn't know what exactly I expected to see. A neon sign that said, "Angel Among Us." I scoffed silently at myself and settled back into the seat. I turned to Tyler. You think your house is haunted? He leaned his forearms on the bench in front of us.
I don't know. Weird stuff happens.
He paused a second before continuing.
Do you believe in ghosts?
I do now. I laughed, but then realized he wouldn't get the joke.
Now?
My face heated. I mean, now that I'm older. Lame. I tried to cover it up. I've just seen some things, but I didn't see any ghosts in your house. His eyes widened.
You can see ghosts?
Why was my brain on vacation right now? I scrounged around for something to say. Oh, well, I meant I didn't get the impression of any when I was at your house. Arg, I was so not good at lying. Tyler stared at the floor, his brown hair falling forward over his forehead in a way that made me want to reach over and push it back.
I don't know how else to explain stuff sometimes. Like today, I was in my bedroom and an empty soda can just flew across the room. It hit the wall and made a big noise. What else could it be besides some angry poltergeist?
I was pretty sure my face was now the color of hot lava. I don't know, does it have to be an angry ghost? Could have just been an accident, I mumbled.
Whatever it was, it scared me to death. Now I don't want to go back in there.
Great. I'd scarred him for life. He'd have to sleep on the couch now, nervous the evil entity in his house was going to murder him in his sleep. Don't be scared. Sometimes weird things happen. It's unexplainable. I'm sure you don't have an angry ghost after you.
That's not all. The other day I almost died when I slipped on the stairs. Someone left...
His voice trailed off and he looked at me, his green eyes piercing. They were an amazing emerald color. Why had I not noticed them before? Or maybe it was just the stained glass reflected in them. The way he stared at me, though, made my pulse quicken. Did angels even have a pulse?
Never mind. It sounds crazy when I say it out loud.
He shook his head. I wanted to be sarcastic and tell him not to say it then, but the angel skin on the back of my neck was tingling, and I had a sneaking suspicion something was actually going on with Tyler. But I didn't think it was ghosts. You're not crazy. He drew in a deep breath and sighed, closing his eyes.
Do you know how good that feels, to hear someone say that?
According to my tablet, his brakes would fail him tomorrow. How often does that happen with a brand new $50 billion car? The odds of his brakes failing on their own were minuscule. And how often did someone get stabbed from a home invasion? Something wasn't right. Tyler was being targeted. But who would want him dead? His father was cruel to him. Did he hate him that much? A cold feeling spread through my stomach. Aiden said Tyler was going to die next week. I swallowed, realizing what that meant. If his father was trying to kill Tyler, he was going to succeed. Chapter 9. Tyler nudged my shoulder.
Kira, you okay? You look like you're still freaked out.
I plastered on a fake smile, only slightly annoyed at Tyler for not knowing my name. I'm fine now, thanks. Coming here really helped. Even though I was now lying in a church. Dang it. Part of me felt guilty for not coming clean with Tyler, but what was I supposed to do? Tell him I wasn't Kira, but I was, in fact, the dead girl that used to live in the servant's shack behind his mansion? He'd call the loony bin and have me committed. He stared down at his hands, the light from the hanging lanterns casting an ethereal glow on him.
So, about tonight, the things I told you?
He paused long enough for me to grow restless. Yes? I finally said.
You won't tell anyone, right?
His gaze met mine, his green eyes piercing through me. Ha! That was a good one. Who would I tell? Aiden? And what would he do? He probably already knew all of Tyler's secrets. He could spy on Tyler anytime he wanted. But I didn't want him to think I was taking his request lightly. I put my hand on his knee. I could feel the warmth of his leg through his jeans. I won't tell anyone.
Thanks, Kira. You're a good friend.
I stared at Tyler. Was that what we were now? Friends? The word felt foreign to me. I'd had friends in grade school, back before my life fell apart. But after moving in with my aunt, my life changed and I no longer had friends. School was 7 hours of dodging bullies and staying under the radar. I got good at being invisible. I avoided those who could hurt me. And Tyler? Well, he was one of them. I broke eye contact, suddenly uncomfortable. Tyler's phone made a noise and he pulled it out of his pocket.
Crap.
What? I asked, glad for the distraction.
My dad is looking for me.
His thumbs flew across his screen as he texted back.
I have to get home.
That's fine.
I'll drop you off. Where do you live?
I couldn't say the first thing that popped into my mind because it was a sarcastic, I don't live. I'm dead. I clamped my lips together and fought off the urge to giggle. I'm pretty sure giggling in church is a sin. Or at least a spiritual misdemeanor. Tyler's eyebrows rose.
You don't want to tell me where you live?
It's just over there. I point vaguely in a direction that could include half the city. I can walk. He frowned and shook his head.
No, I'm not going to let you walk home at 12:30 at night. There are all kinds of creepers out. Just give me the address and I'll put it in my phone.
Panic filled me. The only address I knew was his address. I couldn't tell him I lived at his house, and I couldn't make up an address. I wasn't that crafty. I snatched his phone away from him. Seriously, I don't live far from your house. I can walk just fine. He narrowed his eyes at me and grabbed his phone back.
What street is it?
I scrambled to think of a street name that wasn't his street, but that was all my brain wanted to think about. Poplar, Poplar, Poplar. No other street name came to me. My mind was only filled with poplars. I was so not good at thinking on my feet. I sucked at this angel in disguise thing. Poplar, I said, and cringed.
So you live on my street?
I nodded, figuring the less I said, the better.
All right, let's go. You can point out your house when we get there.
Fantastic. I was so dead meat. Okay, I said with about as much enthusiasm as a person heading to finals. Tyler glanced at me a few times as he drove, probably trying to decide what my hang-up was with telling him my address. I just sat in the passenger seat, wishing I was a better liar. Who knew you'd need that skill as an angel? Tyler pulled onto Poplar Street.
How far?
I motioned. Up that way. Just stop here. I'll walk. He glared at me.
Just tell me where you live. It's not a big deal. I'm not going to stalk you or anything. Sheesh.
Fine. I huffed and folded my arms like a petulant child. Third house on the left. I totally had no idea what house that was. I craned my neck to see which house was the third on the left. Tyler slowed the car as he approached the home. It had no gate, which made me sigh with relief. How would I explain not having the code to get in? But it did have a large pit bull sitting on the grass. His ears perked up and he looked at me as Tyler stopped the car.
This is where you live?
Yeah. I stared at the dog, my throat going dry.
Nice dog. What's his name?
Remember how sucky I am at lying? The only thing I could think of was the name of my neighbor's dog when I was 7. It was a little papillon they called Cookie. Of course, that's what came out of my mouth. Tyler busted up laughing.
Cookie? That's his name?
I punched his arm. Don't make fun. He's sensitive about it. Tyler continued to laugh.
Who named him Cookie? You?
I scoffed. No.
Your mom?
The mention of my mother caused a flash of sadness through me. I stared down at the firefly charm on my shoelace. No, I don't have a mom. Or a dad. He sobered.
Oh, geez. I'm sorry, Kira.
It's okay. The words came out automatically like I was a robot. I'd learned a long time ago that talking about my dead parents made people uncomfortable, and to change the subject as fast as I can. But before I had a chance to do that, Tyler put his hand on my shoulder.
Can I ask what happened?
His voice was soft. I bounced my foot and watched my firefly dance. People didn't usually ask. They either didn't care or didn't want to talk about morbid things. They died in a plane crash.
That's terrible. How old were you?
I looked at Tyler, unable to believe he really wanted to know. The rich kids didn't care about me, Tyler included. If any of them talked to me, it was to make fun of me or torture me or make themselves seem cool to their friends. I searched his features, sure I would find a hint of sarcasm, but I only found sincerity behind his gaze. 11? Exactly 11. They died on my birthday. The words popped out without my usual censor. I don't know why I told Tyler that. I never talked about it. not to anyone. I dug my fingernails into my palms to stop myself from tearing up again. Why was I such a baby tonight? Tyler sucked in a breath.
Crap, Kira, I'm so sorry.
He ran a hand over his hair.
I'm so stupid,
he said under his breath. I shook my head, surprised he would say that. He wasn't stupid. He was the first person besides my aunt who had actually cared enough to ask. No, it's okay, I reassured him. It was a long time ago. I'm fine. Really. That was a lie, but he didn't have to know that.
That must have been so hard for you.
I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. It was. We sat in silence for a moment, and I wondered if I had finally succeeded in making things awkward between us. It was bound to happen. That was my life. Or death. But after a pause, Tyler shifted in his seat and asked,
Are you coming over tomorrow?
What? I don't know what I expected him to say, but that wasn't it.
Don't you have to tutor me some more?
Oh, yeah, that. Yes, of course. Tutor. Tomorrow. I really needed to learn how to nod without saying anything. Tyler grinned at me.
Okay. See you after practice then?
Yes, I said, much more confidently than I felt. What if I turned back to invisible? I was so not good at this angel thing. I hopped out of his car like I actually lived at this stranger's house. I took a few steps forward and then turned and waved at Tyler to let him know that he could leave. He just motioned for me to go inside. Nice. I turned back around. There was nothing else I could do. I headed up the walkway toward the house. The pit bull sprang to life. He ran toward me, jerking back when he got to the end of his chain and barking like he was trying to win a contest for waking up all the cranky old ladies in the neighborhood. Cookie, I said as quietly as I could while creeping toward the door. Hush now. I put my hand out like I had powers to tame wild animals. The dog didn't appreciate me continuing to advance toward the door. I glanced at Tyler, hoping he would just leave, but he sat there watching me. Cookie, I said again, a little louder. Settle down. The dog looked like he wanted to rip my face off, but I prayed that to Tyler it looked like he was excited to see his owner coming home. I stepped a bit closer, hanging all my hope on the fact that I was already dead, so he probably couldn't kill me again. If an angel's leg is gnawed off by a pit bull, does it grow back? I might find out soon. I held my breath, hoping the owners of the house didn't wake up or call the police. I was pretty sure getting arrested was somewhere on the list of things not to do as an angel. I closed the distance between me and the angry dog I was now calling Cookie Monster in my head. I held my hand out so he could smell me. Miraculously, he didn't bite my arm off. He licked me. Relief made me giggle as the dog wagged his tail and finally stopped barking his head off. I gave him a few pats as he jumped on my legs. Now he really should look like he was excited to see me. I glanced at Tyler and he grinned at me before taking off down the street. I guess I looked like I was safe at home now.
Did you have fun on your date?
Aiden stepped out from the shadows. Was I imagining things, or did he sound extra grumpy? I frowned and folded my arms across my chest. At least he'd come back to help me. I had 1,000,000 more questions for him. Chapter 10. It wasn't a date. I would never date Tyler. I shuddered for emphasis, even though things had changed, and I wasn't sure I was telling the truth anymore. Tyler wasn't so bad, now that I had gotten to know a bit more about him. I wasn't about to admit that to Aiden, though. Aiden ignored me and changed the subject.
Come on, let's get you back to your invisible angel self.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to hum like a lunatic again. I shoved my hands on my hips and then realized I looked like Aunt Julie when she was in a bad mood, and dropped them. Aiden snickered and motioned for me to walk with him.
Let's just go somewhere you can calm down.
Where? It's not that I didn't want to trust Aiden, but he let me die, and he'd left me in crisis multiple times. He was not winning any points with me.
I have the perfect place in mind. Follow me.
Aiden disappeared before I could object. Great. Last time I tried to find Aiden, my angel compass had messed up and dropped me off a few yards away. I grew a bit nervous as to where I'd end up this time, but I had no choice. Aiden had vanished. I closed my eyes and willed myself to be with Aiden. 2 seconds later, I stood beside him. Tiny cars honked a billion feet below me. I stood suspended in midair at the top of the Golden Gate Bridge. I shrieked and grabbed onto the nearest thing, which happened to be a cable of some sort. What the freak, Aiden? Are you trying to kill me?
What? I find it very relaxing up here.
I tried to hit his back, but he was Angel and I was solid, and my hand went right through him. I'm solid right now. What if I fall? And of course, my foot slipped because I'm terrified of falling to my death. I grabbed onto the cable with both hands.
You can't die, Aiden said, laughing at me. You're already dead.
But I'm solid. What would happen if I fall? Aiden sighed like he was trying to explain things to a small child.
You can't. It's impossible.
To prove his point, he let go of the bridge. I screamed as I watched him gracefully nosedive toward the pavement. But as he fell, the gorgeous white wings I had seen before unfolded, and he changed from free-falling to soaring. After showing off a bit, he came and landed back next to me.
See?
He said in such a bratty way, I wanted to smack the smug look off his face. Yeah, well, I don't have wings.
Of course you do.
He made like he was going to shove me off the bridge, but his hand passed through.
Oh, never mind. You're visible. Best to let you discover your wings when no one else can see.
I tried to send poison darts at him with my glare. How about we go somewhere I can relax so I can get invisible again? I said through clenched teeth.
Okay. I have the perfect place.
He vanished again, and I willed myself along for the ride. When I opened my eyes, I was surrounded by total darkness. Aiden leaned closer and whispered,
"This is one of my favorite spots."
As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I could make out city lights below us. We were at the top of a precipice. Aiden must like heights. Me? They kinda creep me out. At least I stood on solid earth and not dangling on a bridge. Why? I whispered back.
Look.
Aiden raised his chin and I followed suit. The night sky stretched out above us. We were far enough away from the city lights so that every tiny star shone in a pinprick of light. The Milky Way snaked its way across the sky. I had no idea the stars could look like this. It was dazzling. Where are we? I asked.
The Overlook. Aiden grinned at me when I scoffed. Only we're up on the top of the mountain. The kids that come to make out do it below.
He gestured, and I craned my neck to see a small parking lot down far enough it made my head spin. I took a step back.
Come on, let's lay down. It's the best view.
He stretched out on the grass, and I did the same. We stayed silent for a few moments while I took in the amazing view of the stars and listened to the nearby crickets. It was quite relaxing. You're right. This is a great spot.
Now, ask me anything. I'll answer straight up.
I gaped at him. Wait, who are you and what did you do with Aiden? He chuckled.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry I've been a crappy teacher. Things have been complicated, but I'm here now and we have all night. I'll teach you anything.
I sighed, my brain suddenly blank. I had a million questions for him just a second ago. But as the seconds ticked by, they began spilling out of me. Tell me about that demon. How was he summoned, and how will you catch him? Aiden let out a breath.
You would start with that.
Come on, you said you'd tell me. I nudged him and realized that my hand didn't go through him. I was back to myself again. He rolled over onto his side and propped his head on his hand, leaning on his elbow. It felt weird, like he was now studying me instead of the stars.
There's a fallen angel here in Scottsdale. Mila and I have been trying to figure out who it is. That's who summoned the demon.
I gasped and stared at Aiden. You mean one of the cheerleaders?
Not necessarily, but yes, it could be one of them. It also could have been someone hiding in the woods. But they were there that night, that's for certain. While the girls were saying nonsensical words, the fallen angel was casting the real spell.
My heart raced. Why?
That's complicated.
I made a face at him, and his gaze intensified.
But I said I would tell you, so I'll do my best. When an angel falls, they can't just walk away from everything. They give up eternity to serve the evil one.
So, they summon demons?
Yes. They do things that wreak havoc, and they try to take others down with them.
I turned to stare up at the stars. Why does an angel choose to become a fallen angel? Aiden closed his eyes and let out a moan.
Gabriella, you're asking me questions that don't have easy answers.
Chapter 11. Aiden was seriously starting to frustrate me. Again. I don't care. I want to know. He promised he'd tell me everything. Why was he being this way? Aiden sighed and pretended to draw in the dirt, even though his finger couldn't move anything.
Angels can choose to go back. To Earth, I mean.
I sucked in a breath and stared at him. Was he mental? Wait a minute. I can go back?
There are two forces in this life. Good and evil. Both have power. Yes, you can choose to go back, but you give up everything. You give up heaven.
A cold settled in my spirit gut. If I did that, I'd never see my parents again. That would be choosing eternal damnation. That doesn't sound good.
It's not, so don't do it. It's not worth it.
His voice grew husky, like he was holding back his emotions. Curiosity snaked through me. I lowered my voice. Have you known an angel who fell? He turned from me and laid back down on the grass. He didn't say anything for quite some time, but I just let him be. I could tell this was something hard for him. Finally, he said,
Yeah.
Who? I asked quietly. Aiden sat up and dusted off his hands, even though he didn't have dirt on them. Angels couldn't get dirty.
Look, I know I said I'd answer your questions, but...
Never mind. I quickly interjected. He wasn't going to tell me, and I could see my window of opportunity slamming shut. He was about to leave me, and I still had a billion questions. I don't want to know. Aiden didn't say anything back, and I sat up next to him, wrapping my arms around my knees. How do you change clothes? He chuckled and finally looked at me.
You just do. Think about what you'd like to wear, then presto.
He motioned with his hand and his hoodie turned into a Metallica t-shirt.
See?
I looked down at my ugly shoes. I willed them to be cute boots, the kind I'd seen Milo wearing. Nothing happened. It isn't working. Aiden shrugged.
You need practice.
I hated that word. Whatever, I get ugly shoes even in my afterlife. Fine, I huffed. Aiden put a hand on my shoulder.
It will come. All of this will come. Don't worry.
He looked out at the horizon.
The sun's almost up. You should check on Tyler.
I jumped up, my spirit heart in my throat. Crap, I had forgotten about Tyler. Oh no, it's Friday. What do I do? I pulled the magic tablet from my back pocket. Aiden looked at me funny and stood.
What's happening today?
Tyler's brakes fail. I checked to see if it had changed, but it was still there, and I turned the tablet around to prove it to Aiden.
Dang.
I shoved him. Dang, that's all you can say? I was back to thinking Aiden was a really crappy guardian angel. What do I do? He grabbed my shoulders.
Gabriella, calm down. You know he's coming over here soon? If he gets into an accident, it won't be your fault. Everybody dies at some point. Stop thinking like a mortal. Death isn't the end.
I blinked while I had my aha moment. Aiden was right. I died, but I was standing there with Aiden. I felt fine. The afterlife was pretty cool. I'd even done some magic angel thing and popped back into the mortal world a few times. I could go where I wanted and do anything, except eat popcorn. I frowned at that thought, but pushed it away. You're right.
Of course. You can't screw this up. Just go follow Tyler around. You'll do great.
I nodded, even though I didn't quite believe Aiden. Wouldn't I still get in trouble if he died early? But instead of arguing, I folded my arms. Okay. See ya. Before Aiden could say anything else, I skipped to Tyler's house. I was getting good at this. Not only did I get to the right house, but I stood in Tyler's messy room. I did a little victory dance, then glanced around just in case someone was watching me. No one but a sleeping Tyler was in his room. But I still felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up like I was being watched. Man, Tyler was right. His house felt creepy. Was there a ghost hanging around I couldn't see? I turned around and stared in the corner of his room where it was the darkest. I could almost see the wall, but the shadow was too deep. It kind of looked like a black abyss. Freaky. I turned my attention back to Tyler. He lay prostrate on his bed, asleep, on top of his covers. I held back a giggle at the way he was positioned, like he'd jumped into bed and fallen asleep halfway down. He was totally out of it. After a few minutes, a tiny bit of sunlight came peeking up from the horizon, which was good. I didn't want to just stand there watching him sleep. Who does that? I thought maybe the sunlight would make the creepy feeling in Tyler's room go away, but it only made the shadow in his corner darker. I turned and squinted at it, trying to figure out why it was so dark. Something moved. I blinked. Sure, I was wrong. It was a shadow, that's all. Nothing was there, yet I couldn't quite see in the blackness. 2 red eyes appeared, and I screamed, jumping back. My heart raced. It was the demon. Was it going to get Tyler? I couldn't let it do that. I had to save him, but I didn't know how. My mouth grew dry. Do angels have spit? I balked. Not the time to think about it. The demon stood there in the shadow of the room. I could make out his form now, but only just. It didn't move. It stared at me like I was the only thing standing in the way of his goal. Tyler, I couldn't let the demon kill him. I was his guardian angel. That must mean I had the power to stop him. I took a tentative step toward the beast and gathered up my courage. Aiden had shielded me with his wings. Of course, I had no idea how to grow wings. I was stuck as a loser angel. I spread my arms out. Maybe I could scare it away. Get out of here! My words echoed in my ears. They did nothing. The demon stared at me, its eyes glowing. I said, leave! I willed myself to sprout wings or glow with heavenly powers or something. Not even a spark came. I took a step back and my leg connected with Tyler's bed. Panic filled me. I was solid again. Tyler was going to wake up, see me in his room, freak out, then get killed by a demon. I was so dead meat. The creature let out an unearthly noise, then rushed at me. In a split second, I saw my life flash before my eyes, which was odd because I thought that was supposed to happen when you died. I guess I was a little slow on the draw. Coldness surrounded me, then filled me. I couldn't breathe. The world evaporated into darkness. Chapter 12. I slowly opened my eyes, staring at the square of light on the wall cast by the window. I watched the shadow of a tree branch as it blew in the wind, fascinated by it, but not knowing why. Or why I was on the floor amid piles of clothes and an empty pudding container. Then my memory came back, and I sat up in a rush. Tyler! I turned to see him still asleep on his bed, his chest slowly rising and falling. I let out a breath and then checked my status. My hand went through Tyler's bed, so I was back to being invisible, thank goodness. And I didn't see anything wrong with me. I felt fine. What in the heck was that? Had the demon passed through me? It had been so cold, so dang creepy. I shivered. But Tyler was fine, and I couldn't see anything wrong. The demon must have left. I glanced at the clock. It was after 7. Tyler, wake up! You're going to be late! As if on cue, his alarm beeped and he rolled over, clamping his hand on the snooze button. I scoffed. You lazy butt, get out of bed. And clean your room, sheesh! I cringed. What was I, his mother or something? I periodically called out for him to wake up for another 9 minutes. When the alarm went off again, he shut it off and sat up in bed. Finally! Now hurry, you don't have much time to shower. Do you always get up this late? Tyler yawned and stretched. Then, with one quick motion, he took off his shirt and tossed it onto his bed. I gaped at him. Dang, he was ripped. But as he reached for his boxers, I yelped and covered my eyes. Holy crap, don't do that with me here! Before I could see anything else, I skipped out of his room and down to the kitchen. No one was in there, and I let out a long breath.
Thank goodness.
I jumped and turned around, startled by the voice. No one was there. A weird feeling crept over me as I peered around at the empty room. Hello? I called out tentatively.
So glad you left before he took off his tighty-whities. That's one show I didn't want to see.
The voice was male, but it didn't sound like an old dude. He was my age. I swallowed, looking around again. Nobody. but it sounded like he was right beside me. Are you talking to me?
Oh, yes, sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you.
Where are you? I hissed, looking around the corner.
Well, this is awkward.
What do you mean?
I seem to be inside you.
I gasped, and everything suddenly made sense. The demon, he didn't leave. He'd possessed me. Ew, gross, get out! I yelled, hopping from one foot to the other. You're a demon!
No, I'm not, I swear!
Of course you are! I continued to hop around, even though that would be a ridiculous way to get a demon out. I didn't know what else to do. There was a monster in my head. It freaked me out.
Gabriella, settle down. I'm just a kid. I'm not a demon. I need your help.
Help? I'm not helping you. Crazy demon. I was not going to do anything he said. I was going to get Aiden to help get rid of this parasite. Right now. I closed my eyes to skip to Aiden.
Wait, stop, please. I don't want to go back. It was awful.
Then you shouldn't have become a demon. Duh. That was obvious.
I didn't. It was a massive mix-up. It wasn't my fault. But I think you can help me.
A mix-up? I froze, thinking about my own weird entry into the afterlife. I hadn't expected the computer to say I was still alive. Maybe what he was saying was true. Maybe he wasn't really a demon. Who are you?
My name is Lucas.
Before I could respond, Tyler's dad entered the kitchen. He walked right into the same space where I was standing to open the refrigerator. I jumped back and shrieked. How many people could be in me at once? Talk about freaky. Hadn't anyone heard of personal space? Tyler came into the kitchen, his hair still wet from his immensely fast shower. He wore his Letterman jacket and a pair of jeans that probably cost more than my entire college fund.
Can I have a yogurt?
His father pulled one out of the fridge and handed it to him. As Tyler opened it, his father shut the door and stared at him.
You lied to me.
About what? Tyler took a step back. Nathaniel slammed his hand down on the countertop.
You failed your physics test!
Tyler cringed. I'm going to do better, I swear.
This doesn't look good. You'd better leave.
Shut up! I hissed at the voice in my head.
I don't want to see this.
Nathaniel knocked the yogurt from Tyler's hand and it splattered onto the floor.
What did I tell you?
Tyler was not a small guy, so I was surprised when he cowered before his father.
I met with the tutor last night. You better not get cut from the team,
his father said, shoving him, slamming him up against the wall. I closed my eyes, agreeing with Lucas. I didn't want to see it either. Aiden had said I couldn't interfere.
Do something,
the voice in my head pleaded. I shook my hands like they were on fire and I was trying to put them out. I can't! Nathaniel grabbed Tyler's jacket, both hands fisted.
Don't look away when I'm talking to you.
Sorry, Tyler mumbled.
Why aren't you doing anything?
Lucas apparently didn't understand the rules, but I was too anxious to stop myself from getting involved. Don't just stand there, I yelled at Tyler. Get away from him! Tyler's uncle Noah entered the kitchen.
Hey, what's going on?
Nathaniel backed away from Tyler, letting him go.
Nothing.
Noah glanced at the pink yogurt spilled on the floor, then gave Tyler a meaningful look.
Something. Mind your own business.
Nathaniel snarled, then left the kitchen, bumping into his brother's shoulder. I took in a deep breath and pressed my hand on my heart. Holy buckets.
Jeez, I thought the guy was going to get pummeled. You okay?
Noah asked Tyler as he bent to pick up the yogurt container.
Yeah. Tyler ran a hand over his wet hair. Fine. I'll clean this up. You get going. It's late.
Noah grabbed a paper towel and snapped it off the roll.
But when you come home from school, I think we should talk about this.
Tyler looked like he'd rather suck on rocks.
Yeah.
He grabbed his book bag and left through the back door. I let my heart rate settle down before I skipped into the front passenger seat of Tyler's car. When Tyler got in, he tossed his backpack into my lap, or rather, through my lap. Gee, thanks.
Where are you going? I need your help.
I can't, I whispered, in case Tyler could hear me. I have to stick with Tyler. I'm his guardian angel. Besides, you picked the wrong girl to possess. I have no idea how to help you.
Stop saying I possessed you. Am I in control of you? No, I'm not.
I sighed and looked out at the home speeding past. He was right. No one else controlled me, except I could hear him in my head. And apparently he could see everything I saw. Wait, could he hear my thoughts, too?
Yes, Gabriella. And you're super chatty.
Oh, just great. Chapter 13. Tyler pulled his Maserati into a parking spot and cut the engine. He hopped out, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. I followed him into the school, which was weird. In what universe did I enter the school building with the most popular football player? None. That's the answer. No universe. Yet here I was, walking beside Tyler. Too bad no one could see me. Jessica spotted him from down the hallway and gave him a wave, then joined him at his locker. She wrapped her arms around him. Hey, did you hear the news? She asked, her eyes wide. For a split second, I thought maybe the news was that I had died. Something like that could spread across the school. I imagined how she might feel knowing I was now dead. The girl she'd picked on for the last few years was now gone, and she couldn't even apologize to me. But then she cracked a smile. Debbie's going to homecoming with Ethan. Can you believe it? Ethan Barry. She laughed, the sound grating on my ears.
Ugh, do you really have to hang around these people all day?
Shut up, Lucas. I don't want you talking in my head. It's creepy. And Tyler's not that bad. I folded my arms and leaned against the locker next to his. I'd always felt invisible during school, and it was awful. But now that I actually was, school sounded like a lot more fun. Tyler wiggled out of Jessica's grasp.
Stop it! I don't care who Debbie goes with.
Jessica glanced down the hall, then glared at him. What are you doing? Are you trying to tick me off? Because I can make your life a living hell. You know that, right? He pulled a book out of his locker and slammed it shut.
Do your best. I'm tired of this. We're officially over.
He said it loud enough. A few people gasped, staring at them. Yes! I made a fist pump. Finally, he was putting Jessica in her place. I was going to enjoy this show. Where was the popcorn? Jessica grabbed his arm, her fingernails digging in. I cringed. Dang, that had to hurt. Don't let her do that to you, I yelled. Sweetheart, she said between clenched teeth, you don't know what you're saying. You don't want to get kicked off the team, do you? Tyler hesitated. See, Jessica said, her voice sugary sweet. She patted his arm where she dug her claws in, then sidled up to him. You don't want to upset me. For a moment, I thought he was going to shove her away again, but instead he sighed and shook his head.
No, I don't.
I threw my hands up in the air. What does she have on you? Why are you letting her be this way?
I know what she has on him.
I jumped at the sound of Lucas's voice. I must have been too into what was going on with Jessica. What? You know? How?
I know a lot of things. Too bad you told me to shut up.
I rolled my eyes, following along behind Tyler and Jessica as she talked nonstop about stupid things like dresses and shoes. Real mature, I said under my breath. When Lucas didn't say anything else, I scoffed. You're lying. There's no way you know the real reason.
I do. Just shutting up like you told me to.
For shutting up, you're sure noisy. Lucas chuckled, and the sound of it tickled my insides. It was the oddest thing having a demon, or whatever Lucas was, in my head. The bell rang, and Tyler managed to disengage Jessica so he could go to his first class. Thank goodness. I was going to start bleeding from my eyeballs if I had to listen to her prattle on any longer. Tyler slid onto his seat and opened his biology book. I pulled out my Angel tablet to see if I could skip class or if I had to stick with Tyler. Nothing was going to happen to him until later. But before I had a chance to leave, a girl sat behind Tyler and he turned around.
Hey, where's Kira?
My Angel spit dried up and I gasped. Kira! This was the girl he thought I was, only it wasn't me. He was going to know I lied. I am Kira, the girl said, squinting at him.
No, you're not.
You don't think I know who I am? The girl scoffed and turned to talk to her friend behind her. Tyler turned back around and shook his head. Great. Now he knows I'm not Kira.
Why did he think you were Kira?
I thought you knew everything. I shot back at Lucas.
Heavens, why'd I get stuck in you?
I don't know. Go haunt someone else then.
Yeah, I wish I could.
I ignored the whiny guy in my head and spent the next 3 class periods peeking at who was asleep, who was passing notes, and who was cheating. Being an angel was very interesting. After just 3 hours, I had learned enough gossip to keep even Jessica happy. I also periodically checked on Tyler's car, in case someone was going to mess with his brakes. When the lunch bell rang, I joined all the cool kids at the popular table. Not that I really wanted to be there, but it was oddly satisfying to sit defiantly at the table where no loser was ever allowed. At least, it was satisfying until Tyler came and sat down on the same chair. I jumped up and dusted my spirit self off. Ick.
Have you guys seen Kira?
Tyler asked as he picked up his pizza slice. Melanie wrinkled her nose.
Who? Kira, the girl who wears that firefly charm on her shoelace.
Tyler stuffed half the slice into his mouth while I tried to sink into the floor.
Oh, you're in trouble now.
Hush! I hissed at Lucas. Melanie shrugged. I have no idea who you're talking about. She went back to talking to Jared. Jessica walked up to the table and sat in Tyler's lap.
Hey,
Tyler said, shoving her off. Jessica looked like she was going to blow a gasket. I, once again, looked around for the popcorn. Unfortunately, she recovered quickly and pulled a chair over to his side. Give me your water. I'm dying of thirst. Jessica reached her hand out. Tyler ignored her.
Have you seen that girl with the firefly charm on her shoelace?
Who?
I think her name's Kira.
Jessica shook her head. No, now gimme. She wiggled her fingers. Tyler shoved his water bottle at her.
You can have it.
She unscrewed the cap and took a sip. That's okay, I just needed a little. She handed it back to him.
"Where is she?"
Tyler asked, almost to himself as he peered around the lunchroom. "You're not going to find her," I said, mostly to satisfy myself. "She's dead."
"Hey, are you talking about that girl that limps?"
Jared asks. Jessica turned, her hair whipping around. "You mean Gimpy?" Great. No one remembered my name, but they remembered that awful nickname Jessica bestowed upon me.
"Gimpy?"
Lucas said, a smile in his voice. "For the last time, shut up!" I was seriously done with this demon. Melanie leaned toward the conversation. "Didn't she die?" My heart stopped. At least someone knew I had died. Tyler's eyes widened.
"What? She died?"
Well, there goes everything. My angel's secret was out. I couldn't turn solid again in front of Tyler. No more tutoring. Jessica waved her hand. "Oh yeah, I heard about that. Got hit by a garbage truck." Tyler jumped up from his chair.
"What? Are you serious?"
I admit it. My heart did a little dance in my chest. Tyler actually seemed upset by the news. Wow. Jessica frowned and tugged on his arm. "Sit down," she hissed. "Why are you so uptight today?"
"I'm not,"
Tyler said, slowly sitting back down in his chair.
"I just can't believe it, that's all. I mean, I was just talking with her."
Jessica rolled her eyes. "Well, people die every day. It's part of life."
"I know,
Tyler let his voice trail off. I smiled, even though I knew I couldn't talk to him again. He was the only one, besides my aunt, who cared that I had died. Emotion swelled in my chest. I floated around for the rest of the school day on a Tyler high, not even caring that all of his classes were super boring, nor that nothing of importance happened. I was a useless guardian angel, but that didn't matter. Tyler was upset that I had died. That felt good, in a weird sort of way. As I grew bored in Tyler's class, I tried pumping information from the demon. "So, tell me what Jessica has on Tyler."
"What? Now you want me to talk? No more, 'Shut up, Lucas.'"
I sighed. "Yes, I want you to talk."
"Sorry, I'm not a puppet. Go find out yourself."
I huffed and folded my arms. "Fine. Be that way." Before the bell rang, I checked my tablet to see if anything had changed. It still only said one thing for today. Friday, September 10th, brakes fail, car hits tree. But the timestamp had changed. It now said it would happen at 6:15 p.m. Panic constricted my throat. That would mean it would happen right after football practice. "Tyler," I said as he nodded off in his physics class, "you're so tired. You should skip practice today. Go home and take a nap. Better yet, take the bus home." Of course, he ignored me. I continued to pester him, but it did no good. The bell rang, and he joined the team out on the field for football practice. I followed him, trying to get him to leave. Nothing worked. It was strange standing in the middle of the football field as sweaty players ran through me. But I did stop flinching after a while and got used to it. Practice ran long and I got nervous, so I skipped off to the parking lot to check on Tyler's car again. It sat untouched, thank goodness. Maybe the tablet would change again. Maybe Tyler would be okay. 20 minutes later, the team finished, and I waited around the parking lot for them to get done showering. The sun dipped low in the skyline, and I could feel the heat of the day dropping off. As the shadows stretched longer, I saw a figure sneak around the side of the school. He wore all black, and reminded me of the guy who tried to break into Tyler's house yesterday. I squinted as he approached. Holy snakes, he was the guy from yesterday. My heart jumped into my throat. He went straight to Tyler's car and started messing around underneath it. This was it. He had to be cutting his brake lines. I skipped to where Tyler was inside. He stood at his locker, shoving things in his bag, his wet hair plastered to his forehead. "Hey, someone is messing with your car!" I yelled, waving my hands like I was trying to land a plane. "Hurry! You have to catch them!" Tyler shouldered his bag and shut his locker. "Yes!" I called to him. "Now, run!" As he turned the corner, Jared came up from behind him and slapped him on the back.
Great practice, dude.
Tyler stopped to talk to Jared, and I freaked out. "No, you have to go!" Of course, he didn't obey. He just stood there and talked about football and other dumb stuff, while some guy messed with his car so he would die tonight. "Tyler!" I screamed. "Get going!" Before I could see if he moved, I skipped outside to check on his car. The sun hung even lower, and shadows overtook everything. The parking lot had one lonely lamplight, but it was on the other side, and it wasn't even on yet. I strained to see if the man was still there, and I saw his shadow move. If Tyler would just hurry, he could stop him, or at least know someone had messed with his car. I skipped back to Tyler. He was still in the hallway with Jared McChattypants. Ugh! I gathered up all my angel energy and shoved Tyler's back. He stumbled forward. Ha! I'd done it! I was about to shove him again when he turned around, and his mouth fell open. "Kira?" Oops. I was visible again.
Now you've done it.
Chapter 14. I stood there, frozen to the tile flooring of the dim high school hallway, as Tyler gaped at me. He grabbed my arms, and tingles skittered over my skin.
Where have you been? Do you know people think you're dead? What are you going to do now?
I ignored Lucas and did the first thing that popped into my head. I screamed. Yeah, not the best thing to do with someone standing inches in front of you.
What's wrong?
Tyler asked, letting me go.
You're crazy.
I was just startled. I lied. Lame. Luckily, my brain started to work again. Hey, I saw someone messing around with your car. You'd better go check on it. I pointed in case he'd forgotten his car was parked outside. Brilliant.
My car?
Like every teen guy everywhere, Tyler's car was his baby. The last thing he'd want would be someone messing with it. He and Jared ran toward the double doors to the parking lot. Finally! I took off after them. When we got outside, I could see the shadowy figure still near Tyler's Maserati. There! I pointed in case they couldn't see him. The figure jumped up and bolted before we got close.
Hey!
Tyler shouted.
What are you doing?
I quickly pulled out the tablet and scanned the screen. The entry where his brakes fail was gone. I'd done it! I'd saved Tyler! I let out a breath.
You did it! I'm flabbergasted.
Flabbergasted? I said under my breath. Do demons really talk like that?
Who was that?
Tyler asked, turning to me. He wasn't going to believe me if I said it was the same man trying to break into his house, so I lied. Again. I don't know. Some guy. I really hoped all my lies weren't going to go on my permanent record. Angel lies shouldn't count. Jared pulled out his phone.
Do you want me to call the cops?
Tyler examined his car, opening his door and rifling through his things.
No, I don't think he got anything.
Is anything leaking underneath? He was messing around under there. I had no idea if he'd actually cut the brakes or not, but I wanted Tyler to check. He looked under the car.
No, nothing's leaking. I think it's fine.
Jared's phone rang and he checked the screen.
Dude, it's my mom. I gotta go. I'm late. Sorry.
He headed out across the parking lot.
No problem. See ya.
Tyler called to him. He turned to me.
What's going on with you? I thought you were in my biology class, but you're not, are you? You're in trouble now.
Shut up, I whispered.
What?
Tyler made a face.
Are you okay?
Great. Tyler was going to think I was a total spaz. I smoothed out my features. I'm fine. It's just been a long day.
I'm sorry. Let me give you a ride.
He didn't really ask. He just guided me to the passenger side of his car and opened the door.
Sit.
I obeyed. What else was I supposed to do? Even though I knew it was a bad idea and I could turn invisible again at any moment, I had no other choice. Maybe I could stay solid until he dropped me off. He hopped in and tossed his backpack onto the back seat. After he pulled out onto the street, he glanced at me.
So, you going to tell me what your real name is? He's on to you.
I lifted my lip in a snarl, but didn't respond to Lucas. Instead, I tried to play dumb with Tyler. What do you mean? His eyes narrowed a fraction.
I know you're not Kira.
A wave of guilt passed through me as I stared at him. He was a nice guy. I couldn't keep lying to him. Besides, I sucked at it. I picked at a loose thread on my jeans. Sorry, you mistook me for her and I didn't want you to feel bad.
So you pretended you were someone else?
I didn't think it would matter. I twirled the thread around my finger. Tyler frowned.
What do you mean?
I didn't think I'd see you again, I said, a bit exasperated, and it came through in my voice.
Not see me again? My father hired you as my tutor.
Oh dear. Could guilt actually choke a person? Because I felt like I couldn't breathe.
No way. Tyler scoffed. You lied about that too?
From the look on his face, I could only assume Tyler wanted to toss me out the window and then run over me with his car. I cringed. I'm sorry, I didn't know what else to say.
Let's try something revolutionary for once. How about the truth?
He side-eyed me while he turned into his driveway. He parked the car and turned off the ignition. Lucas laughed.
Yeah, right, Gabriella. Tell him the truth.
More laughter rang in my ears. I imagined the demon in my head, then I stomped on his neck.
Sheesh, you're violent.
I sighed and shifted in my seat. All right, fine. The truth. My heart hammered in my chest. Was I really going to tell Tyler the truth? All of it? I took in a breath and in one long sentence, spilled it. I am really dead, and I don't live in that house with the dog. I lied about that because dead people don't have houses, and I am assigned to you as your guardian angel, and this other angel was supposed to train me, but instead he ditched me, so now I don't know what I'm doing. Tyler gave me a flat look.
Fine, don't tell me. You're really something, you know that? I told you stuff I've never told anyone, and I don't even know who you really are.
He huffed and hit his steering wheel. I stared at him, unable to breathe. He didn't believe me. I just spilled my guts and he thought I was kidding. I cringed and sank back into the seat. Gabriella, I said quietly.
What?
Gabriella, that's my name. Tyler's eyes widened.
Wait, I know you. You live in the house out back.
Shocker. Tyler actually knew my name. I had no idea. I thought I was invisible to him. I nodded, feeling more and more miserable that he didn't believe me. Yeah, I did. Until I died.
He made a face. Stop saying that, you're creeping me out.
Fine, whatever, don't believe me. He picked up my hand and waved it around.
You're not dead.
Well, I couldn't say much to that logic. Let's go study your physics. He scoffed.
You're not even my real tutor.
No, but I can Google stuff. I grinned at him and he laughed.
I wondered what that was about.
It worked though, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
He grabbed his backpack from the back seat.
All right, come and show me more of your awesome Googling skills.
And can you make more popcorn? I suddenly craved it. He shrugged.
Sure.
Score! I almost did a dance on the way into Tyler's house.
You're such a dork.
Shut up, Lucas! I said under my breath. Chapter 15. I followed Tyler into the library and plopped down on the couch. Ollie came in and barked when he saw me. He let out a low growl as he stared at me. Tyler rubbed his head.
What's wrong, Ollie?
He continued to growl at me, which was weird. He never acted that way before. Maybe he could tell I was an angel. That had to be it. He'd growled at me yesterday when I was invisible. He must have known I was in the house, and now he's freaked out by me. Instead of going into the kitchen to make popcorn, Tyler shushed Ollie, then sat down beside me. I figured I couldn't be rude and ask him to go get the food, so I just ignored that he totally left me hanging. Ollie curled up by Tyler's feet.
So, Gabriella,
he said, emphasizing my name.
Tell me more about yourself.
Heavens, we were not on a first date. Why was he asking that? Shouldn't we get to your physics?
It can wait. I want to know who you are, because I feel like I'm an open book, and you're like...
He waved his hands around, obviously trying to think of what to call me.
A closed book,
he finished. I pressed my lips together to stop myself from laughing. Really? That's all you can think of?
I'm under stress. Just tell me why you were creeping around outside my house yesterday. Did you make up the whole home intruder thing?
He eyed me suspiciously. No, I didn't make it up. I told you. I'm your guardian angel. And my tablet said you were going to be stabbed by a home intruder, so I was trying to stop you from going to the back door. As I was speaking, brilliance hit me. My tablet! That would prove to him I was an angel. I whipped it out of my pocket and handed it to him. He took it from me and looked at the screen. And that's when my brilliance faded. The tablet said he was going to die in a few days. I didn't know all the angel rules because Aiden sucked, but I was pretty sure it was wrong to show a person their death date. I didn't want to scare him. I yelped and took my tablet away from him. Wait, don't look at that!
Holy crap, Gabriella,
he said, grabbing it back from me.
Stop freaking out.
Sorry, I changed my mind. You shouldn't look at it. I tried to take it, but he held it up too high.
No way, now I have to look at it.
He tilted the screen so he could read it while he held it up in the air. No! I jumped up and tried to pull it away, but he held on too tight. We had a mini tug of war with it until he pulled hard, jerking it, and I fell on top of him. My heart decided to run the Boston Marathon while I still tried to wrestle the tablet away, sprawled on top of him. Awkward. And the stinking brat looked like he was enjoying it from the gleam in his eyes. He stopped moving, and a smile crept onto his lips, which I could see quite well as I was only 2 inches from them. And I may or may not have been staring at them, but whatever.
What are you doing?
Getting my tablet back from you, I said, my words sounding weird to my ears like I was talking into a tunnel. His gaze dipped to my lips, and then back up to my eyes.
Having fun?
I scoffed. No, I lied, then rolled my eyes for good measure. Give it to me. His smile widened.
What will you give me in return?
My pulse shot up into the "are you sure that's healthy" range as I tried to process what was happening. Was Tyler Mason flirting with me? I was the invisible girl, the girl with the gimpy leg. No one ever flirted with me. A jolt of electricity shot through me, and 1,000,000,000 butterflies took flight in my stomach. I stared at him, and crazy things started going through my mind. Like, what if I got flirty back with him? What would Tyler do? Was flirting with mortals against the rules?
Yes, it's against the rules.
I screamed and shot off Tyler, letting go of the tablet and falling on my butt on the hardwood floor. I had totally forgotten Lucas was in my head. How embarrassing. Ollie barked at my amazing feat of falling off Tyler. Tyler leaned over to look at me.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I said, rubbing my butt. Kinda. Tyler chuckled and held out a hand.
Come on, I'll give you your iPad back. I was only teasing.
Only teasing. Nice. I made a fool of myself, and he was only teasing. Lucas probably heard everything running through my brain.
Of course. I have nothing else to do, remember?
Was that amusement I heard in his voice? Was he laughing at me? I clutched Tyler's hand and let him pull me back up to the couch while I tried to scrape some of my dignity off the floor. Thanks, I told him, ignoring Lucas. Tyler handed me the tablet.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be a jerk.
I took it from him. It wasn't your fault. I handed it to you.
So, what's on it?
He raised one eyebrow.
Stuff about me?
Yes, I mumbled, not looking at him.
Like what?
I stuffed the tablet back into my pocket. Secret angel stuff. He laughed.
You're the strangest girl I've ever met.
You don't know the half of it, I said under my breath, and Lucas laughed.
Will you tell me why you're continuing to stick with this ridiculous angel story of yours when you're so obviously not dead?
He poked me in the side to prove his point. I jerked back because I'm as ticklish as a 5-year-old. So not cool. Because I am an angel, and someday you'll find out the truth, and then you'll feel sorry for mocking me. I shoved his shoulder. At least I tried to. He wasn't very shovable.
If you're an angel, why can I see you?
His gaze was challenging. That was a good question. I don't know, I answered truthfully. He looked at me with such intensity that I grew uncomfortable. Get out your book, I said, waving to his backpack. Let's study. Tyler obeyed and pulled out his physics book. He opened it.
This is what we went over today, but it made no sense.
I looked at the page that said Vector at the top. Okay, let's see if there are any videos that explain it, because I have no clue. I pulled his laptop out of his backpack.
Are you a sophomore?
Junior, I said without thinking. Well, at least I was, until I died.
So you'll get to take this class next year. Guess you'll ace it, huh?
He grinned at me. A hole opened up in my stomach, and I didn't answer him. I would not ace it next year. I didn't have a next year. What good would it do to tell him that? He didn't believe me that I was dead. I searched YouTube and pulled up a few videos explaining what a vector was. After we watched 3 videos, Tyler sat back.
I get it now. Why didn't Miss Johnson just explain it that way? I would have gotten it.
Too easy. She wanted you to work for it. Kind of like you want me to work for that popcorn you're going to make me. I gave him a cheesy smile. He rolled his eyes, but his lips betrayed his amusement.
All right, fine, you got it.
He stood and Ollie raised his head.
Come on, Ollie,
he said as he walked toward the door.
Let's get Gabriella her snack.
I silently celebrated as Tyler left to go get me some heavenly popcorn. It wasn't that I was hungry. I wasn't. But I could still smell it from last time he made it, and I craved it. I had no idea how many more times I would be solid, so I had to pig out while I had the chance. 5 minutes later, Tyler came back with a large plastic bowl. I tapped the couch to make sure I was still solid. I was. This was going to work. I inhaled and my mouth watered. Ollie's tail wagged as if he were the one receiving the treat. Tyler sat beside me.
I added salt. I hope that's okay.
That's exactly how I like it. I reached into the bowl to snag a handful.
You're not really going to eat that, are you?
Yes, I was. Jesus ate after he was dead and nothing happened to him. It was in the Bible. But before I could grunt out a response to Lucas, Ollie barked and jumped up, knocking the bowl of popcorn out of Tyler's grasp. Hundreds of white kernels scattered over the carpet. My heart sank as I looked at the floor.
Ollie!
Tyler picked up the bowl, but all it had left was one lonely kernel.
Sorry about that,
he mumbled. I swiped it and popped it into my mouth. It tasted about how I expected. Buttery, salty heaven. I frowned and knelt down on the floor to pick up the pieces. It's okay.
I can make more.
I grinned at him. Now this was a guy who knew my heart. We cleaned the floor as Ollie intermittently growled at me. Tyler finally sent him out of the room.
I don't know what's gotten into him,
he said after shutting the door. I knew. It was because I was now a supernatural being. But I had already told Tyler that and he didn't believe me, so I just shook my head. I reached out to grab another couple of kernels and my hand passed through. Alarm shot through me as I desperately tried again, but I was no longer solid. Crap.
Gabriella?
Tyler's gaze scanned the room.
Where did you go? So, you really don't know how to control when you go solid or back again?
Lucas asked. No! And it sucked. I wanted more popcorn.
That's odd.
Yeah, well, welcome to my life. Or my death, I guess. I sighed and sat down on the carpet. Tyler ran a hand through his hair.
Stop goofing off.
He walked behind the couch and the fancy chairs, but of course he didn't find me. He huffed and stalked out of the library. I jumped up and followed him, curious as to where he was going. I trailed along behind him as he crossed the house and left out his back door. My heart stuttered in my chest as I watched him walk toward the tiny house on the grounds of Mason Manor. He looked mad, and I freaked out. Was he trying to find me? What if he found my aunt instead? She didn't need this right now. Don't do it, Tyler, I called to him. Go back home. Don't go looking for Gabriella. Please, stop. He didn't stop. He picked up his pace until he came to my front door. The house was dark, and I prayed my aunt was not home. Tyler knocked. I held my breath, which was a strange experience because my lungs didn't burn after a few seconds like I was used to. No one came to the door. Tyler knocked again and pressed the doorbell, but still no answer came. I let out my breath in a whoosh. My aunt must have gone out tonight. Thank goodness. Tyler waited a minute longer before crossing the lawn and going back into his house. I thought he'd give up, but when he entered his father's study, I grew nervous again. Nathaniel looked up from his computer.
What is it? Where's the woman who lives in the house out back?
His father shifted in his chair, staring at Tyler.
What? The woman who runs the staff, where is she?
Tyler seemed irritated. Nathaniel studied him.
Why?
Tyler hesitated, like he was debating what to say.
I want to talk to her niece.
Oh, crap. Now I was in trouble. I held my breath, waiting for what Nathaniel would say. His father shook his head.
She asked for some time off. Her niece died yesterday.
Chapter 16. My pulse increased as I watched Tyler stagger back.
No, that didn't happen. She's not dead,
he said, his face draining of color. Nathaniel's expression softened.
She was in an accident. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were friends. We were...
Tyler's voice trailed off and he didn't finish his thought. He scrubbed his hand over his jaw. No more words coming out. He just stood there, his mouth opening and closing. Crap. I'd broken Tyler. My stomach clenched and I felt terrible.
You've messed up now. This is why angels aren't allowed to do what you did.
Very helpful, Lucas. I bit the inside of my cheek. He was right. I'd screwed things up, and now Tyler was totally freaked out. Nathaniel picked up a can of soda and twirled it around before taking a swig.
Are you studying tonight with your tutor? We just did.
Tyler made a little motion with his hand toward the library.
Good. I expect to see this reflected in your grade.
Right, Tyler mumbled. Ugh, what a jerk his father was. I grew angry on Tyler's behalf.
Your uncle and I are leaving town tomorrow. I expect you to study while we're gone.
Nathaniel turned back to his computer, effectively ending the conversation. Tyler left his father's study, and I trailed after him as he went back into the library. Popcorn still littered the carpet in the area we hadn't cleaned up yet. He crouched down and picked up a kernel, then stared at it. Ollie came into the library, froze, and growled at me. Tyler peered around the room.
Gabriella?
He said quietly. I'm here, I said, before I could stop myself. He jerked his head up as if he'd heard me.
What are you doing? You can't do that!
Frustration rose in me. He already knows I'm dead.
You're making it worse. You should leave.
I can't. I'm his guardian angel.
Not for long. He's dying soon, remember?
My stomach turned and I suddenly felt dizzy. Yeah, Tyler was dying soon. I hated to think about that, so I had shoved that out of my head.
Just go. You're hurting more than you are helping.
Was that true? Was I hurting more than I was helping? Before I could contemplate this, Tyler's uncle walked in. He took in the popcorn on the floor and crouched down to help clean it up.
What happened?
Tyler shrugged.
Ollie knocked the bowl out of my hand. Ollie, huh?
Noah gave Tyler a look like he didn't believe him.
Yes, it was Ollie.
Tyler tucked his chin, and my hands involuntarily curled into fists. Noah was right. It looked like his father had gotten angry again and made the mess. I hated that his father was the way he was, and that his uncle even had to ask what happened with the popcorn.
You know, it might be helpful to go talk to someone about your father.
Noah dropped a handful of kernels into the bowl.
I don't want to talk to anyone.
Tyler ground out the words.
It might help. How would it help? He's not going to change.
Noah's gaze turned soft.
Maybe you could get away from him. How? I doubt they'd put him in jail or anything. He's best friends with the chief of police. Heck, he's best friends with everyone. Money has a way of doing that.
Noah slowly nodded as he tossed the last of the popcorn and dusted off his hands.
I know. I'll graduate soon anyway. Then I'm out of here,
Tyler said, holding the plastic bowl. Noah raised an eyebrow as he stood as well.
Are you? I thought after college you're going to take the vice president position at the company. Well, yes.
Tyler's eyes grew dark.
Then you won't really be out from under his control.
Tyler didn't say anything. He simply turned and walked out of the library. I felt bad for his uncle, who seemed like he was a decent guy just trying to help his nephew. I followed Tyler into the kitchen where he tossed the popcorn into the trash and slammed the bowl down on the counter.
You know you don't have to stay here. You're free to do whatever you want.
I stuck with Tyler as he jaunted up the stairs and entered his room. What part of guardian angel do you not understand?
Are you, though? You're not trained.
I have a tablet. I pulled it out and waved it in the air.
What's the difference between an angel and a ghost?
Tyler plopped down on his bed, and I checked the tablet. Nothing bad was going to happen tonight, so I settled into the chair and folded my arms. If you're so smart, you tell me.
Nothing. Ghosts are spirits, angels are spirits. The only difference is religion. Ghosts don't have any.
I thought about that as I watched Tyler play a game on his phone. Aiden hadn't told me that. Of course, Aiden was much more interested in running off with Mila than he'd been in telling me important details about the afterlife. Marge brought a plate of spaghetti up to Tyler. As she left the room, I swear she turned and looked right at me, which was spooky. But then she left and I was once again alone with Tyler. He inhaled his spaghetti and set the empty plate on his nightstand. I don't know how that guy didn't have indigestion. He picked up a book and began reading, which made me curious what kinds of books Tyler liked to read. The title was The Missing, and it looked like maybe a murder mystery. Just as I was getting bored, Tyler's phone chimed the Wicked Witch of the West tune, and I knew Jessica was calling. Perfect. Maybe something good would happen, like Tyler would finally tell her off. He swiped to answer.
What?
Jessica's voice came through the line, loud enough I could hear it. Tyler?
What do you want?
Come pick me up. It wasn't a question, it was a demand, and Tyler screwed up his face in disgust.
No.
He pulled his phone away from his ear to hang up, but Jessica's voice came through. Wait, I need a ride. I couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, but something about her voice changed. Softened, maybe?
Get an Uber,
Tyler said. He once again moved to hang up. I can't! My mother would kill me. She thinks I'm home alone. A few seconds came and went before she said quietly, Please. Tyler rolled his eyes, but he was too nice to leave her hanging.
Where are you?
Phoenix. I'm at the Village Point Mall, but they've closed and locked all the doors. She lowered her voice, and I stepped closer to hear her. Some guys are hanging around, and they're creeping me out.
Isn't Melanie with you?
She got arrested.
Arrested? What happened?
Jessica sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Please hurry. The parking lot is really dark. Tyler sat up.
Can you walk somewhere safer? Find a convenience store or something?
There's nothing close by. Just come get me, okay? Her voice cracked. I wasn't sure if it was just an act to get Tyler to do what she wanted, or if she really was desperate. But even I was starting to feel sorry for her. Tyler stood and grabbed his jacket.
All right, I'll hurry.
Thank you. It was the first time I'd heard Jessica say anything nice. Shocking. Too bad it was followed by the click of her hanging up on him. I stuck close behind Tyler as he hurried out of the house to his car. I jumped into the passenger seat as he started the engine.
Why are you going with him? You don't have to. I already told you that.
What else would I do? I'm dead, remember? I scoffed. Like I was going to go exploring again. That worked out really well last time. I found a coven of pretend witches in the woods and got a demon stuck in my head.
I can hear you, you know.
I know, I yelled, throwing my arms up in a little angel fit, and it creeps me out. Tyler slammed on his brakes, his car skidding to a halt under a street lamp in a quiet residential neighborhood. My heartbeat thumped loud in my ears as I clung to my seat. What had happened? Did Tyler almost hit something? I craned my neck but didn't see any animals scampering across the road.
Gabriella?
Tyler stared at me, his eyes wide, his face stark white. Oh, crap. I didn't mean to materialize. I checked to make sure I was solid before sheepishly turning to Tyler. Sorry.
Are you really here, or am I hallucinating?
I'm really here. He squinted at me.
That sounds like something a hallucination would say.
I pinched his arm.
Ouch! All right, fine. What the heck? Where did you go?
I picked at an imaginary piece of fuzz on my shirt. I didn't go anywhere. You just couldn't see me.
You realize that makes no sense.
Tyler stared at me like he wanted me to say something rational that explained everything. He was about to be highly disappointed. Nothing in my life makes sense.
What does that even mean?
It means my life was completely messed up, and now my afterlife is as well, and I have no idea how to fix it. I huffed and folded my arms. Tyler took a minute to contemplate what I'd said. It looked like maybe he finally was starting to believe that I was really dead. He even looked a bit upset about it. Then he raised his gaze to mine.
How is your afterlife messed up?
I didn't want to sit there and be grilled. Plus, I had no idea what I could say about the afterlife without getting into major trouble. So, I deflected. Don't you think you should be driving? Isn't your not-really-girlfriend stranded in some dark parking lot? He balked.
How did you know that?
I pointed to myself. Guardian angel, remember?
That means you get to listen in on my phone calls?
Just drive. I slapped the dashboard. I don't want to be responsible for Jessica getting stabbed or kidnapped or something. Tyler put his car into gear and took off down the street.
All right, but I'm not done asking questions.
Chapter 17. Tyler pulled onto the highway and gave me a sideways glance.
So, you're really dead?
Way to focus on my flaws, Tyler. I was kidding, but he took it the wrong way and balked. No, I didn't mean, I wasn't. Sheesh, lighten up. Yes, I'm dead, but it's not all that bad. I don't feel pain, and I get to go all invisible and spy on people. Tyler's face flushed as he pressed the gas pedal.
You mean spy on me?
Oops. Well, yes. He was the one I was spying on for the most part. But it wasn't really like that. No, I lied. Other people.
Who have you spied on besides me?
Time to change the subject. What's up with Jessica? Why is she pretending you two are still together? I want to know that story. I crossed my legs, ready for the juicy gossip. Tyler scoffed, one hand on the wheel.
See? You only know that because you spied on me.
You mean guarded you? As in guardian angel? That's what I was doing. I stopped you from getting in a terrible accident, you know?
When?
Yesterday, when you were talking on the phone while driving. I clicked my tongue. You almost ran a red light. Luckily, I screamed at you and you heard me. He gave me a funny look.
I didn't hear you.
Sure you did. You slammed on your brakes.
Because I saw the red light at the last minute.
I huffed. Yeah, but it was because of that little voice in your head. That was me. I pointed to myself, as if that made sense. Tyler paused and cocked his head to the side.
Really? You sound like a lunatic.
Shut up, Lucas! I yelled out of habit. Tyler jerked toward me, the car swerving before he corrected himself. He put 2 hands on the wheel when I gave him a look.
Who's Lucas? Is there another angel in the car?
He glanced at the back seat, his face pale. Lucas laughed, and I slunk down in my seat. How in the world was I going to explain? No, I said carefully. Sorry, he's no one. Tyler rubbed his forehead as he slowed his car for a turn. He looked like he didn't want to know anymore, but was going to ask anyway.
What's on that tablet?
A sick feeling filled my stomach. Stuff?
What kind of stuff?
Annoyance crept into his voice, and I didn't blame him. I was acting like a crazy woman. He was asking valid questions, and I was sidestepping each one. I stared down at my lap. All right. Future stuff, like what will happen to you. That's how I knew you'd get into an accident. Tyler gripped the steering wheel and stared forward.
My future? Everything that happens to me for the rest of my life?
Oh no, he can't ask about that. I'm a terrible liar. And I wasn't about to tell Tyler he'd be joining me in the afterlife next week. Yeah, I said, then quickly deflected. But it's boring stuff, so not very important. In fact, this guardian angel thing is pretty much a breeze.
Why can't I see you?
I massaged the palm of my hand in a nervous action. I don't know.
You don't know?
No. And I don't know how to control it. I'm flashing back and forth, invisible and then not.
What will you do when we get to the mall? Because it's up the street.
He motioned, and I could see Jessica standing outside the building wearing her favorite cute skirt, a backpack slung over one shoulder, staring at her phone.
Crap! You mean Jessica's going to see you?
His voice rose in pitch.
She can't!
I know, I didn't know you were this close. Pull over, I'll get in back. He took a turn, pulling into a side street with residential houses. He screeched to a stop.
Don't you think she'll notice?
I jumped into the back seat and slid down onto the floor. Not if I hide.
Hate to break it to you, but that's not hidden.
I scrunched down farther. Now?
Still there.
His voice held a smile, which kind of made me want to smack him. I huffed out a breath. Let me just calm down, and I'll turn back invisible. At least, that's what Aiden thinks.
Who's Aiden?
Why was everything so complicated? Another angel. Just go pick her up. She won't look back here. Tyler shoved his car into park.
Wait, I have a blanket in the trunk.
He got it out and draped it over me.
There, that's better.
Right. I was sure it wouldn't do much good if Jessica looked in the back seat. She'd see a teenage-shaped mound hiding under Grandma's patchwork quilt. Whatever, just go.
All right, no talking. Jessica's paranoid and horribly possessive. If she finds you back there, I have no idea what she'd do.
I could think of a few things, like the time she spat on my spaghetti because she was bored and hadn't tortured me enough that day. Totally disgusting. Or the time she stepped on my foot in gym class and made me cry. Did I mention how much I hated her? The car jerked forward and I fell over. Holy guacamole, Batman, slow down!
Don't talk!
I took in a calming breath, even though I didn't need to breathe. I pictured a beach with palm trees swaying in the breeze. If I could just chill out, I could turn invisible again and everything would be fine. The car slowed and then stopped. The door opened and closed. What took you so long? Ugh, Jessica was such a... I stopped my brain from going there. I wasn't going to swear anymore. Not now that I knew each and every swear was written down in the book of Gabriella.
I came as fast as I could. You okay?
Jessica huffed. I'm fine.
What happened with Melanie? Why did they arrest her?
The mall cops caught her shoplifting. Tyler paused a few seconds.
What's in your bag?
Homework. I wouldn't steal. What do you think I am, stupid? How could she talk to Tyler like that? No wonder he broke up with her. I wanted to find something sharp and poke it through the seat.
Just checking. Why would Melanie shoplift? Her father's loaded.
She does it all the time. She just usually doesn't get caught.
Why do you hang out with her?
Because we're friends. I tuned out the rest of the incredibly boring talk about cheerleading and football. 10 minutes later, the blanket fell through me, and I sat up, invisible once again. I rode the rest of the way in the back seat, staring up at the night sky and tuning out Jessica's whiny voice. Tyler pulled into a long driveway, and I gaped at the house. I shouldn't have been surprised that she lived in what looked like a resort hotel. Thanks for picking me up, she said as she climbed out of Tyler's car. The porch light flicked on and the front door opened. A woman stepped out onto the stoop. She looked like an older, taller version of Jessica. Her hair was pulled back in a fancy French updo. She walked to the car. Tyler, is that you?
Hi, Mrs. Wells.
She turned to her daughter. I thought you were dress shopping with Melanie. She looked between the two of them. I was, then Tyler and I hung out. Jessica tossed her hair over her shoulder and brushed past her mother toward the house. Isn't that nice? Mrs. Wells smiled, but it looked forced. Guess she didn't think it was that nice after all. See ya, Ty-Ty. Jessica wiggled her fingers like she was 3 and didn't know how to properly wave, then disappeared into her house. Mrs. Wells sent what I would consider a death glare toward the back of Tyler's head as he drove off. She sure hates you for some reason. When he didn't respond, I exhaled, remembering I was invisible. So not fair. As Tyler drove home, I tried my best to get myself worked up enough to be seen again. I waved my hands and yelled at no one, but it didn't work.
What the heck are you doing?
I'm trying to turn visible again. Like it wasn't obvious. Duh.
Why?
Because... I stopped when I realized the reason was stupid. I wanted to talk more with Tyler.
Oh, you like him.
Stop talking like a 6th grader. Tyler pulled into his driveway and parked his car. But instead of getting out, he just sat there.
Gabriella?
He whispered, turning to look in the back seat.
Are you here?
Yes. I willed myself to get visible again. I held my breath and concentrated, trying to pop myself into existence. Tyler let out a breath and shook his head, getting out of the car.
I must be crazy.
No, you're not. I jumped out of the car and followed him up the walkway toward his house. I'm right here. He slowed his steps and turned, a look of concentration on his face. Can't you hear me? I screamed, jumping up and down and waving my arms. He shook his head and continued into his house. I continued to screech at him like a maniac, following him up the stairs. Right outside his bedroom, he paused and turned toward me. Tyler! I screamed with all the energy I could muster. I must have materialized because he jumped back from me.
Crap, Gabriella, I can't get used to you doing that.
I grinned at him. It worked. He grabbed my arm and tugged me into his room.
Do you know what time it is?
I glanced at his clock. 12:30?
Do you know how my father would react if he found you here?
I twisted my hands together. Sorry, I don't get tired, so I didn't realize it was that late. Tyler quickly picked up the pile of clothes from the floor.
Sorry, my room isn't very clean.
He tossed them into the hamper. Understatement of the year, I said under my breath. He glared and motioned to the chair.
Just sit. I still have questions.
Oh no, it's my turn. I folded my arms and stuck out my chin. I want to know why you're letting Jessica say you're still together. Tyler ran a hand over his hair and sat down on his bed.
That's complicated.
I know she has something on you. I heard her say it. I sat next to him, excited to finally get the scoop. What is it?
I did something stupid, and she has proof. If she were to come forward with it, I could get kicked off the team.
I nudged his arm. What did you do? He exhaled and shook his head.
I paid for the answers to a midterm test.
You can pay for that? Tyler looked miserable.
Yeah.
Oh, that could get you into big trouble. I felt incredibly giddy knowing what Tyler was hiding. Like I was in on a secret, like I was one of the cool kids for the first time in my life.
My father would kill me if he found out.
The way Tyler said it took the giddy right out of me, and I felt terrible for enjoying his misery. His father would go berserk, that's for sure. And not in the way my aunt would if I had done something like that. His father was dangerous. I'm sorry, I said, feeling like scum. You don't think she'd really tell anyone, do you?
She totally would. If I don't go along with what she wants.
I already knew what she wanted. Homecoming.
Right.
He seemed so deflated, and I had no idea how to make it better. Hey, maybe something will happen and you won't have to go. As soon as those words left my mouth, I regretted them. Tyler was dying next week. I wasn't supposed to hint at it. How could I have said that? He looked at me with a funny expression.
Does the tablet say something is going to happen?
Great. I had no idea what I was going to tell him. Chapter 18. Tyler nudged me, a grin spreading across his face.
You know something. Tell me what's going to happen.
Like the coward I was, I shook my head like my afterlife depended on it. No.
No, you won't tell me, or no, you don't know the future.
I pressed my lips together in a tight line and imagined them welded shut. I squeezed my eyes closed, as if that would make the situation go away. He poked my side. I jumped a zillion feet in the air and let out a squeal. Tyler laughed, his eyes sparkling. He raised one eyebrow.
You're ticklish.
Am not, I protested, glad we were on to something else. I was not going to tell Tyler about his impending doom. That had to be an Angel felony or something. Of course, Tyler took that as a challenge and he grabbed my sides, doing his best to tickle me into submission. I squirmed away from him as best I could, which didn't work very well because he was a football player and I was an awkward, uncoordinated girl. We wrestled around a bit, my laughter negating my protests. Finally, I just gave up and called out, "Truce!" His fingers stilled, and I realized how close Tyler's face was to mine as I lay on his bed. I had never flirted like that with anyone before. I felt dizzy, but in a good way. Tyler looked at me, and my insides turned all melty. I took in a deep breath, which wasn't a good idea because it filled with the smell of whatever soap Tyler had used this morning, mixed with the scent of him. My heart beat out a quick rhythm as I tried to get myself under control. But all I could think about was how heavenly it felt being so close to him, like pure energy coursed through my veins. I stared at his eyes, the deep green color almost masked entirely in the dim light of his bedroom. He swallowed, and I watched his Adam's apple bob with the movement.
Gabriella?
What? My voice came out with a funny squeak. I cringed. So embarrassing.
What happens when you die?
I sprang up, almost knocking into his head. My heart lodged in my throat. Did Tyler know something? Could he sense he was going to die soon? As thoughts raced through my head, I looked down to my shoelace to get that small feeling of reassurance from my mom's firefly charm. Except, it wasn't there. "Oh no!" I cried out, panic filling my chest.
What's wrong?
Tyler jumped up. "My charm, it's gone!" I dropped to the floor and began searching the carpet.
That thing on your shoelace?
Yes, I can't lose it! Tears sprang to my eyes, blurring my vision as my throat tightened into a knot. Tyler joined me on the floor.
I'll help you.
I frantically patted the carpet, my fingers meeting nothing but dust bunnies under the bed. I couldn't lose that charm. It was the only thing I had to remember my mother by. It was my last connection to her. Emotions surged in me, and the tears came faster.
I found it,
Tyler said, and I jerked my head to him. Where? He stretched out his hand.
Here.
My firefly charm lay in his palm. I snatched it and clutched it close to my chest, my heart in my throat. Thank you. He scooched next to me and put his hand on my knee.
Hey, it's okay.
I realized I was still blubbering like a baby, and I sniffed, trying to calm myself down. It didn't work, because the relief I felt from getting the charm back just made me cry harder. Tyler wrapped his arms around me, and I clung to him. My wall had crumbled, and I let it all out. I cried for the frustration of not getting to see my parents when I thought I would, for not knowing what exactly I was doing now that I was dead, and for not understanding what was happening to me. Tyler just held me, letting me weep my guts out. When I finally felt like I could breathe again, I pulled back from him. Embarrassment shot through me as I looked at his shirt. Sorry, I said, motioning to the wet spot on his chest.
That's okay.
I grabbed a tissue from a nearby box and dabbed at the spot. No, I shouldn't have—
Gabriella,
he said, his voice so insistent it made me stop and look at him. He grabbed my wrist.
It's okay. I don't care about my shirt.
I slowly lowered my hand, but he didn't let go.
What is going on with you?
His eyebrows pulled together in concern. He took the tissue from me and slipped his hand into mine. My insides melted again. I leaned against the side of his bed. I suddenly needed the support. I opened my other hand and showed him my charm. My mother gave this to me before she died.
Oh.
He looked at the small firefly.
That's why you didn't want to lose it.
Yeah. I fought more tears. I haven't seen her yet.
Wait, your parents aren't with you in heaven?
No, I said, feeling miserable. I'm not in heaven. I'm here.
Is there even a heaven? Have you seen it?
Lucas's words chilled me. No, I hadn't seen heaven, but that didn't matter. I knew it existed. It had to. Otherwise, I had no idea when I would see my parents again.
Sorry, Tyler said. I guess I don't know much about the afterlife.
You and me both, I snorted, which made me sound like a crazy person. When he gave me a questioning gaze, I knew I was done for. I would have to explain.
What do you mean?
He squeezed my hand and words began spilling out of me like scattered popcorn. I told him about the system mess-up, my lame guardian angel who was supposed to be training me, and the way I couldn't get things quite right. The only thing I held back was Lucas. I just didn't know how to explain him and didn't want to freak Tyler out. For some reason, oh, by the way, there's a demon inside me, wasn't the thing I wanted to confess to Tyler. When I was done, he just sat there, next to me, cross-legged on the carpet, still holding my hand. I grew a bit panicky, like he was going to tell me I was delusional, but instead he just gave me a small smile.
I've always wanted to know what it was like. On the other side.
I hope I didn't make it sound awful because it's not. It's cool in many ways. I get to teleport. He let go of my hand to rake it through his hair.
But you didn't get to see your loved ones?
I stared at him, and for the first time, I realized what he was trying to say to me. My heart dropped to my toes. He'd lost someone. I swallowed, trying to think of what to say to him. Has your mom passed? He broke my gaze. I felt awful as I watched the emotions play across his features.
Yeah,
he finally said. Don't worry, my death has been super strange. I'm sure it's not normal. I'm sure you'll see your mom right away. I bit the inside of my cheek, worried he would ask when that would be, but luckily he didn't.
Thanks.
He lowered his hand, which made his hair fall onto his forehead in that cute way it always did. I fiddled with the bead on my firefly charm, the one that glowed in the dark. Can I ask how she died? He slowly nodded.
She had an aneurysm. I went off to school thinking it was a normal day, but it wasn't. I never saw her again. Father didn't even hold a funeral.
Pain etched on his features. I could see the moisture in his eyes. How old were you? I asked quietly.
12.
I'm sorry. I knew exactly how that felt. I'd gone through the same sudden loss. Only Tyler had been left with a parent who abused him.
It's okay.
He sighed.
Wow, way to kill the mood, huh?
My heart rate picked up. I chuckled, pretending to know what he was talking about. You didn't kill it? He leaned closer to me.
I didn't.
I had no idea how Tyler managed to do it, but he sucked all the air from the room with just one look. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't speak. All I could do was stare at his green eyes that gazed so intently at me, I felt like I was about to be swallowed up in them. No, I finally said.
Then you wouldn't mind if I...
Tyler moved closer, and time seemed to slow to a crawl. My own heartbeat thrummed loud in my ears as I watched Tyler's lips move ever so slowly toward me. Tyler was going to kiss me. I couldn't believe it. It was going to happen. Tyler's lips were almost on mine. Aiden appeared, and I screamed. Chapter 19. If you're wondering if I screamed in Tyler's face, the answer is yes. Yes, I did. And being so embarrassed by this, I decided getting out of there was the best thing to do next. I skipped. I didn't even care where I landed. My goal was only to get away from the terrible situation. I found myself standing on the precipice of that mountain Aiden took me to. My heart pounding so fast I felt like I was going to faint. Aiden appeared beside me. He folded his arms and gave me that look. You know the one. Usually you see it on a parent's face when you've done something inappropriate.
You're supposed to be his guardian angel, Gabriella, not his girlfriend. Told you.
Nice. I had 2 uptight dead people scolding me. I know! I yelled at both of them. I shoved my firefly charm in my pocket so I wouldn't lose it. I didn't mean to. Nothing happened. I flapped my arms in a lame attempt to illustrate how little lip-locking action I had gotten. Aiden had the worst timing ever. His score as the suckiest guardian angel skyrocketed. Aiden gave me a "yeah, right" look. I saw you. You saw nothing. Absolutely no lips touched. Believe me, Aiden. I'd know if I kissed Tyler. I was so worked up, I'd never get back to my invisible status. I'd be an angel stuck in human form forever.
You were going to. What are you thinking? That's against the rules.
Aiden let out a frustrated breath.
Yeah? Who made those rules? Ask him that. Ghosts don't have rules.
I ignored Lucas and glared at Aiden. Rules you didn't finish telling me! I spat the words at him. He raked a hand through his messy hair.
I would have thought you'd known that one. Don't suck face with a mortal. It's not that difficult.
Heat crept up my ears. Yeah, well, easy for you to say. You've got a girl. I have no one. I've been practically alone for my whole life. This is the first person to show any interest in me, ever. Do you know how that feels? I was immensely glad we were totally alone on the top of some remote mountain. I didn't need everyone hearing how big of a loser I really was. Aiden gave me a funny look.
What are you talking about?
I mimicked his expression. Tyler, haven't you been listening? He shoved his hands in his hoodie pockets.
Mila and I aren't a thing.
Wait, what? That's what he heard? The part about him having a girl? I didn't even pay much attention to what I'd said. I let out an exasperated breath. I don't care! Aiden stepped back like I'd sucker punched him in the gut.
Gabriella!
No, don't! I don't want your pity. He let out a breath.
You can't like him.
I stared down at the grass as I struggled with my emotions. Of course, I knew he was right. I was dead. Tyler was alive. I couldn't have any kind of relationship with him. I knew this. Maybe after he died, but that was morbid to think about. I shoved that thought out of my head. I know, I said quietly. Aiden put his hands behind his back and stared down at the grass with me. He toed a pine cone, even though his toe went right through it.
And angels can't have relationships. Not like mortals can.
My head snapped up and my gaze met his. So, even after Tyler dies... Aiden gave me a somber look.
Do you remember what it felt like to slap me?
Yeah. I couldn't feel much of anything.
That's right. We can't feel things like people with physical bodies can. That's why we can't have relationships, not physical ones anyway. It's really hard to kiss when touching doesn't feel like anything. I think you should have taken advantage of what you've been given. A second chance. The rules don't matter if you decide not to be an angel.
I froze. Aiden's words running through my head, swirling together with Lucas's. Spirits couldn't kiss. I couldn't date Tyler after he died. At least, not like I could right now. Was Lucas telling me the truth about ghosts and angels? Were the rules arbitrary? Was it possible I wouldn't have any punishment if I decided not to be a guardian angel and continued to spend time with Tyler in the real world? I shook my head, confused. Why was it so complicated? Why couldn't I hang out with Tyler and still be a guardian angel? Was it so wrong to want that? It seemed like Aiden understood what was going through my head.
It's not so bad. After you get to heaven, things will be better. Right. This heaven you haven't seen. Ghosts don't believe in heaven.
I squeezed my eyes shut. What rules do ghosts have? I blurted out, my mouth spouting off before I had the chance to think about what I was going to say. Aiden squinted at me.
What do you mean?
I mean, do ghosts have no rules? His jaw clenched.
Where did you hear that?
I'm dead. I hear things. So totally lame. But I felt like I couldn't explain Lucas. Not right now. Not when I wasn't sure who he was, or if he was feeding me lies or not. I raised my chin, silently challenging Aiden. He shook his head and let out a small chuckle.
You hear things? From whom?
No one. Just tell me. He grew sober again.
Ghosts do what they want. That doesn't mean they aren't breaking rules. Have you been talking to a ghost?
I ignored his question. I could be a ghost if I wanted? A darkness passed over Aiden's features.
Sure, if you want to give up eternity.
I swallowed as a coldness enveloped me.
That's not true. Ghosts live for eternity just like angels do. Ask him.
Lucas's words were insistent, so I did as he said. Ghosts don't live forever? Aiden shifted his weight.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. He's playing mind games with you.
Anger inflamed in me. Lucas was right. Aiden wasn't telling me anything. How am I supposed to know what you mean? You talk in circles.
And you're talking like you want to give up everything. Don't do it, Gabriella. Don't break the rules. There are consequences.
A heaviness settled on me, and I shook my head to clear it. He was right. What was I thinking? I knew about fallen angels and all that. I didn't want to be one of them. I wanted to get to heaven to be with my parents. How could I even entertain the idea of letting something like that happen? Yeah, I know.
Don't mess around with stuff like this.
Gah, I got it already. Why was Aiden going all parental on me? Stop scolding me. Aiden got up in my face, pretending to be mad, but I could tell he was hiding a grin.
Then you stop acting like a child.
You stop acting like an 80-year-old. Aiden's mouth dropped open.
What did you call me?
He looked so affronted that I held in a laugh. Grandpa. He shoved my shoulder, and to my surprise, he was able to make me stumble backward.
Take that back.
I came at him, but I couldn't touch him. My hands went right through him. I stood there, waving my hands through his head, hoping it would at least freak him out a little. How did you do that? Aiden smirked.
Affecting physical matter. How to be an angel 101. Remember?
Yeah, I flunked that class. He grinned at me.
Yeah, I know.
He reached up and batted my hands away.
You'd better go back. Tyler's probably wondering where you went.
I stilled. He was right. I just screamed and disappeared. Tyler was probably frantic. Okay. I rolled my eyes at him. Aiden pointed a finger in my face.
But no kissing.
I rolled my eyes at him. I wasn't going to satisfy him with a response. I skipped back to Tyler's room. Tyler was sitting on his bed, but he jumped up when I appeared.
Gabriella! What happened? Are you okay?
He grabbed my arms like he was making sure he wasn't hallucinating. I'm fine.
Why did you scream? Where did you go? How did you disappear like that?
Before I could answer any of the questions shot at me rapid fire, he pulled me into a hug. My heart jumped into my throat, and I blinked back the sudden moisture in my eyes. I hadn't been hugged like this since my parents had died. I mean, sure, I had been given hugs, but they'd been the polite kind. Not like this. This was the kind that wrapped me in warmth and goodness. The kind that let me know I mattered to someone. Tyler pulled back and stared at me, waiting for me to speak. I cleared my throat. I don't know what to answer first.
The scream. What happened?
I bit the inside of my cheek. I'd screamed because I'd gotten caught almost kissing. No way was I going to say that. Aiden appeared. Tyler squinted at me.
Who?
An angel.
And he's bad.
Yes, I said as I nodded and tried to keep a straight face. Very bad.
You think you're so funny.
Tyler's eyes widened.
Why? What's he done?
He's the reason I'm dead, I mumbled, mostly for Lucas's benefit.
Really?
Tyler looked like he was going to crawl out of his skin.
Did he hurt you? Why was he here?
No, I was mostly kidding about the bad angel thing. He came to check up on me.
I don't understand.
I shrugged. It's okay, you don't have to. Aiden's supposed to be teaching me stuff about the afterlife. He slowly nodded.
Your guardian angel who ditched you.
Yeah, I said, impressed he'd remembered.
So you screamed and then disappeared. Did you teleport somewhere?
I skipped. At least, that's what they call it. And yes, I went somewhere, with Aiden. Tyler let his hands fall to his sides.
Oh.
He looked so disappointed. I couldn't let him think it was anything like that. Don't worry, I don't like Aiden. Not like... I pinched my lips together, totally embarrassed. Was I really going to finish that sentence? He took a step toward me.
Not like...
Oh, geesh. He had that flirty look on his face. The one he got right before he almost kissed me last time. I couldn't let that happen. Not like popcorn, I said quickly. I mean, I really like popcorn.
Ah.
He didn't look like he believed me. He trailed a finger down the side of my face.
Popcorn, huh?
My insides turned into mush, and I sort of freaked out a little. I wasn't supposed to be flirting with Tyler. I wasn't even supposed to be talking to him. I took a step back. Yeah, and rain. I love the rain. He studied me.
Are you okay?
I played with the hem of my shirt. I wasn't okay. I had to stop whatever this was with Tyler. I had to break things off, if there even was anything to break. I was so confused. I pressed my lips together and forged forward. Yeah, I'm fine.
You don't look fine.
That's because I'm a terrible liar and Tyler was good at reading my facial expressions. But whatever, I had to do this. I'm sorry I freaked you out, I said in a rush. I'm actually not supposed to be visible to you, so... I let my voice trail off, unsure of what to say.
So?
He stared at me, waiting for me to finish my sentence. I swallowed and looked back at the curtains. I'm going to go back to being invisible now.
You mean you're going to disappear?
An expression I hadn't seen before formed on his face. It seemed guarded. Yeah, I whispered.
Forever?
Time did this weird slowing thing, and my body seemed suspended in space as I stared at Tyler. I didn't want to say it, but I had to. I looked to the floor. Yeah. Chapter 20. Tyler stared at me. I stared at Tyler. We stood practically nose to nose, although he was taller, so I had to look up. I realized now would be a really good time to vanish from his sight, but sadly I still couldn't control my own visibility. Half a minute went by before Tyler spoke.
Are you going to do it soon? Because it's like 1 o'clock and I'm tired.
I could see a tiny teasing smile tugging at his lips. I huffed. I will, I just need to figure out how. Tyler slowly nodded.
I see.
His smile faded away as his gaze lingered. I couldn't quite figure out what he was thinking, and I didn't want to ask. The moment seemed to turn heavy, even though no words passed between us. I tried not to dwell on the decision I had made. I didn't want to think about it. Maybe he didn't either. Maybe that's why he just stared at me with a puzzle in his eyes I couldn't quite decipher. He slowly reached up and cupped my cheek, which made my stomach fall to my toes.
I guess you'll be leaving.
Technically, no. I was still his guardian angel. But in his perspective, he was correct. Yes. His thumb grazed over my skin, and my knees turned to jelly.
Then this is goodbye.
Yes, I whispered, my will dissolving along with my melting insides. This wasn't going as planned. Why couldn't I back away? Why was I frozen on the carpet? I couldn't think, couldn't even breathe. He leaned closer to me.
Should we have a goodbye kiss?
His breath tickled my lips, and I thought my heart was going to burst from my chest. Either that or stop working altogether. I wanted to say yes. I wanted Tyler to kiss me. Every fiber of my being wanted it. I even leaned into him, my lips tingling in anticipation.
Go ahead. Kiss him!
I slowly backed away. Lucas wanted me to kiss Tyler. Why? Lucas was a demon. I saw him get summoned. I saw his grotesque eyes. I couldn't follow him down to that awful hell from which he appeared. I couldn't kiss Tyler. But yet, if I stayed there another moment, I was going to. I had to leave. I'm sorry, I said, my hands shaking. We can't. I didn't want to see the smile slip from his lips, or the hurt expression that was sure to follow. I needed to get out of there. I closed my eyes and willed myself to skip to the front lawn. I stood outside Tyler's house, blinking away the tears that threatened. I had no desire to go back to Aiden. I didn't want to get another lecture, and I didn't know anyone else in this afterlife. Wait, I did know someone else, and I suddenly wanted to see her very badly. I'd assumed she was in heaven, but what if she wasn't? What if she was here, in the in-between? Could I skip myself to her even though I didn't know where she was? I had no idea, but I figured it would be worth a try. I'd done it with Aiden. I squeezed my eyes shut. All I wanted was to see my mother. I wanted it so badly that I knew I would go to her, wherever she was in this crappy afterlife. I yearned for her with everything I could muster. I patted my pocket with the firefly charm inside, feeling the small lump. My stomach tugged, and I opened my eyes. The night air was cold against my skin, and the scent of cedar, mint, and sandalwood told me I was back in Montana. Back in my hometown. Disappointment sank like a stone in my gut as I took in my surroundings. I crumbled to the frozen grass. It had to be a mistake. I had done something wrong. I reached out and traced my mother's name on her headstone. The cold seeped into my skin through my fingertips. Mom, I said quietly, my heart breaking into a million pieces. I've missed you. I sat down and hugged my knees. My mother wasn't here in the in-between. All I had was her burial place. I don't know where you are. I took in a shaky breath. I didn't want to cry, but the tears were already filling my eyes. There's so much I want to tell you. I began spilling everything I'd wanted to say to my mother from the day I'd left Montana. I told her about living behind Mason Manor, about how I got treated at school, and the bone-crushing loneliness I'd felt as I longed to be held by her just once more. I told her about how I died, but nothing was going right, and how I just needed her. I cried until I had no more tears. Then I curled up into a ball and closed my eyes. I wished I could fall asleep, but being tired was something that had left me when mortality had. I lay there pretending to sleep. Someone cleared a throat, and I turned and peeked at them through my lashes. Aiden stood a couple of feet behind me.
You okay?
I sat up, embarrassed I'd been caught acting like a little kid. How long have you been there?
Long enough.
Great. He'd heard me talking. Good one, Gabriella. I lowered my gaze as more embarrassment washed over me.
It gets better,
he said quietly. What does?
This phase of life.
You mean this phase of death? I gave him a tiny smile, trying to diffuse the situation. He chuckled.
Yeah.
Where are my parents, Aiden? I narrowed my eyes, determined to get a real answer out of him. Why haven't I seen them? His gaze flickered to my mother's headstone and then away from me.
I don't know.
I shoved his shoulder and was surprised to see I could actually make contact with him. I must have turned back to spirit at some point. Then check your tablet. Look them up. I want to know.
It doesn't work that way. The tablets don't keep track of spiritual beings, only earthly ones.
Where are they? I raised my voice, no longer caring about acting like a brat. Why can't I go see them?
I told you, I don't know,
he said, turning. But not before I saw the look of guilt pass through his features. You know something! I yanked on his arm, turning him back to me. Spill! Aiden sighed. He shoved his hands into his hoodie pockets and shrugged at me.
I don't know for sure.
You don't know for sure? That's your excuse as to why you're not telling me important information? Come on, Aiden. You owe me. I didn't have to explain. He knew what he'd done. He lowered his gaze and took a step back.
There's stuff going on here.
What stuff? I glared at him. If he wasn't going to talk soon, I was going to kick him in the shin.
He's not going to tell you anything. Why do you keep asking him?
I have no one else to ask, I said under my breath.
You could ask me. What?
Aiden gave me a sideways look. I stilled. I could ask Lucas? I hadn't thought about that. Sure, he might be from the fiery depths of the earth, but maybe he would tell me the truth. Tell me. I said it to Aiden, but I meant it for Lucas.
There's a war going on.
Chapter 21. At first, I hadn't realized that Lucas and Aiden had spoken at the same time until I noticed Aiden staring at me like he was trying to gauge my reaction. I took a step back from him, passing through my mother's headstone. A war? He nodded, and I could tell he wasn't kidding around.
Between the dark and the light. It's not that simple. Don't let him frame it that way.
What do you mean?
A fallen angel has gone rogue. From what I can tell, they're building up an army. That's not what's happening. There's been one person in charge of the in-between for far too long. Recently, there's been a shift in power. That's all.
My head spun, trying to keep up with both of them. How?
They're using mind control techniques.
Aiden gave me a pained look.
Your parents could be with them.
I sucked in a breath. My parents could be controlled by a fallen angel?
He's lying. There is no mind control going on. If your parents joined the Fallen, it's because they believe in the cause. Don't let him sway you to a side before you have all the facts.
I tried to take in all the information. I slowly shook my head. My parents would never join an army. They are against war.
That's why I said I don't know, Gabriella.
Aiden let out a frustrated breath.
I didn't want to say anything, just in case I was getting you all riled up for nothing.
I wanted to tear my hair out. What a disorganized mess you guys have. How do people contact others in this afterlife? Isn't there a directory of some sort? A phone book of the dead? A smile quirked up on Aiden's lips.
That's hilarious.
I'm not trying to be funny. I passed through my mother's headstone again to give Aiden a shove. I'm trying to find my mother.
Have you tried skipping to her?
That's what got me here, I said, motioning to her final resting place. But that's a joke because you and I both know she's not here. Aiden peered down at my mother's grave marker.
Usually, finding someone is easy. You think of them, then you skip to where they are. But that presents a few privacy issues, as you can imagine.
Yeah, I could see that.
When you don't want to be found, you just turn off your homing signal. It's like hanging out a do not disturb sign.
Fantastic. That would have been good information to know a few moments ago when Tyler was about to kiss me. Stupid Aiden messing up my stupid first kiss. Of course, he probably saved me from eternal damnation, but I didn't want to think about that. How does one turn off their homing signal? I needed this information.
You just do.
I grunted and folded my arms. You suck. Mila appeared beside Aiden. She now wore platform shoes with rainbow-striped stockings. She gave me the once-over before grabbing his arm. Aiden, we have to go. Wait, I said, desperate enough to ask anyone for help. Tell me how to shut off my homing signal. She wrinkled her nose. What? Aiden's face flushed.
She wants to know how you hide.
Mila brightened. Oh, that's easy. You just be quiet, but on the inside. I made a face. What does that even mean? Mila crossed the space and took my hand. She held my palm flat, my fingers extended. This is you right now. You're open. Loud. She curled my fingers into a fist. This is how you need to be when you want to hide. It's like when you're sneaking into a room and you'd rather not be seen, only not so literally. You're silencing your inner voice, closing yourself off from others. Mila put both hands around my fist. Stop thinking words. Don't let yourself be heard. Close that door to yourself. I concentrated, trying to shut up my inner self. I quieted my thoughts and did as she said. I gave it a good 15 seconds before asking, Did I do it? Mila squinted at me. Well, dang, not yet. I was so not good at this being dead thing. All right, I'll practice. That's okay. You only really need it for when you don't want people finding you. How do I find someone who is hiding? I held my breath, hoping Mila could shed more light on where my mother might be. You can't. Mila shrugged like it was no big deal. Just wait until they show back up. But how? Mila smiled. You listen for them. She pointed to my chest. With your heart. I still didn't quite understand, but I nodded anyway. Aiden pointed at me.
Since you've been back to normal, you should probably check on your charge. He's been getting himself into trouble lately.
Shoot, that's how I died. My GA abandoned me, and now I was doing the same thing. I pulled my tablet out and scrolled to find the most current entry for Tyler. Saturday, September 11th, 5:45 a.m. Gas leak. Gets gas poisoning. My throat tightened. What time was it? How long had I been away from Tyler? I have to go, I said, then skipped back to Tyler's bedroom. Darkness enveloped me, but my heart calmed a little as I looked at the clock. 4:30 a.m. I still had time. I passed through the wooden door and down the stairs. Where would the gas be leaking? The furnace room? The kitchen? I wasn't sure, but if I could shut off the main gas valve, I could save Tyler. Easy peasy. I entered the hallway, and a fist flew into my face, blindsiding me. I stumbled backward, completely startled. It hurt. Chapter 22. I stood for a second, shocked to the core as my face throbbed. I was dead. I wasn't supposed to feel pain. Why could I feel it now? A shadow crossed the hallway and left through the kitchen door, but there wasn't enough light for me to see who it was. I just knew he was tall and foreboding, much like Tyler's father. I totally would have run after him had I been sure nothing bad would happen to me, but now everything I knew was in question, and I didn't want another punch in the face, or worse. So, like the complete coward I was, I waited until I heard the back door slam before I followed. When I entered the kitchen, I could immediately see what the perpetrator had been up to. The oven door was open, all the ranges were turned on high, and the smell of gas filled the kitchen. Tyler's room was above the kitchen. This had to be an attack on him. But why would Tyler's father want to kill him? Insurance money? Or was there another reason? I needed more information. I crossed the room to the oven. It took a few tries, but I was able to turn off all the knobs. I was so rocking this guardian angel thing. I pulled out the tablet and saw the entry had changed. Saturday, September 11th, 9:18 a.m., spills milk. I didn't realize how keyed up I was until the relief washed over me. I let out a breath. Tyler was going to be fine. At least, he wouldn't die today. I skimmed the rest of the entries, all small things until I reached the last one. Thursday, September 16th, 10:02 p.m. End of life. I stared at the screen. Aiden had said Tyler would die. I hadn't asked how, but it looked like even the tablet didn't know. Did everyone enter the afterlife like that? Just a timestamp and you're done? I wandered through Tyler's house, snooping in each room until I was satisfied no one else was there. Tyler's father's room was immaculate. The bed was made, and the corners were tucked in so tight it made me wonder if he had ever been in the military. I wandered into his bathroom. The toothpaste was rolled up at the end, folded tight like the bedsheets. There wasn't a speck of dust anywhere. There weren't even water stains on the shower door. The mess in Tyler's room probably made his father go nuts. I let out a small chuckle. I bet that's why Tyler kept it messy. A little defiance, plus his father probably avoided Tyler's room. Double win. I continued to sneak around until I found the doors in the upstairs hallway that led to a balcony. I walked through them. Light peeked over the horizon as the sun slowly made its daily climb. I stood mesmerized by the spectacular display of color. Was it just me? Or did the sunrise look even cooler now that I was dead? Tyler slept until 8:45. I busied myself trying to read the books he had on his nightstand by sticking my face inside. It didn't work so well. Tyler rolled over and moaned like he didn't really want to be awake.
Gabriella?
He said, his voice groggy. I froze. Was I visible? I swished my hand through his nightstand to make sure I was still spirit. It passed right through, not visible. Tyler's gaze swept around the room.
Are you here?
He said quietly. My heart jumped into my throat. He was calling for me. That made my insides melty. Yes, I answered, just as softly.
Oh, that's just so sad.
I grimaced, once again reminded that Lucas was inside my head. Shut up.
I know you don't want to listen to me, but I hate that you trust that idiot who got you killed over me.
What do you know about it? Tyler rolled out of bed and shuffled to his bathroom. I skipped down to his kitchen so I didn't have to think about how his abs might look in the shower.
Aiden has an agenda. If you don't believe anything I say, at least believe that.
I walked around the stove that was still sitting open. And you don't?
I just want to be free.
Free from what?
From you? From where I was before I became trapped in you. I told you I'm not evil. I'm just a kid. Like you.
I sighed. So how do you get free?
I don't know.
I threw my hands in the air. Then what do you want me to do?
I want you to listen. The uprising, it's not what Aiden said.
Then what is it? I was getting quite tired of everyone dancing around telling me stuff.
It's progress. Would your parents join forces with someone evil?
I considered his question. No, but they wouldn't hide from me either.
Not unless they didn't know you had passed on. You aren't in the system. It's possible they don't know yet.
Then who are they hiding from?
That's a good question. Maybe think about that more.
Tyler entered the kitchen wearing a black t-shirt and jeans. He glanced at me and froze. He slowly turned to me, as if he could sense I was there. My heart stuttered until I realized he wasn't looking at me, he was looking at the open door of the stove.
What the?
Tyler rushed over to the appliance, sniffing the air and making sure the gas was shut off. He rubbed his temples, then let out a breath.
What happened? Tyler mumbled under his breath.
I didn't know if he was talking to me or himself, but I answered anyway. Someone is trying to kill you. Tyler shook his head, as if he heard me but didn't want to believe me. He stared at the oven door for a moment before slowly closing it.
Did someone turn the gas on?
My chest tightened. I knew this time. He was asking me. Yes, I said, hoping he could hear me. He made a scoffing noise and turned to the cupboard. He pulled out a box of Frosted Flakes and a bowl. As he poured the milk, the doorbell rang and he jerked in surprise, spilling it. I smacked my forehead. I'd totally forgotten he was going to do that. Ah, well, at least I'd stopped him from dying. That was more important anyway. Tyler wiped at his jeans as he stalked to the front door. I followed him, like a good guardian angel. He opened the door and staggered back. I poked my head around to see who it was. A woman stood on the front stoop, her dark hair falling past her shoulders. She wore a red scarf around her neck that matched her fingernails. She fiddled with her purse strap. Tyler gaped at her.
Mother?
23. My mouth fell open, mimicking Tyler's. His mother? I was dumbstruck. She looked good for a dead woman, although her skin was almost as pale as her tan blazer. Her scarf, nails, and bright red lipstick were the only pops of color. Her pencil skirt matched her blazer and shoes, all of which probably cost more than Tyler's laptop. Tyler, baby, she said, taking a step closer. Tyler blinked. You're here? I'm sorry I left you like that. She brushed a strand of her hair behind her ear. I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't stay any longer. You left? Tyler's voice cracked. I could see the shock wearing off as the realization of what his mother had done sunk in. "I didn't mean to hurt you." He narrowed his eyes at her.
"Did you know I thought you were dead?"
She steeled herself and dropped her gaze. She didn't have to say anything. That spoke volumes. But a second later, she confirmed it with a nod.
"And you let me think that? All this time?"
Tyler's voice rose in pitch, and I felt so bad for him. How could his mother have done such a thing? My throat tightened, and I had a difficult time looking at his mother. She just stood there staring at Tyler like he should be excited to see her. I kind of wanted to shove her off the stoop into an oncoming garbage truck. His mother reached a hand toward Tyler, but he stepped back. She lowered it, her lips pinched together.
"I know you're upset. Upset? You left me with him!"
Tyler swallowed, and I could tell he was pushing down his emotions. I stood beside him, hoping he could feel my presence or something. Maybe my being there could somehow make him feel better. Her gaze twitched to the house, then the bushes, then back to Tyler.
"I had to. You had to abandon me?"
He spat his words out like gunfire. "I didn't leave you, sweetie. I left your father." She straightened her spine. It made her look like she was trying to defend what she had done, like she hadn't run off like a coward.
"Well, you left me too, knowing full well what kind of man he is. Thanks for that."
Tyler moved to shut the door. "Wait!" his mother said, and her hand shot out to hold the door open. "I want to talk to you."
"I don't want to talk. I don't even want to look at you."
He slammed the door and flipped the bolt.
He thought his mom was dead? Wow, that must hurt.
I wanted to tell Lucas off, but Tyler grabbed his head like he was in immense pain, and he fell against the door in the entryway. I rushed to him, forgetting about Lucas. "Tyler, are you okay?" He crumpled to the floor, a gasp escaping from him. He sat in a curled-up position for a moment, his fingers entwined in his hair like he was going to pull it out. Finally, a sob came from deep in his chest. I felt so helpless. What could I do? I couldn't stand to see him like this. I crouched down beside him. "Tyler, I'm here." He looked at me, and I swear he saw me. But then his gaze turned unfocused. He searched the room, his Adam's apple bobbing.
"Gabriella?"
"It's me." I tried to pat his shoulder, but I couldn't. I had no substance. "It's okay," I said lamely. It wasn't okay. His mother had done something unforgivable, and he was in so much pain. I had no idea what to do.
"I need you,"
he whispered. His words rocked me to my core. My spirit ached to be with him, physically with him. Tears pricked my eyes, and I blinked them back. "I'm right here, beside you."
"I can't see you, and I can't tell if I'm hearing you or if I'm just going crazy."
He shook his head and buried his face in his hands, another sob forcing its way out. "You're not crazy, it's me." He scrubbed his hands over his face and set his forearms on his knees, leaning back against the door.
"I can't do this. I screwed everything up."
"No, you didn't," I said, kneeling beside him. He'd done the best thing. He was much more controlled than I would have been. I would have yelled at the woman, probably tossing in some profanity and maybe even some rude hand gestures. He exhaled.
I've thought about what I wanted to say to her for so long, but I didn't say any of that. I couldn't.
It's all right. She shocked you. Anger burned inside of me on his behalf, and helplessness. I tried once again to console him, but it was useless. I wasn't physically there.
I don't know what to do, he whispered. I can't believe what she did.
He closed his eyes and a tear slid down his cheek. He cringed and pinched the edge of his nose. I wanted to take him into my arms and tell him everything would be all right. I yearned to touch him, just once more. I had so much to say, but I didn't even know if he could hear any of it. I realized I was crying, but I didn't care.
You should go to him.
I agreed with Lucas, and if I knew how, I would do it in a heartbeat, without regret, without a single thought. But I was still just a spirit. I can't.
Yes, you can. Close your eyes. Force yourself to materialize.
How?
You need to want it. Make it happen. It's inside of you. You can do it. Give yourself the power.
I almost laughed at Lucas. He was starting to sound like Aiden. Why weren't there some concrete rules to this afterlife? Couldn't I just be handed a remote control? Push the button marked I for invisibility. Tap the down arrow to hide. And if you mess up, hit Control-Alt-Delete. Tyler moaned in pain, curling up into himself, and a massive surge to be with him overtook me. I did as Lucas said. I closed my eyes. I thought about materializing. I concentrated on it, wanting it, needing it. As I centered on the single desire of my heart, I could feel myself shift into solidity. I opened my eyes and placed a hand on Tyler's shoulder. He didn't startle at my sudden appearance. He simply grabbed me and clung to me, so tight I was glad I didn't need to breathe. I hugged him close as he cried, trying my best to just be there for him. I had no words to say, so I remained silent. He wept as if his heart were wrenching into two. Mine almost did. He buried his face in my shoulder and I rubbed his back because I couldn't think of anything else to do. When his tears were all spent, he finally pulled back, his face flushed.
I didn't think you would come,
he said quietly, avoiding my gaze. I'm sorry. I disengaged from him, sliding my hand down his arm. It felt a bit awkward now, after sharing such an intimate moment, still so physically close to him.
Don't be. You're here.
He blew out a breath and ran a hand through his hair.
And now I have to give up my man card.
I smiled. Stop it. You do not. He returned my smile, but it was stiff and didn't reach his eyes.
I can't believe she's alive.
I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded.
All this time.
He shook his head.
I was so stupid.
No, you weren't.
I should have known something was wrong. My father acted so strangely when she died, so cold. No funeral, no burial. He threw out all her things. I thought it was his way to grieve.
My fingertips grew warm, resting against his skin. That's a reasonable thing to think.
I should have gone looking for her.
You were just a kid.
Yeah.
He stared at the tile floor.
What a great mom.
We sat together in silence for a few minutes before I inched closer to him. I don't know what to say. He stared at me, his gaze probing mine.
You don't have to say anything.
I slowly raised my hand to his cheek, catching a stray tear with my thumb. He closed his eyes and leaned into my touch. My heart almost burst from the pain he was feeling. I came closer to him, pulled almost as if by an invisible force. I could no longer stay away. I needed his lips on mine. He opened his eyes, his gaze pleading.
Gabriella.
What? I said quietly, even though I knew what he was going to say.
If you don't want me to kiss you, then you should stop right now.
A shiver worked its way down my spine. I didn't want to stop. Not anymore. Okay, I said, continuing to inch closer, my hand finding its way into his soft hair.
I warned you,
he said, his breath on my lips before he captured them. Chapter 24. I froze as Tyler's warm lips pressed gently to mine. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. I didn't want to, because that would mean ending the kiss, and I never wanted it to end. Spending eternity this close to Tyler sounded like heaven to me. Luckily, I was now an angel and didn't have to breathe. Score. I felt like I was flying above the clouds. Every stroke of his lips, every touch felt velvety soft. I had never kissed a guy before, so I had nothing to compare it to, but I think Tyler must have been a pro. I say that because the way his lips moved over mine made me want to sigh with pleasure. His fingers skimmed over the skin on my arm, sending zinging sensations through my body. My nerve endings heightened, and every simple touch melted me. He deepened the kiss, and I thought I might pass out or turn back to spirit. I wished with all my heart I wouldn't do that. Talk about awkward. Tyler pulled back, taking my hand in his.
I've wanted to do that since I found you standing on my lawn making funny humming noises.
Heat flooded my face. That was... He laughed.
I don't care what it was. You were adorable. I mean, you are adorable. And sweet and funny.
He brushed his lips across mine again, which made all the butterflies in my stomach come alive. I could tell I was blushing from the top of my head down to my toes. I tried not to show how self-conscious I felt. I'll be here all week. I meant it as a joke, but his smile faded and he pulled back. He gazed at me, his green eyes piercing through me, a few tendrils of hair falling down on his forehead. Dang, he looked like a movie star.
Will you?
Those two words jolted through me like electricity, and I suddenly became fully aware of what I'd done. I'd kissed Tyler. I'd broken one of the rules. Don't fall for a mortal. I was sure some lightning would strike me any minute, or I would turn to salt or something, but nothing happened as the clock on his entryway wall quietly ticked out the seconds, so I slowly nodded.
Really? You're not going to leave now?
There's no point. I was only leaving so I wouldn't... My brain started working and I clamped my lips together, unable to finish that sentence. Tyler gave me a wary look.
So you wouldn't... what?
Nice one. Why did I have to talk before thinking? Now I'd really stepped in it. Nothing? Tyler stared at me, a flat look on his face.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Maybe if I confused him enough, he would give up. He cupped my face, his nose inches from mine.
Gabriella, tell me! Why were you going to leave?
I huffed and leaned back, and he let me go. I avoided his gaze. I'm not supposed to kiss you. It's against the rules. I was going to leave to stop that. I waved my hand between us. From happening. Tyler jumped up as if I'd hooked an electric cable to his foot.
Sheesh, Gabriella, when were you going to tell me this?
Never. Tyler raked a hand over his hair and began pacing the floor.
You mean you just kissed me and broke a rule? Like a serious afterlife rule? What will happen to you?
I stood as well and tossed my hands in the air. I don't know. Aiden doesn't tell me anything.
Except the rule about kissing.
Tyler stopped to stare at me.
How into you is this Aiden guy?
A laugh burst forth from me with surprising force. Aiden? Into me? I held my stomach with both arms and dissolved into uncontrollable giggles. I laughed so hard that tears pricked at my eyes. Was Tyler jealous of Aiden?
What's so funny?
The voice wasn't Tyler, and I whipped around to see Aiden standing in Tyler's entryway, one eyebrow cocked up. I stopped laughing. Nothing. Tyler took a step forward.
Who are you talking to? Is he here? Aiden?
Yeah, I said. He's here. Tyler frowned. Aiden frowned. I frowned, just to conform. What are you doing here, Aiden?
I have a lead. The demon was last seen in this neighborhood a day ago. He was hanging around this house. I wanted to warn you.
Aiden narrowed his eyes at me.
You haven't seen him, have you? No, don't tell him, please. He won't understand. I'm not the demon you're looking for.
I stared at Aiden, trying to decide what to say. If I told him about Lucas, he'd freak out, but then what? Would he know how to separate us? That couldn't be a bad thing, right?
He'll send me back to that awful place. You don't know what it's like. I'm not evil.
The urgency in Lucas's voice made my throat constrict. He was right. He'd lived in my head for over a day. I would have known if he was a demon.
Gabriella?
Tyler said hesitantly. He took a step toward me and put his hand on my shoulder.
Is everything okay?
Ollie entered, looking like he'd just woken from the doggy nap of the century. His eyes dropped and his legs seemed to belong to two dogs, they were so uncoordinated. Still, he took one glance at Aiden and me and started growling.
You've seen him, haven't you?
Aiden said, folding his arms.
What's happened? What are you hiding from me? Please, Gabriella, I'm not a bad person.
I cleared my throat as Ollie started barking. Tyler ran to calm him down. I shook my head at Aiden, forcing my lips into a smile. No, I haven't seen him. Chapter 25. I wasn't sure if Aiden believed me or not, but I didn't have a chance to find out because, out of nowhere, Ollie slipped on the tile floor and became a limp heap. Tyler called out, "Ollie! What's wrong?" I rushed to the poor dog who lay on the floor panting and rolling his eyes at us.
I don't know, he's acting funny.
My heart raced as I watched Tyler cradle Ollie's head. He looks drugged, I said quietly, a sick feeling spreading through me. Tyler jerked his head to look at me.
What?
Maybe it was... I couldn't finish the sentence. We all knew who it was. Whoever had tried to kill Tyler by turning on the gas had wanted Ollie out of the way. That's why Ollie hadn't barked to warn anyone of an intruder. Ollie scrambled back up to his feet as Tyler stroked his fur and whispered calming things to him.
You're okay, boy. It's all right.
I patted Ollie's head. You should take him to the vet. Tyler nodded.
I will.
He fisted his hand.
Did you see who broke in here this morning?
I shook my head. No, I saw them, but I couldn't tell who it was. It was dark, and they came at me. I debated whether I should say anything about them hitting me in the face. It might upset Tyler. Aiden stepped toward me.
They came at you? Were you visible?
I tried to think. Was I? It was hard to keep track, but after a moment of concentration, I shook my head. No, I'm sure I wasn't.
You weren't what?
Tyler asked. Aiden ignored him.
Then it was one of them, one of the fallen.
Aiden's face flushed.
I have to go. I have to let someone know they've been here. Please, Gabriella, come to me if anything else happens.
He gave me one last pleading look before vanishing.
You're talking to him, aren't you?
Tyler's jaw muscles tightened and he stood. Yes, but he's gone now.
What did he say?
Tyler took my arms, not in a grabby way, but in a kind of protective way that made my heart flutter.
Does he know what's going on?
I shrugged, trying to keep my face passive. Hard to say. Aiden doesn't tell me anything. He's super frustrating. Tyler stared at me.
You know something.
I let out a breath and stared at the tile flooring. Have I mentioned I suck at lying? Aiden thinks it was a fallen angel. Tyler blanched. Ollie growled low in his throat seconds before the doorbell rang, and we both jumped. I scampered behind the large potted plant in the entryway so Tyler could answer his door. But being nosy, I also peeked around the massive leaves so I could see who it was. It took a moment for Tyler to cross the entryway. Before he opened the door, he took in a breath. I prayed it wasn't his mother again, but silently cursed as Jessica pushed her way through. You're not answering my calls, she announced, glancing around like the answer to whatever he was doing might be hidden inside the entryway. I cowered back into the shadows.
I have to take Ollie to the vet.
Tyler grabbed his keys off the key rack, then crossed to where he sat and scooped his dog up into his arms.
I can't talk now.
Jessica stilled, her eyebrows knit. What's wrong with him?
I don't know. He's acting funny.
A frown pulled down on Jessica's perfect red lips. Oh, poor baby. She took a step toward Tyler. Want me to come with you? Tyler hesitated for a split second before he shook his head.
No. I want Gabriella to come with me.
He turned and his gaze met mine. Time froze as he stared at me through the foliage. My mouth dried up and my throat constricted, my feet suddenly in cement. What was Tyler doing? Jessica whirled around, her cheerleading skirt fanning out with a sudden movement. Who?
Come on, Gabriella,
Tyler called as he moved toward the door.
He's heavy.
I didn't know what else to do. My heart thumped loudly in my ears as I slipped out from behind the greenery. Jessica stared daggers at me as I hurried past her to join Tyler.
Shut the door when you leave,
Tyler called to her. I choked on my spit, trying not to laugh. Had Tyler really just said that to Jessica? I couldn't believe it. We crossed the sidewalk to the circle driveway where Tyler's car sat. He lifted Ollie into the back seat. I didn't dare look back at Jessica as he opened the passenger door for me. I climbed in his car, feeling like any moment she would scream or throw a temper tantrum. But neither happened. Tyler drove off. and I chanced a quick glance her way before we slipped out of view. She stood on the stoop, her mouth hanging open. "That was weird," I finally said as we pulled into traffic.
What was?
Nothing. Except everything was weird. In what universe did Tyler choose me over Jessica? And the fact that he was oblivious to it made the gap between us feel even wider.
Think she'll get the message?
He gave me a half grin. I think she'll get revenge, that's what I think. I bit my lower lip, convinced I was right. Jessica wasn't going to let this sit. He dissed her. She wouldn't take that lightly.
I don't care.
You will when she tells everyone you're you-know-what. I motioned with my hand. Tyler gave me an odd look.
My you-know-what? What are you talking about? My underwear size?
I huffed and folded my arms. Ew, gross. No, not that. Your secret? Sheesh. He tried not to laugh at me, but was quite unsuccessful.
Why didn't you just say secret?
I was trying to use code. Why did your mind jump to your underwear size? He shrugged.
I don't know. Don't girls want to know that kind of stuff?
No, nobody cares. I rolled my eyes at him. Does Jessica even know what size your underwear is?
Of course not.
He pulled into the vet's parking lot, his smile fading.
Ollie fell back asleep.
I turned around to see Ollie curled up on the seat. I'll help you get him inside. It didn't take long for them to get to us and situated into a room. As we waited for the vet to come in, Ollie lifted his head and whined at me. Tyler rubbed his fur.
It's okay, boy.
The door opened and a woman walked in. I looked up, expecting to see the vet in a lab coat. Instead, Jessica's mother stood there in black workout pants and a pink tank top, as if she'd been out for a jog and suddenly got sucked into the vet's office. She turned to Tyler, her eyes glaring.
How dare you?
She said, her voice low and menacing. Chapter 26. Tyler's face blanched, and I tried to do my best impersonation of a speck of dust on the wall. A very tiny, invisible speck of dust.
Mrs. Wells, what are you doing here?
Tyler asked, blinking his surprise. Jessica's mother ignored Tyler's question. Her hair fanned out around her like she was the fire starter girl and things were about to get toasty. Her face even turned red. And just when I thought she was going to blow a gasket, she took in a deep breath and closed her eyes, her expression turning sugary sweet. Tyler, I want to talk to you a moment.
Wait, what just happened? I thought she was going to rip into him.
I don't know, I whisper mumbled.
Sure?
Tyler stayed crouched on the floor next to Ollie all casual-like, but I noticed his fingers twitch. Jessica is going through a rough time right now. Mrs. Wells put her hands together like she was a small child about to pray. She paused as if she expected Tyler to acknowledge Jessica's hardships. When no acknowledgement came, she coughed and then continued. If you can be lenient with her, that would be much appreciated. Tyler stared at her a moment before speaking.
I don't know what you mean. Jessica and I broke up.
Mrs. Wells flinched, but managed to keep the smile frozen on her lips. I realize she can be a handful, but if you can reconsider, I'll make sure you are compensated. Tyler swallowed, and I could feel the repulsion coming off him in waves.
I don't need anything from you.
His tone was light, but there was an undercurrent to it. Oh, but I think you do. Her smile widened, and I could see her perfect white teeth sharpened into fangs. Okay, they weren't really fangs, but that's what my imagination saw. I shivered. Your little indiscretion could get you kicked out of school. She clicked her tongue like she was scolding a child. Your father wouldn't like that at all. Tyler didn't react. The only thing that let me know he had heard her was the tensing of his shoulder muscles. But we don't want that, do we? She continued in her sugary voice, folding her arms. All you have to do is act like you're still together until you take Jessica to the homecoming dance. She will break up with you afterwards. Tyler slowly stood.
And if I don't?
Her smile faded and she sent a heated glare his way. You will regret it, she said between clenched teeth. She turned her glare on me, and I realized she was the same height as the person who had run into me in the hallway. The one who had punched me in the face. You both will, she said, her voice back to menacing. Before I could say anything, she waltzed out of the small room. I shivered as a massive blast of cold air hit my face. Tyler let out a breath. Holy buckets, she's a psycho! I pried myself away from the wall, my heart racing. No kidding! I wrung my hands together. What if she was the fallen angel? What if she was the one who was trying to kill Tyler? She could have hired the guy who almost stabbed him, the one who tried to cut his brake lines. She could be the one behind it all. I think you should do what she wants, I blurted out. What? No! Tyler said, his hand skimming over his hair.
I'm not going to.
He said it, but he didn't sound convinced. He was also afraid of what she might do, and I knew I could persuade him. It's just until after homecoming. Jessica wants to save face, that's all. Just do it.
I don't want to keep pretending,
he said softly. He gave me a look that melted my heart. The door opened and a woman entered. I admit I let out a breath when I realized it wasn't that she-devil returning. This woman looked much like I expected a vet to look, with a white coat and a clipboard in her hand. She turned to Tyler and raised an eyebrow. So, it says here Ollie got into some medication? Tyler shook his head.
No, I think someone drugged him. Drugged him?
The woman squinted at Tyler. Let me have a look at him. She crouched down and placed her stethoscope on his chest. After listening to his heart and checking him over, she shook her head.
He's fine.
Tyler shot me a look before objecting.
No, he was acting funny before we came in. He had a hard time waking up and he stumbled a bit.
The doctor looked at Tyler like he was crazy. He's fine now. As dogs get older, they tend to slow down.
No, it wasn't like that. He was acting off. I swear someone did something to him. Either injected him with something or put something in his food. Can't you run a blood test?
I bit my lower lip, afraid the doctor was going to suggest Tyler get a blood test. She gave him a polite smile.
I don't think that's necessary.
I could see the anger building up behind Tyler's careful expression. I didn't blame him. He'd been through a lot, and no one believed him. Tyler huffed like he was going to go off on the lady, but I gently touched his shoulder, and he scrubbed a hand over his face and kept his cool.
All right,
he finally said. The woman wrote something down on her clipboard.
Don't worry, he's fine.
Her consoling tone didn't do anything to calm my nerves. Someone was after Tyler, and it looked like they were not going to stop. If they were willing to drug Ollie, what else were they willing to do? From the look on Tyler's face, He was thinking the same thing. If it was Mrs. Wells, she certainly seemed willing to hire someone to kill him, or even break in and do the job herself. What else was she willing to do? Chapter 27. Tyler sat silent as he drove us back to his home, his knuckles white as he gripped the top of the steering wheel. Ollie lay curled in the back seat. A heaviness settled over us. It was almost palpable. I shifted uncomfortably. "Knock, knock," I said, trying to lighten the situation. Tyler gave me a weird look before saying,
"Who's there?"
"Interrupting Grape." He raised one eyebrow. "Interrupt Squish."
"Squish? Why?"
"Because grapes don't make noise. At least not until you squish them." I pinched my fingers together like I was doing the action. Lucas groaned. That was bad. I don't even think that counts as a joke. Tyler rolled his eyes at me, but I did notice his lips twitch, so I took it as a win.
"You just made that up."
"Maybe." He shook his head.
"Don't do that again."
I held in a laugh at the way he was trying not to smile. "Why not?"
"Because you'll break something."
He tossed me a sarcastic look.
"You're no good at that."
I didn't care. I'd successfully lightened the mood. But as Tyler drove, I could tell he wanted to talk about what had happened. I let out a breath. "That doctor was stupid," I said. He nodded.
"Yeah."
I placed my hands between my knees. "At least she didn't put you in the loony bin. I thought she might for a minute." He smiled, but it seemed forced.
"She wanted to."
I sobered. I had to feel Tyler out somehow. I wanted to know if he thought there was a possibility Mrs. Wells was the one trying to harm him. But it's kind of a weird thing to ask. So, I decided to be stealthy. I could totally ask in a way that wouldn't make it known what I was thinking. "Do you think Mrs. Wells is—" My mind went blank. Just when I needed to rely on it, it left me hanging. Great. I was going to ask something sneaky, something really brilliant. I was toast.
"Is what?"
Tyler glanced at me as he turned the car into his driveway. He raised one eyebrow, which made him look extremely sexy. I shook my head to clear it. I needed to concentrate. Oh, this was so not good.
"No, I don't. What are you asking?"
"Do you think Mrs. Wells hates you enough to kill you?" I blurted out. "Nice. Smooth. Good one, Gabriella." He gawked at me.
"What?"
"Well," I fumbled to think of something I could say that made sense. "She's the right height," I said lamely.
"What are you talking about?"
It had all made sense in my mind, but now as I tried to explain myself, it seemed jumbled and ridiculous. I gave up. "Never mind." He shook his head.
"Mrs. Wells is a lot like Jessica. A lot of sharp teeth, but no actual bite."
"Really? Are you sure there's no bite there? Because I might have a few teeth marks from this morning." Tyler shut off his engine and turned to me. Concern pulled his eyebrows together.
"What happened?"
"Shoot! I shouldn't have said anything. Now what should I say?"
"Tell him."
I swallowed. It bothered me that Lucas wanted me to tell Tyler. What did Lucas get from it?
"Sheesh, paranoid much? I told you I'm not a demon. What do I have to do to prove it to you? Haven't you heard that lying isn't an angelic quality? If I were a demon, I'd want you to lie. Lying is bad. Telling the truth is good."
Lucas was right. I didn't want to lie. I was one of the good angels. I lowered my gaze and picked at my nails. I got hit in the face by whoever rigged your gas stove. It hurt. Tyler gaped at me.
And you're just now telling me? Are you okay?
I'm fine. It was just weird because usually nothing hurts now that I'm, dead. But this did. Aiden thinks it's a falling angel trying to kill you.
And you think it could be Jessica's mother?
I shrugged. It might be her. She could have been in the woods when the demon was summoned. Tyler's eyes about popped out of his head.
A demon? You didn't tell me there was a demon!
Shoot, I had forgotten that was a secret. Oh, I said innocently. I didn't?
Is there anything else you haven't told me?
Tyler stared at me, his green eyes boring into my soul. Guilt rose up in my throat. Yes, many things. But how could I tell him everything? He wouldn't understand Lucas or the war in the afterworld, especially since I didn't even understand them. And the worst one, he had an expiration date. I couldn't tell him that. Still, I felt even more vague than Aiden, and it wasn't a good feeling. I hung my head, emotion choking me. Yes. It came out so quietly I barely heard it myself. Tyler took a moment to process what I'd said.
You know things you can't tell me.
My gaze snapped up to his. Yes. I silently pled for him to understand. He reached out and took my hands in his. Warmth spread over my skin.
You'd tell me if you could?
Tears pricked at the back of my eyes and I blinked them back. Yes.
Then it's okay. You don't have to tell me everything. You've seen things I can't even comprehend.
Right.
Like your angelic tablet,
he said, smirking. I suddenly remembered I hadn't checked on his status since that morning. Things seemed to change quickly, so I whipped it out to make sure he was going to be okay for the rest of the afternoon. He watched me in silence as I peered at the screen. I shouldn't have gasped when I saw the next entry, but I couldn't help it. Chapter 28.
What is it?
Tyler inched toward me and I pulled my tablet back toward my chest so he couldn't see. Nothing! I practically slid under the passenger seat to get away from him. My pulse hammered as I tried to process what I'd read. It was far from nothing, and he knew it.
Come on, you can't gasp and then not tell me. That's not fair.
Who said life was fair? Oh, heavens, I sounded like my dad. What was I, 40?
Something bad? You have to tell me. What good is it to know an angel if I don't get to know stuff?
I rolled my eyes. You literally just told me it's okay if I don't tell you everything. He frowned and leaned even closer.
That was before you gasped?
I jumped out of his car, hoping to distract him. It's dumb. Let's get Ollie inside. At the mention of his name, Ollie perked up in the back seat. Tyler tossed me an annoyed look, but he climbed out of his convertible and didn't say anything. Ollie jumped over the door and ran to him. Thank goodness Ollie seemed perfectly normal now. I chewed the inside of my cheek. Was Tyler just going to drop it? Maybe I was home free. But as soon as we got inside, he turned to me. I took a step back, but found myself backed up against the wall. Ollie ignored us and ran to check his food bowl. Tyler came within inches of me, and I tried not to look up at him, but it was quite difficult with him so close. The smell of his laundry detergent made my knees weak.
Gabriella.
He said it quietly, like he was sharing his secret with me. His gaze softened, his green eyes holding a depth I couldn't quite decipher. "Yes," my voice squeaked. Heat flushed through me.
"You're my guardian angel."
I swallowed. "I know."
"That means you have to warn me of danger."
True, but I couldn't tell him what the tablet said. I just couldn't. Who tells someone they're going to be shot through the heart at some stupid party? I would simply stop it from happening. I could do that. He wasn't supposed to die today. I'd get him to stay home. I licked my lips, trying to think of something to say. His gaze dipped, and he came even closer. He was going to kiss me, I could tell. My insides turned to mush.
"Don't you?"
he asked, and I couldn't remember what he'd said 2 seconds ago, but I nodded anyway.
"Then tell me."
"You're going to trip and fall in front of everyone tonight at some bonfire party." The lie popped out so fast I almost had no control over it. Almost like a demon made me say it.
"Hold on. Don't blame me. I told you to tell him the truth, remember? You're something else, girl."
"Sorry," I said quietly. He blinked and took a step back from me.
"What?"
Disappointment rushed through my body. No kiss. I stared at the tile flooring in the entryway. Like I said, it's nothing.
"A bonfire party?"
As if on cue, his phone chimed and he pulled it out of his pocket. Then he let out a breath and showed me the screen. It was a text from Jessica. "You're coming to a party with me tonight. Pick me up at 7. I scoffed.
"All you have to do is stop him from going. Easy."
Tyler texted her something back, and I peeked to see what it was.
"You're."
He typed back, correcting her grammar. I busted out with a laugh, and Tyler joined me. I laughed until tears ran down my cheeks. Tyler sobered and stared at me while I continued to laugh like a crazy person.
"You okay?"
I shook my head. My laughter gone, tears continuing to fall down my cheeks. Tyler was going to die. If not tonight, he'd die next week. And I didn't want him to die. I needed him. I touched his arm and a warm sensation spread through me. I needed this. He pulled me to him and I buried my face in his shirt. It smelled like fresh air, sunshine, and Tyler. Like friendship, warm hugs, and new love. Things I hadn't ever had. Things I was going to lose soon. It tore my heart in two, and more tears squeezed out. He didn't ask me what was wrong. He simply let me cry and held me until my tears dried up. After I got control of myself, he pulled back and looked into my eyes.
"You suck at lying."
"I know," I whispered, dropping my gaze.
"You can't tell me?"
Guilt flooded my chest, and I had a hard time dragging in a breath. "No."
"Then I'll trust you."
He cupped my face and gently brushed his thumbs across my cheeks, wiping away the tears. The tears I shed for him. I nodded my thanks and Tyler gave me a tender kiss before he took a step back, letting me go. I came forward, wrapping my arms around his neck, unable to let him go. I kissed him and he quickly responded, pushing me back to the wall. His hand slid to my hips as his lips slid over mine. I smiled through his kiss. Thanks."
"You're not supposed to talk,"
he said, his breath against my skin, a smile quirking his lips. He rested his forearm above me on the wall. "Sorry." He kissed me again, slower this time. My insides turned into goo and waves of tingles cascaded through me. That is, until Tyler's phone chimed again and ruined the mood. He sighed and stepped back. I waited for him to pull his phone from his pocket, but he didn't. He stared at me, his gaze turning heavy.
I'm not going to answer.
The image of Jessica's mother came to me, her tight pink top matching her bright lipstick, her mouth curled down in a snarl. If she is the shooter, ignoring Jessica is the exact thing that could get him killed. I began to rethink my position. No, you should answer.
There's no point. I'm not going.
My throat tightened as I gathered up my courage to speak. You should go. Chapter 29. Tyler stared at me, confusion clouding his gaze.
I should go?
I forced myself to nod, swallowing down the unease. Yes.
What are you doing?
He could get killed. I didn't respond to Lucas. I was tired of looking like a crazy person. Besides, I wasn't going to let him be shot. I'd take a bullet myself if I had to.
Should I go because something bad will happen if I stay home?
Tyler took one of my hands, rubbing his thumb over my knuckles. It made it difficult to think. That and the expression of complete trust he was giving me. No, I said slowly. I was getting confused. What was I saying now?
No?
He paused and the clock on the wall grew loud.
Why do I need to go then?
He didn't need to go. He needed to make Jessica happy, which in turn would mean he would make her mother happy. That had to be the answer. Keep all the crazies happy and no one would get killed. But could he make Jessica happy and not go to the party? Brilliance hit me. I knew how to get him out of the situation and still appease the nasties. Why don't you show up at the party with Jessica, then leave with her after 5 minutes saying you want some alone time? Then she will look good and you can avoid tripping at the party.
Tripping.
He reached up and tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. It was so tender, so sweet that my breath caught. His touch was feather-light, like heaven. He slowly shook his head.
I don't want to pretend to be with Jessica, though.
I know you don't, but it's only for a short time. After she breaks up with you, it will all be over. I tried not to think about the tablet and how he probably wouldn't live that long. Maybe I could change things. Maybe he didn't have to die after all.
Are you sure this is what you want?
Tyler gently squeezed my hand. I nodded, even though I wasn't sure. Yes.
I think you're making a mistake.
I closed my eyes and screamed, "Shut up, Lucas!" in my mind. It must have worked because he sighed and didn't say anything else.
If that's what you want.
Tyler stepped back and pulled his phone from his pocket. He typed out a response and sent me a probing look. I nodded, and he hit send.
All right. Picking Jessica up at 7.
He let out a breath like he was agreeing to walk down death row. Cheer up, I said, giving him a light-hearted shoulder punch. You can tell her my grape joke. He chuckled.
Good idea. That will make her want to break up with me.
I giggled. Just do it in front of everyone at the party. He nodded, but the smile had left his eyes. I took in a deep hum and put my hands together like I was going to pray. I closed my eyes and let out a hum.
What are you doing?
calming down. I need to turn back to invisible for tonight. I peeked at him with one eye. Did it work? He let out a laugh.
No. Is that what you were trying to do on my lawn?
Yes. I closed my eyes again. Now let me finish.
Wait,
he said, pulling me close.
Before you turn invisible, let me do something.
He gazed at me a moment before kissing the tip of my nose. I exhaled an exaggerated sigh, even though pleasure coursed through me. Really? Is now the time to make out? We are in a life or death situation, you know? He stilled, and all the spit dried up from my mouth. What had I done?
No,
he said quietly.
I didn't know.
I'd blown it. My heart beat 1,000,000 times a second as he held me. Why had I said that? I should have taped my mouth shut. I knew what a sucky liar I was. It was bound to happen. Never mind, I said, my voice small. Forget what I said.
Something happens to me? At the party?
Why was I such a screw-up? Shouldn't angels get some kind of extra skills? Especially if they need to be seen by mortals. I silently cursed my verbal clumsiness.
What happens?
He said it so quietly I barely heard him. You get shot. I felt terrible saying it out loud, but I had already spilled it. No use in continuing to lie.
Who pulls the trigger?
I threw my arms up in the air and he jumped back. You'd think I could see that part, right? Well, no, that doesn't show up on my fancy tablet. What good is this lousy tablet anyway? It's a worthless piece of trash. I pulled it out of my pocket and waved it in the air like I was going to smash it on something.
Gabriella.
I don't know who kills you, okay? I know nothing. Aiden won't tell me anything. All I know is that you keep trying to die and I keep having to save you. He stared at me, comprehension smoothing out his features.
The gas stove wasn't the first time.
He wasn't asking. I nodded, feeling miserable. I'd already told him too much. No need to lie even more. Yeah.
And tonight, I die?
My head snapped up and I shook it vigorously. No, not tonight. I'll stop the shooting. You don't die until next... I sucked in a breath and slapped my hand across my mouth. Oh man. I was in so much trouble. Chapter 30. His eyes widened.
Next what?
I stared at him. Sure, I was going to be thrust down to the bad place if I waited another second or two. Still, nothing happened. No hole opened up in his tile flooring, and no lightning struck me. I waited as the silence grew between us.
Next year?
He finally asked. I shook my head. I couldn't lie. He would know.
Next month?
His voice grew quieter. No, I whispered.
Then I die next week?
His face grew pale. I'm sorry. It came out all strangled as my heart was caught in my throat. Tyler's brow furrowed.
But you're my guardian angel. You can stop it. Right?
I don't know. I felt terrible saying those words. Never in my life or death had I wanted more insight than I did now. Was it possible for me to save Tyler? Would I get in trouble if I did? Would it even work? Or was he destined to die? I chewed my cheek as Tyler asked me one more time.
Are you sure you want me to go to this party?
I glanced at the clock on the stove. Go! I shoved him toward the back door. You're going to be late picking up Jessica, and no one wants that. Tyler sighed and grabbed his keys from the countertop.
All right, stop being so bossy.
I have to be bossy or you won't do what I want. I grinned at him. He didn't return my smile.
You're coming?
I need to turn back invisible, then I'll be there. I didn't tell him how nervous I was that I wouldn't be able to complete this simple task. I'd been trying all afternoon to get back to my spirit self, and it hadn't worked. Probably because Tyler was distracting me so much. It was hard to concentrate with his intense gaze on me.
You'd better come. I don't want to do this alone.
I exhaled. I promise. I'll be with you. Tyler hesitated before leaning down and surprising me with a kiss. He turned and left through the back door. I watched him from the window until he disappeared around the house, my heart pounding.
Did you just do that? I can't believe you sent Tyler to that party. You'd better get invisible fast.
Don't talk, it's distracting.
For someone who wants to know stuff, you're sure good at telling me to shut up.
I frowned. Do you know who is going to shoot Tyler?
No.
Then I don't need you talking. Lucas let out a guttural noise, which almost made me laugh, but I was too tensed up. I didn't have time to laugh at Lucas. I had to get invisible, now. I spent the next 15 minutes breathing slowly, humming, centering myself and all kinds of other things to try to get back to my spirit self. It didn't work. I kept testing my solidarity by trying to pass my hand through the counter, and each time my palm would slap on the granite surface. Very frustrating.
Let's sing a round of Kumbaya.
Not helping, I said in that kind of voice that said I was about ready to blow a gasket.
Maybe if you shave your head and sit on the floor in the butterfly position?
I scoffed, but I couldn't help smiling.
Ha! I did it. I made you laugh.
No, you didn't.
I'm counting it.
I took in a massive breath and let it out. Then I concentrated on being spirit matter. Light, airy, without substance. Something in me shifted. It was barely noticeable, but I knew I had done it. I swished my hand through the countertop to prove it. I was back to being invisible.
Way to go! You're not a total loser. You figured it out.
I grinned like a fool, but I didn't care at this point. I was getting the hang of this. I closed my eyes and skipped to Tyler's back seat. Only no one was in the car. It was parked on a gravel parking area. They were at Pinewood Lake already? Had I taken that long to turn invisible? I pulled my tablet out and checked the listing. It still said Tyler would get shot at 7:42 p.m. The clock said I only had 4 minutes. I closed my eyes and willed myself to be beside Tyler. I didn't have time to wait around. I had to get him to leave with Jessica right now. My stomach pulled, and I opened my eyes to see Tyler standing by a group of kids, his arms folded. He looked furious. Jessica was nowhere in sight. Oh no, this wasn't good. What happened? I said mostly to myself, because I still wasn't sure if Tyler could hear me all that well. Even if he could, I didn't expect him to answer.
Looks like he had a fight with Miss Scary Pants.
I panicked. He couldn't fight with her. He had to appease her. The plan was to show up with her, make the rounds, then leave. Why was he deviating from the plan? Tyler, you have to leave. Where is Jessica? I tried to nudge him, but it didn't work. Luckily, Jared made his way over to Tyler and asked the exact same question. Tyler scowled.
She took off with Melanie. Said something about checking out the lake.
Jared made a face.
Why did she leave you here? She was mad? Did you fight?
Tyler shrugged.
I didn't mean to start a fight. All I said was I wanted to make an appearance, then we could do something else, and she took off.
He motioned toward the lake.
Guess that's her answer. I have half a mind to leave her here.
Yes! I yelled. Leave her! Get out of here! You're going to get shot if you stay! I checked the time. He only had 2 minutes left.
Yikes. Why are you with her, man? You don't seem happy.
Tyler worked his leg muscles, and I knew he wanted to say something, but I didn't have time to wait around while he spilled his feelings to Jared. I gathered up all my inner power like Aiden had told me, and I kicked him in the shin. He jerked his leg back, bending over and rubbing it. Ouch! Leave! I hollered at him. Make an excuse and go! Tyler finally got the message. He stepped back from Jared.
I've got to go. Now?
Jared looked bewildered.
Why?
Tyler pulled his phone out of his pocket.
My father, he texted.
At least I wasn't the only bad liar. I would have laughed at him if he wasn't 60 seconds away from death. As he walked toward his car, I scanned the crowd for anyone who might have a gun. I saw lots of cans of soda and beer, but no one had any weapons. I breathed out in relief. Tyler would be safe. I waited for his timestamp to change in my tablet, but it didn't go away. Confused, I ran to Tyler as he stalked toward his car. There was no one around. Why wasn't the message deleting? And then I saw it. A tinted window rolled down in the car next to Tyler's, and the barrel of a gun stuck out. I screamed. Chapter 31. Tyler turned toward me, and several things happened in quick succession. Jessica showed up out of nowhere and ran to Tyler, grabbing his arm and glomming onto him. Tyler stood there, scanning the horizon, probably looking for me. I was miraculously still invisible. The gun went off, and Jessica recoiled, then crumpled to the gravel. Tires squealed. The black car with tinted windows sped off. I tried to see who was inside, but it was too dark. I couldn't make out anything other than shadow. Tyler dropped to Jessica as the crowd of teenagers came running.
Call 911!
Tyler yelled to no one in particular as he cradled Jessica's head. A pool of blood formed on the white rocks below. I stared at it in shock. Even in the darkness, I could see it growing, spreading. This was so not good. Jared pushed his way through the throng and joined Tyler.
What happened? Jessica's been shot. What? How?
Jared pressed on Jessica's chest in an attempt to stop the bleeding. It didn't work. His hands stained red, but he kept pressing anyway.
Who shot her? I don't know, Tyler said, his voice hoarse. It was a drive-by.
I couldn't believe what was happening. It all seemed too surreal. What's going on? A nasal voice snapped me out of my stupor, and I turned to see Jessica standing behind me. Oh, crap. Why is everyone crowding around? She peeked to get a better look at the situation. Something happened. I had no idea how to break it to her that she was dead. How do you tell someone something like that? I wasn't going to do it like Aiden, that's for sure. He was tactless. Who is that? She pointed to her body. Perfect. Now what was I supposed to say? Couldn't she see that it was her? But even as that thought appeared, I knew I hadn't noticed it first either. That's you. You're dead. Oh, great, Gabriella. Just as tactless as Aiden. Guess it wasn't as easy as I thought, telling someone they're deceased. I rolled my eyes at myself. I looked around for another angel, Jessica's guardian. One had to be around, right? But I found no one. Maybe they were off goofing around with Aiden, or maybe they couldn't stand her and simply walked out on the job. I held in a scoff. No, I'm not dead. Jessica shook her head as if that proved it. She patted her torso and legs. She still wore her red and white cheerleading outfit. Of course. Jessica would be a cheerleader for eternity. I'm fine. I didn't know what to say. I hadn't done this before. She wasn't even my charge. I scanned the trees, expecting her guardian to appear at any second. No one appeared. Tyler! Jessica ran to him and crouched on the gravel. What are you doing? Why are you... Jessica's voice trailed off as she stared at her lifeless body. She reached out to touch Tyler, but her hand went right through him. No, she said, her voice filled with emotion. I can't be dead. Well, you are, I said lamely. Jessica had been horrible to me, but I couldn't help feeling a bit sorry for her now. Sirens sounded in the distance. I didn't really want to stick around to watch everyone cry over Jessica's untimely death when no one had cared at all about mine. Put a bitter taste in my mouth. I pulled out my tablet to check on Tyler, but nothing else showed up for him today. Maybe I could do a good deed and take Jessica to be processed. That might make up for all that I had done wrong, or at least a small part of it. Come with me, I said, trying not to sound grumpy. I'll take you where you need to go. What? Jessica stared up at me, and I couldn't tell if she was simply in shock or couldn't handle the thought of being dead. Come. I held out my hand to her. She shook her head. No, I don't want to go. I'm not really dead. This is all a big mistake. I sighed. What would I do if she refused to go with me? Leave her there, desperately trying to grab onto Tyler? That annoyed me as well. A car pulled onto the gravel and parked. A woman got out, and my spit dried up. It was Jessica's mother. Dread pooled into my stomach until I saw the mascara stains on her cheeks. Someone must have called and told her the news. She ran toward us as the ambulance pulled up. Jessica! She cried out and fell to her lifeless daughter. No! She screamed. I stared at her. This was who I thought was a fallen angel? She didn't look like any angel. She looked frail. She howled as the paramedics assessed her daughter, and then slowly shook their heads. No, not my Jessica. Please, no! I didn't want to see any more. It was too sad. I grabbed Jessica's arm and yanked her to her feet. Let's go. I closed my eyes and we skipped to the white granite building that Aiden had taken me to. The same shimmering columns held up the ceiling, but nothing else was the same. I gasped as I took in the shards of shattered glass, the overturned computer systems, and the door standing askew. Before, the place had been bustling with people. Now it stood lifeless and empty. What happened here? Jessica said. My knees grew weak. I don't know.
I can't believe it. It's finally happened.
What has? I said as quietly as I could so that Jessica wouldn't think I was mental.
The shift of power.
Chapter 32. My mind spun as I tried to think. What was Lucas talking about? I stepped over shards of crystal from a busted chandelier. I had planned on dropping Jessica off. What was I supposed to do now? Jessica rounded on me. Why did you bring me here? For processing, I said as I stared at the mess. But I guess they moved?
There is no more processing.
My stomach churned. What do you mean, no more processing?
The Angel network is down. You're no longer tied to their rules. You're free to make your own choices.
Why are you mumbling? Who are you talking to? Jessica was looking at me like I had grown a third eye or was chatting with a demon in my head. I resolved to ignore Lucas. I didn't trust him anyway. No one, I lied. What are we going to do? She blinked at me. I mean, I'm not really dead, am I? Jessica kind of looked like she was going to cry. I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. She had friends. She had a reason to live. I, on the other hand, was kind of enjoying the afterlife. Yes, you're dead, I said, but tried to soften it with a gentle tone. Jessica stepped back from me, a look on her face that I couldn't interpret. But this isn't heaven, she said in a small voice. Oh dear, I interpreted it now. That was her "Am I in hell" face. No, don't worry, this is the in-between, I said, like I knew what I was talking about. Like I hadn't died just days before and been bumbling around without a clue. The what? She stared at me. Wait, I know you. You're that girl from school. Oh, perfect. Now she recognized me. Yeah, I said. The one who... She stopped short, her expression horrified. Yep, I'm dead, you're dead, that's how this works. No way, I just quoted Aiden. I swallowed and tried to ignore how terrible I sounded. Great, she said under her breath. Of all the dead people, I get stuck with Gimpy. Heat flashed through me. How dare she? Just when I was starting to feel sorry for the witch, she had to go and say that. I couldn't believe she had the gall to say that to my face. She didn't even have her cronies around to egg her on. I grabbed her arm, not caring if I was rough. I meant to skip her back to her body and leave her there to figure things out, but the moment my spirit skin touched hers, I was transported to an unfamiliar living room and Jessica disappeared. Bewildered, I looked around to gain my bearings. Jessica entered the room, but it wasn't today's Jessica. She wore a tight pink sweater I recognized from her freshman year, and her hair was shorter. She held a donut as she slung her backpack over her shoulder. Her mother appeared, crossed the room, and snatched the donut from her. You can't eat that! You're already too fat. What happened to your diet? Jessica looked stricken. Mom, she said, her voice catching. Mrs. Wells pointed her finger in Jessica's face. Don't talk back to me. I work 2 jobs to pay the bills. I know, Jessica said. You don't know what I do for you. And I won't have you outgrowing those clothes. Look at that sweater on you. You barely fit into it. I paid $100 for that. Jessica's face turned red. I know, she said quietly. Give me my credit card. You're skipping lunch today. Mrs. Wells held out her hand. Jessica's eyes widened. Mom! You won't miss it. I can't believe how fat you've gotten. She scoffed. It's disgusting. My mouth dropped as I watched Jessica struggle with her emotions. How could her own mother treat her like that? I felt like throwing up. But before I knew what was happening, the scene changed and Jessica was walking toward the school building. I followed after her. I had no idea what was going on, but I felt compelled to see what would happen. Jessica entered the school. I almost swallowed my tongue when I saw myself at my locker. I had forgotten we had lockers next to each other my freshman year. She walked up to me, but I didn't see her, and I slammed my locker and turned away, scowling. Sheesh, what had my panties in a wad that day? I looked like I hated her. Jessica stared after me, her eyes filling with tears. I shook my head at the vision. No, I didn't mean you. I don't even know what I was mad about, but it wasn't you. The scene melted away and another took its place. It was gym class. Jessica walked behind me and another girl, but I don't remember the situation. I leaned forward to get a better view. The girl nudged me. Did you see that outfit Jessica was wearing? I think she got it at Goodwill. I snorted, which totally looked like I was agreeing with her, but I wouldn't have done that. I was probably snorting because I thought Jessica would never set foot in a thrift store. The girl went on. And did you see her stuff her face at lunch? I thought she was going to eat the whole cafeteria. I frowned at the girl, probably because I hate gossip about as much as I hate shallow people. But it looked like I was disgusted with Jessica, and she was right there, behind me. No, I said, waving my hands. I didn't mean that. I wasn't thinking that at all. But it didn't do any good to say it. Jessica turned around, her face flaming red. She ran out of the gym. But that was all just a misunderstanding. Was that why she hated me? The scene evaporated and I stood next to Jessica again. The real Jessica. I let go of her arm like it had burned me. What was that? She asked, her voice high-pitched. Wait, you saw it? She stepped back from me, her eyes wide with horror. I saw? She swallowed, and it looked like she was trying to process her thoughts. I saw you after your parents died, she said in a small voice. She what? How did that happen? I wasn't even thinking about that day. I never tried to think about that day. That day was the worst day of my life, and I did everything in my power to forget it. I patted the small firefly I had in my pocket. Did they really die on your birthday? She asked softly. Yes. I couldn't look at her. She'd seen me sitting at the table with the birthday cake Aunt Julie had made, waiting for my parents to come home. I wondered what else she saw. She put her hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry. Guilt surged in me. I'd never meant to make her think I hated her. She was the one who hated me. She'd done all the horrible things to me. I hadn't done anything. Except I had never been friendly to her either. It's okay, I mumbled. It was a long time ago. I'm over it. That's what I always told people. The most recited lie in my life. I felt like I needed to give her some kind of apology too, but the words stuck to my tongue. I settled for a quick, I'm sorry too. Before Jessica could respond, a noise sounded from the other side of the room, and a man stepped out from behind a column. He wore a purple suit that shimmered in the light. This might have looked odd, but for some reason it worked on him. His dark hair was styled like he'd stepped off a movie set, which fit his strong jawline and deep-set eyes. He was sickeningly gorgeous, and I felt a wave of repulsion at the sight of him. He wiped at some imaginary dust from his suit. Sorry about the mess, he said as his gaze swept over us. He maneuvered around a broken door handle lying on the floor,
We're renovating. I'm Cyrus. And you are?
He held out a hand to me. I wanted to step back from him, but found myself grasping his hand. Gabriella. How strange. I wasn't going to tell him my name. It just came out. He slowly nodded, still clutching my hand. I relaxed. Why had I been repulsed by him? He was a kind man. I could see it in his eyes.
I've heard a lot about you. So glad you've come.
His grin widened. Come? I hadn't come for him, though. I'd come for something else. I couldn't remember at the moment.
Yes. You've come to join the Fallen, right?
I slowly nodded. Yes, that's right. That's why I'd come. Chapter 33. Cyrus stepped closer to me. Glass crunched under his foot, but I hardly noticed. The building wasn't so bad. Why had I been shocked? It just needed a little sweeping. Maybe the chandelier could be rehung. It was going to look better than ever once the remodel was complete. How nice of Cyrus to take the lead on the project.
You're going to be a fantastic asset to me, Gabriella.
Cyrus put his arm around me, completely ignoring Jessica. It must have gotten under her skin because she stepped back and folded her arms.
Gabriella, something is strange. I've never seen Cyrus like this before.
Lucas knew Cyrus. That made sense. A lot of things were starting to make sense now that I was with Cyrus. It was oddly satisfying, having all the puzzle pieces falling into place. He leaned closer to me. He smelled faintly of musk and campfire, like he'd put on cologne before roasting marshmallows, which was kind of a funny mental image. It made me smile. I couldn't quite figure out what he meant, though. How was I an asset? I had no idea what I was doing. I couldn't even control when I was spirit and when I was solid. What do you mean? I blurted out.
You're special.
He gave me a side hug, and I felt all warm and fuzzy inside. Like him telling me I was special made it true. Still, I was confused. How? I gazed at his thin mustache. Usually I was grossed out by facial hair, but he pulled it off. It fit him somehow. He reminded me of someone, but I couldn't place who. Probably a rock star or Greek god. That's what he looked like. Wait, maybe he was a god. This was the afterlife after all.
Okay, I take it back about the Fallen. Cyrus is obviously doing something weird here. I've never seen it from this viewpoint. He's got some kind of power over you.
I ignored Lucas. He was back to making no sense. What power over me? I was just a fine. Cyrus's eyes crinkled and he laughed. I liked his laugh. It made my insides all balmy.
You have no idea, do you?
Was he calling me clueless? It should have annoyed me, but I couldn't be annoyed right now. All I felt was an amazing warmth, as if tranquility and serenity had wrapped around me like a blanket. Who are you? I asked, mesmerized by his dark eyes ringed with gold. How had I not noticed it before? The ring almost glowed. It was fascinating. Instead of answering me, he just laughed again. Jessica pinched my arm. Hey, what's wrong with you? I stepped out of his embrace and glared at her. Who was she to pinch me? The incredible feeling waned, and I stepped back towards Cyrus so I could feel it again. Nothing's wrong with me, I mumbled.
Girl, something is definitely wrong with you. Get out, now.
Jessica narrowed her eyes. It was a look I was used to on her, but I wasn't mad at her. I couldn't be mad when I was with Cyrus. He was wonderful. Everything was right with the world. I turned from her and stared up at him. Are you a god? He swept his hand out, his golden-rimmed eyes piercing through my soul.
Some consider me a god, but please, just call me Cyrus. I'm not pretentious.
I wasn't sure if that meant he was a god or not.
No, he's not a god, Gabriella. He's a fallen angel, and I used to think he made a lot of sense. But now he's just creeping me out.
I rolled my eyes at Lucas. Creepy? Never. Cyrus was charismatic, handsome. He was what every man wanted to be. What in the world was creepy about him? But I was curious. Are you one of the fallen?
That's right.
Cyrus pulled a card out of thin air and handed it to me. I looked at the gold-raised lettering. Cyrus Smith, leader of the fallen. Jessica kicked my foot. Gabriella, come on. I think we need to go. In a minute. Why was she so impatient? I didn't want to leave. I wanted to talk to Cyrus more. I put the business card in my pocket, even though it really didn't contain any useful information.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but listen to Jessica. You must get out of here.
She grabbed my arm and yanked me away from Cyrus. The feeling of warmth vanished, leaving me cold and irritable. I turned, ready to pummel her. Let's go, she said under her breath. Do that weird transporter thing and get us out of here. I want to leave. The cold inside me turned biting hot. Jessica. It was always Jessica who messed things up for me. She was horrible, and I wanted to smack the stupid smug look off her face. I'm not leaving, I said, my teeth clenched. Snap out of it, Jessica yelled. She shoved my shoulder. My rage at Jessica crackled. Who was she to take me away from Cyrus? All I wanted was to be with him. He thought I was special. He liked the feeling I had when I was with him. I couldn't comprehend why I would want to leave. He was full of goodness, and Jessica was the enemy.
He's brainwashing you. Can't you see that? He obviously brainwashed me too. At least he did when I was a spirit. Now I don't know. But he doesn't affect me when I'm in you.
Shut up, Lucas! I shouted. Cyrus jerked his head toward me, his gaze intense.
Lucas?
Chapter 34. I froze. Cyrus was no longer looking at me with interest, but with suspicion. He inspected me, the severity burning through me.
For the love of all that is holy, just leave, Gabriella! I hate to say this because I was a follower, but if Cyrus really is brainwashing angels, he's dangerous.
Profound fear gripped me, and I suddenly wanted nothing more to do with Cyrus. Staggering back, I grabbed Jessica's wrist and skipped to the first place that came to my mind. The church Tyler took me to. I stood in the middle of the aisle, taking in large gulps of air, clutching Jessica's wrist and trying not to fall over. I let go and shook my head to clear it, but the fear didn't go away. Jessica looked me over. "Are you okay?" "No, I don't know what's wrong," I said as my heart continued to race. Was I having a heart attack? I clutched at my chest and tried to breathe normally. It didn't work. "Do I need to call 911? Jessica reached for her phone, but then froze when her pocket came up empty. "Wait, we're dead. Is there a 911 here?" I tried not to laugh, but it came out anyway, which made it even harder to breathe. "No, there's not." She frowned at me. "Stop laughing, I'm scared. You look like you're in pain." I shook my head. "I'm not. I just can't shake this feeling of intense fear."
"Oops."
"Oops? What oops?" I gasped. This was Lucas?
"Sorry, I grew frightened of Cyrus. Somehow you can feel it, I guess."
Grew frightened? That's an understatement. I couldn't even stand up straight. The fear was so overpowering. It radiated through my bones. Jessica clapped me on the back. "Stop it! You're scaring me!" "Sorry," I choked out. "It's nothing, just a small issue. I'll be fine." I patted her arm so she could feel reassured. She didn't look reassured. "You're talking to an invisible person named Lucas? That can't be good." Oh, crap. How did she pick up on that? I thought I was being quiet. I guess my shouting, "Shut up, Lucas," wasn't the best idea. I wasn't thinking straight. Cyrus was doing something weird to me. Lucas laughed.
"I'm an imaginary friend now. That's awesome."
The fear subsided, replaced with amusement, and I stood up straight. "Never mind that. I'm better now. See?" I patted my torso. "Just fine." Jessica eyed me suspiciously but didn't say anything. Aiden appeared at my side. He wore a black t-shirt that said, "I'm sorry, did I roll my eyes out loud?" and a pair of ripped jeans. He looked around at the stained glass.
"What are you doing here?"
I shrugged. I needed a safe place.
"Why?"
I met some dude named Cyrus and things got really weird. Aiden grabbed my arm, his gaze fierce.
"Cyrus? Where did you see him?"
"Some trashed building," Jessica said. She placed a hand on her hip and her red cheerleader skirt swayed with the movement. "It was pretty messed up." Aiden looked at her for the first time, and his mouth dropped.
You're dead?"
He pulled out his tablet and swiped a finger across the screen.
"She's not supposed to be dead,"
he mumbled to himself. "I'm not? Then can I get back?" Aiden looked at her.
"I don't know. How did you die?"
"Who are you?" Jessica asked, like she didn't want to tell just anyone the details of her death.
"Aiden, Gabriella's guardian, how did you die?"
he repeated. Jessica made a face. "Shot in the chest."
"Then no."
He frowned.
"That would be gross."
He turned back to me.
"You tried to take her in for processing, and that's when you met Cyrus? He was there? At the processing center?"
Yeah. I bit my lower lip, feeling weird about the whole Cyrus thing. I mean, I was so convinced that he was a good guy, I was willing to join his forces, hands down, no need for further investigation. That's messed up.
"You have to tell Aiden everything. Tell him about me and how Cyrus knows I'm with you." "That's so not good,"
Aiden said under his breath. I toed the tile flooring, not wanting to do what Lucas said.
"Come on, tell him!"
An urgency came over me, and I opened my mouth, letting everything out in a rush. Cyrus started to brainwash me, so that's why we came here. And I've been keeping something from you, and I'm not sure how to say it, so I'm just going to say I've got that demon inside me, and I don't know how to get him out, and Cyrus knows about it. I inhaled, making an awful sound. Had I just said all that, or was it Lucas? I wasn't sure. Jessica backed up from me. Aiden's stare pinned me to the floor.
You have a demon in you? That's not possible. You're dead. Stop calling me a demon.
I rolled my eyes. He says he's not a demon. Aiden swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing.
He's talking to you? Right now?
I nodded, trying to discern what Aiden was thinking. He looked half furious, half terrified.
Has he started to control you?
He asked, his voice low. Control me? No, he can't do that. He's just a voice. Even as I said the words, I knew they weren't true. Lucas made me leave Cyrus. If that fear hadn't enveloped me, I would have stayed. And there were times when I felt like he'd pushed me into doing other things. Spilling my guts right now, for instance. My mouth dried up.
He's not just a voice,
Aiden hissed as he ran a hand through his messy hair.
He's dangerous. And if Cyrus knows you're possessed, he's not going to let you just walk away. You're too vulnerable. You said he brainwashed you? He could control you?
Yes, Jessica said. He had some weird power over her. He was a super creep. Great. Now I had the song Super Freak in my head, only the lyric said super creep. I held in a snort. Aiden tugged on my arm.
Come on. We have to go find Lawrence. He's the only one I know who's done an exorcism. And that was on a mortal. I have no idea how to even do one on a spirit, or even how this demon possessed you in the first place. It shouldn't be possible.
Can I go with you? Jessica said. Her voice sounded like she really didn't want to come with us, but since she didn't know any other dead people, she was stuck.
No,
Aiden said, matter-of-factly. Are you going to leave me here? Jessica's eyes widened. You can't do that.
Well, you can't come with us. She's possessed.
He pointed his thumb toward me.
I have to kill the demon. Wait. What?
Chapter 35. Kill the demon, I repeated, my throat tight. He wouldn't really kill Lucas, right? Was that even possible? I thought Lucas was already dead.
Yes, we must get rid of him, for good.
Aiden grabbed my shoulder and we skipped out of the church. But right before we leaped through space, Jessica threw her arms around me and skipped with us. We materialized in a white marble hallway. It looked like an underground subway system, but there were no tracks, and it was immensely clean, so it wasn't any subway system I'd ever seen. Aiden scowled when he saw Jessica had hitched a ride with us.
You should go stay with your body. Hang around family. It's safer.
No, she said with resolve. I don't want to be around family. I want to see what you guys are doing.
Aiden grimaced. But you can't come with us.
Jessica stomped her pretty little cheerleader foot. I have had the worst day of my life. Not only was I shot, but I died. I didn't see any pearly gates, my grandmother isn't here to greet me, and it doesn't look like I'll get any light at the end of a freaking tunnel. No harp music, no resting in peace. Nothing makes any sense. And there's some creepy guy doing who knows what to mind control everyone. I don't want to be left stranded to figure out this death thing all by myself. She grabbed my arm, much like I'd seen her do with Tyler. You're taking me with you. Let her come, I found myself saying. I felt sorry for her. She really had a terrible day.
Aren't you going to tell Aiden I'm not a demon and I don't need to die?
And Lucas wants me to tell you he's not a demon, I added. Aiden's gaze snapped to me.
Lucas? Lucas who?
I had never been formally introduced. I had no idea what his last name was. What's your last name? I mumbled.
My name is Lucas Devland. I live at 555 Cherry Picking Lane. I'm not a demon.
I giggled. 555 Cherry Picking Lane? That's totally a made-up address.
Stop it! It is not. Lucas who?
Aiden repeated. He says he's Lucas Devland? Aiden scoffed, shifting his feet.
I knew it. He's a fallen angel. Serves him right that he became a demon. I am not a demon!
Immense pain shot through my head, and I fell to my knees, crying out. Aiden shot to my side and crouched down beside me.
What's wrong?
I rocked as the pain flamed in my head. I don't know, I managed to say. It hurts.
Gabriella, are you okay? Lucas?
Aiden shouted.
Stop hurting her. It's not me, I swear.
But as the pain subsided, I wasn't so sure. What kind of power did Lucas have over me? I slowly stood, grasping onto Aiden to help me up. It's better. Aiden's expression was wary.
This is why we must get rid of him, he said quietly. I didn't hurt you. I don't know what happened. Gabriella, you have to believe me. This has all been some huge misunderstanding. A mistake.
I wasn't sure what to believe. Let's just go talk to Lawrence.
I think that's best.
Aiden stalked down the hallway, and Jessica and I followed after him.
Gabriella, wait. I don't think talking to Lawrence is a good idea. He could kill me. Do you really want murder on your hands?
I almost tripped as I tried to keep up with Aiden. I didn't want Lucas to die. He didn't seem like an evil dude. I just wanted him out of me. Is there a way to separate us without killing him?
No. Once a demon possesses you, you have to kill him.
Aiden's harsh words echoed off the marble walls. Lucas sighed, and I spoke for him. He doesn't like it when you call him a demon. Can we think of another word? One that's not as mean? Aiden stopped short and rounded on me.
Mean? Gabriella, I don't think you fully understand the situation. If this thing stays in you, it will eventually have full control over you. You won't be Gabriella anymore. You will cease to be. No, that's not true. I wouldn't. You know me, don't you? Would I do anything to hurt you?
I frowned at Aiden. He doesn't seem to be evil. He says this all is a big mistake. Aiden put his hands on my shoulders.
And what would you say to get someone to live with you inside them? What kind of lies would you tell to make them believe you were harmless? No, I swear, Gabriella!
The pleading tone of Lucas's voice about killed me. I wanted to believe him. I kind of like the guy. But Aiden was making a lot of sense. Jessica nudged me. I think you should listen to Aiden. Let's go get the demon out of you. I exhaled and scrubbed a hand over my face. All right. Is Lawrence down there? Where exactly are we going? Aiden began walking again, and we followed after.
We're going to the UAN, Underground Angel Network. These tunnels were used many years ago before the in-between was fully established.
So they've been abandoned? I asked.
Until recently.
This is the cleanest abandoned underground tunnel I've ever seen, Jessica said with a snort. Aiden laughed.
There's no dust in the spirit world. Gabriella, let's talk about this. I don't know that this is a good idea. What about Tyler? What if something happens to him while you're messing around down here?
A sudden panic hit me, and I pulled out my tablet. Tyler. I hadn't checked on him in a while. What if he was in danger again? I stopped in my tracks as I stared at the screen. All the blood drained from my face. I have to go, I said, my voice sounding funny to my ears. Tyler's expiration date had been moved up. Chapter 36. I closed my eyes and skipped to Tyler's bedroom, easily recognizable from all the clothes and junk on the floor. The sun already streamed through the window. How had the time gone so fast? His clock read 7:32 a.m. I glanced back at the tablet. Sunday, September 12th, 9:24 p.m. End of life. Tyler lay still in his bed, and I watched as his chest rose and fell. He was okay, for now. But what would happen in the next 14 hours that would take away his life? Who was after him? And what could I do to stop them? Aiden and Jessica appeared.
What's wrong?
Aiden said.
Why did you leave?
Tyler's timestamp changed. I looked at Jessica and blanched. I didn't want to say it in front of her.
He's dying today,
Aiden said for me. Jessica's mouth popped open. He's going to die too?
Yes,
Aiden said at the same time I said, no. Jessica looked between the two of us, her blonde hair whipping at the movement. Well, which is it? No, he's not going to die because I'm going to stop it from happening. I said it like I hadn't just decided 2 seconds ago that I would risk eternal damnation to save Tyler. Aiden shook his head.
No, you can't do that, Gabriella. It's against the rules.
The rules? Was he being serious right now? Look at what is happening, Aiden. Everything is falling apart. My death wasn't on record. Jessica wasn't supposed to die, yet here she is, dead and without a guardian angel. Do you think I didn't notice? Aiden stammered, but no words came out, so I continued. The whole system is breaking. And where are all the angels? If everyone has a guardian, I should be seeing them everywhere. But I haven't. Where are they? Do you even know?
Cyrus is taking them,
Aiden yelled, his cheeks flaming red.
All right, it's Cyrus. And the rest of us are trying to stop him.
I swallowed. I kind of knew that, but didn't fully realize the scope of it all. The angels were in trouble, like deep trouble. Cyrus had taken far more than I realized. And maybe Tyler's death wasn't a coincidence. Maybe Cyrus's fallen were starting to recruit from the other side. Then I should do everything in my power to stop a fallen angel from gathering up one more for Cyrus, I said, the words burning on my tongue. Aiden stepped back as if I had struck him.
What?
Why else would a fallen angel be so adamant about killing a mortal? I folded my arms, daring him to disagree. A fallen angel is after Tyler? Jessica's voice was small, and my gaze bounced to her. She looked terrified. Is he really going to die and be brainwashed by Cyrus?
No.
Aiden said it, but the sickly green color of his face betrayed his real thoughts.
Gabriella's just guessing. That might not be what's happening.
What if it is? I said. What if all the fallen angels start recruiting by killing off all the mortals? Aiden turned from me.
No,
he said, his voice quiet.
He wouldn't mess with mortals.
How do you know? I pressed. Do you really know this Cyrus all that well? Aiden didn't answer, and gloominess settled around us. Whatever was going on with Cyrus, it wasn't good. And it was only a matter of time before things got really ugly.
You're wrong. Cyrus isn't killing mortals. He wouldn't do that.
I threw up my hands in frustration. I was tired of everyone around me giving Cyrus these altruistic motivations when it was obvious he was a totally evil dude. If it's not one of Cyrus's angels after Tyler, then who is it?
That's what we need to figure out, but first we must go see Lawrence. Otherwise, you will slowly lose control of yourself.
Aiden's expression turned grave.
Losing a mortal to possession is frightening, but there's only so much a mortal can do. You're an angel. You have powers you've only begun to tap into.
We have powers? Jessica turned to Aiden. Why isn't anyone telling me these important things? Welcome to the afterlife, I mumbled.
I'll teach you, but not right now. We must get Gabriella to the UAN. Lawrence will know what to do.
A swell of panic flooded through me. I was not going to let Tyler die. I was going to figure out who was after him, and I was going to stop his death. I'm not leaving Tyler. I folded my arms. Aiden pulled his tablet out and scoffed.
He's got hours and hours left. Come on.
He grabbed my wrist. No, I said, jerking my hand back. I'm not going to let him get run over by a garbage truck. You go teach Jessica how to shove tourists. I'm staying here.
But Gabriella,
I said no, I shouted, anger flaring up at me like a match tossed on gasoline. Aiden flew backwards, as if I were the Hulk and I had pushed him with all my might. But I hadn't pushed him. At least, not with my hands. He crashed against the wall and slumped down, leaving an indent. Tyler jerked awake and sat up, staring at the wall.
Gabriella?
He looked wildly around the room, so I knew I wasn't visible to him. Jessica screeched and ran to Aiden. What did you do? Aiden shook his head as if to clear it, then glared at me.
That demon isn't affecting you in any way?
My heart raced as I tried to get myself under control, but I could barely breathe. Had I really just done that to Aiden? What was going on with me? Was Lucas dangerous if I let him stay?
It wasn't me, I swear!
Chapter 37. Jessica pulled Aiden to his feet. Are you hurt? Aiden dusted himself off.
No, angels can't get hurt.
That's a lie, I thought to myself, but out loud I said, I'm sorry. Guilt rooted me to where I stood. I didn't mean to do that. Aiden nodded.
I know. That's what happens when you're possessed. You do things you can't control.
Well, crud. I didn't know what to say to that. It was looking more and more like Lucas was indeed a demon from the underworld, intent on taking over. I'm sorry, I repeated.
Please, don't think that. I wouldn't do that. I'm not a bad guy. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. I don't know what happened.
I wanted to believe Lucas, but the evidence was right in front of my face. Lucas was a demon, and he was intent on lying to me until he overtook me. I pushed his words aside, trying not to listen to him.
Are you here, Gabriella?
Tyler asked, his face ashen.
Time to go,
Aiden said. Wait, I gotta talk to him. He's freaked out by the thought of ghosts in his house. And here we are trashing his bedroom. I took a step back from Aiden. Please, Let me just stay long enough to calm him.
Hurry!
Aiden hissed.
We don't have much time.
I waited for Aiden to leave, but he didn't. Can I have some privacy, please? Aiden's expression was incredulous.
Really?
I'll join you in a second. Scout's honor. I held up 3 fingers because I'd seen other people do that on television, even though I really didn't know what it meant.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Aiden grabbed Jessica's hand, and they disappeared. I sat on the edge of Tyler's bed and willed myself to become solid. It worked. I was so getting the hang of this. Tyler was startled when I appeared, but then grabbed me and hugged me to him. He had terrible bed hair, but it looked cute on him.
I'm so glad you're here. What happened to my wall? Was that you?
Sorry, that was an accident. He searched my features.
Thank goodness you're okay. You just disappeared. I couldn't hear you anymore. What happened?
Sorry, I had to get Jessica processed and stuff happened. I couldn't tell him about Cyrus. He wouldn't understand.
Jessica.
His voice broke when he said her name, and my heart stabbed.
She died in my arms.
A hollow feeling spread through my chest. Did he still have feelings for her? They dated for a while. He had to have liked her at first. I know, I said softly. He pulled me to him, his face contorted.
That bullet was meant for me,
he said, his voice strangled. I couldn't argue with him. He was right. And I hadn't stopped to think how he'd be feeling right now. I'd left him to deal with Jessica's death alone. I was scum.
She died because of me.
I shook my head. No, this isn't your fault. He pulled back to look at me, and I saw the pain in his eyes.
Yes. If I hadn't gone to the party with her, she'd still be alive.
You don't know that. You can't do this to yourself. We don't know what would have happened. He swallowed, but I couldn't tell if he believed me or not.
Who did this? Were you able to see?
No, I couldn't tell.
Then...
He stared at me, his eyebrows knit together.
They're just going to keep coming after me. Until...
He didn't have to say it. We both knew what he meant. No, I said with resolve in my voice. I swallowed back the fear. You're not going to die. I'm going to stop it. Just do me a favor, okay? He nodded.
What is it?
My mind searched for a place he would be safe, anywhere other than here, because I still couldn't rule out that his father was the killer. I said the first thing that popped into my head. Go to the church. Stay there today. Don't leave it. Just hang out there until I come to get you. I'll come as soon as I can, okay?
Where are you going?
I couldn't explain. What was I going to tell him? I had a demon in me that needed exorcising? That would frighten him to death. I have to talk to someone. Things are happening here that I can't explain, but I'll come back to you as soon as I can. Tyler! A voice called from below. Come down and I'll make you breakfast. Marge! Relief flooded through me. Marge was here at the house. His father wouldn't try anything with Marge around. I didn't know why she was there. It was Sunday and the staff usually took the weekend off, but I thanked the heavens for small miracles. You can stay here until Marge leaves. Once she's gone, you get to the church, okay? I'll be back shortly.
Wait,
he said, grabbing my wrist.
Just tell me everything will be all right.
I stared at his hand. He trusted me. He would believe me no matter what I said. A cold feeling spread through me as I raised my gaze to his. Everything will be just fine. The lie came out smoothly, and he didn't question it. He leaned forward and brushed his lips across mine. Electricity skittered across my skin, but I pushed back those feelings. I couldn't afford to get wrapped up in kissing Tyler. I had to join Aiden. I had to kill the friendly voice in my head. Chapter 38. I skipped to Aiden and forced myself to turn back into spirit matter. I was starting to get the hang of this. He was in the tunnel talking to Jessica. She turned to me when I appeared. "Hey, did you know we have wings?" She threw her arms out and gorgeous white wings appeared. Of course, they looked cute against her red and white cheerleading outfit. I glared at Aiden. "You taught her how to do that before me?" He glared right back at me.
I taught you about wings.
"Yeah, well..." I flung my hands out wide. "I can't figure out how to make them come out."
You just have to want them to come out.
Aiden gave me a duh look. I scowled back at him. I was really bad at making anything happen with just my will. Either my will was broken or Aiden sucked at teaching. I was about to blame Aiden, but he'd taught Jessica in the few minutes we'd been apart, so I pressed my lips together and didn't say anything. Aiden motioned.
Let's go.
We started walking. I grew annoyed. Why don't we just skip there?
You can't skip to the UAN. There's protection around it.
Aiden motioned with his hands, but it meant nothing to me. What are you doing?
Explaining the invisible wall.
He huffed and stopped moving his hands around.
You're just irritable because you have a demon in you. Come on, Gabriella. You know I'm not bad. Why are you gonna kill me?
The pleading in Lucas's voice made guilt surge in my gut. Do we really have to kill him? Can't we just get him out and send him on his way?
It doesn't work that way. You know that.
Aiden pointed up ahead.
Look, there's the entrance. Let's hurry.
A white marble wall sealed off the hallway. I didn't see an entrance, though. Just the white wall. Where?
Up ahead.
Aiden picked up his pace. I strained to keep up with him and Jessica. They had long legs, while mine were short and stumpy. But at least they were the same length now, so I was still thankful. How do we get in? Aiden pointed.
I'll show you.
When he got to the wall, he placed his hand on the white surface. It shimmered and disappeared, leaving a transparent film behind, kind of like a sheer curtain. An ornate wrought iron gate sat behind it. It gave me an anxious feeling. Aiden stepped through.
See? Come on, we should hurry.
Jessica joined him. I took a step, but the flimsy substance suddenly turned back to stone, and I smacked my forehead on the cold surface. I shoved the wall, but it was solid again. "Very funny, Aiden," I yelled. What a jerk. He materialized beside me.
Crap, I forgot. It will only let angels through. It must know you have a demon inside you and isn't letting you in. I swear I'm not a demon. Please, listen to me.
I grew more anxious. What if it's stopping me because Lucas is one of the fallen, not because he's a demon?
He's a fallen angel turned demon. Try to ignore him. I know he's insisting otherwise. I'm getting Lawrence.
Aiden stepped behind the curtain and it materialized into a solid wall again. I pressed my palms against the smooth surface. "Fine!" I yelled, irritated at him. "Leave me!" As time passed, I grew more and more upset. How could Aiden think it was all right to let me just stand here staring at a wall? Didn't he know I had pressing things to do? That Tyler was going to die and I didn't have time for all of this?
Gabriella, calm down. Why are you getting upset? You should just leave.
I swallowed at Lucas's voice. I could just leave. I could skip to Tyler and be there all day with him. I'd be there to stop whatever was going to happen. I'd be able to stay with Tyler.
Yes, you could be with Tyler. That's a good idea.
Just when I thought I'd made the decision to leave, Aiden came through the wall with Lawrence and Jessica. Lawrence wore the same white suit I'd seen him in a few days ago. It stood out against his dark skin. He studied me, and I felt like I was standing in a pool of water, electric eels racing around my waist, like my skin couldn't quite sit still.
Gabriella,
he said, his voice smooth.
How are you feeling?
I felt like cowering before him, but I forced myself to stand tall. I'm okay.
Don't be nervous. I need to talk with you a moment.
He waved his hand and 2 chairs appeared. He offered me one.
Please, sit.
I did as I was told.
Aiden tells me you have a demon possessing you. How do you know this?
I swallowed, unsure what to say. I can hear him, I blurted out. Lawrence cocked his head to the side.
You hear him? You shouldn't be able to hear him.
Yes, his name is Lucas. A confused look crossed his features.
He has a name.
Yeah, but he says he's not a demon. He's a kid, like me. I nervously bounced my leg, trying to shake the feeling that I had been naughty in church and called out into the hallway for punishment.
Interesting.
Lawrence took my hands in his, and an amazing warmth spread through me.
Let me see something.
I sat there, across from Lawrence as he stared into my eyes. Aiden and Jessica stood back. I wasn't sure what to expect, but nothing happened. Finally, Lawrence nodded.
You do have a demon possessing you, but it hasn't fully taken control. We can get him out. But they won't kill me, right? Gabriella, ask him.
He doesn't want to die. Lawrence squeezed my hands.
It's okay. Just stay calm. I can't stay calm. Don't let him do this.
Anxiousness enveloped me, and I had to force myself not to stand up and run out of there. Lawrence closed his eyes and began reciting what sounded like a prayer or scripture. I wasn't sure which, but it was quiet and left me with a calming feeling. As he spoke, a coldness enveloped me, as if it were wrapping around me from the inside. I tried to tell Lawrence that something was wrong, but I couldn't speak. I couldn't even take in a breath. The cold squeezed me slowly around the middle, like a giant python. Pressure built in my head, and I thought it might pop off. Lawrence spoke louder, not breaking contact with my hands. Warmth once again flowed between us, pushing out the cold. I could feel a tug-of-war happening, like the forces of good and evil were warring inside of me, and I wasn't sure which one would win. Lawrence slowly stood, and I followed, unable to break the connection we had. He shouted his words, and I cringed as pain replaced the cold. It shot through me like electricity, but I couldn't move away. I had to let him finish. I knew it had to be done. A black cloud formed over my head, and I stared at it. The demon writhed in the air above me, its red eyes glowing. It screamed, causing pain to shoot through me again. But it lessened as Lawrence called out his words, even louder now. A bright light came from our hands, encircling us. The demon screamed, burst into flame, and then fell all around us like ash from above. The ashes disappeared as Lawrence's voice faded and the pain stopped completely. I stared at Lawrence as he finally broke contact with me. "Did that kill him?" Lawrence nodded.
The demon is gone.
I had kind of liked Lucas. I hadn't wanted to believe he was a demon. It saddened me to know he really had been evil all this time. Aiden clapped his hands.
Well done!
Jessica stared at us, her eyes wide. That was horrible. From somewhere deep in the recesses of my mind, I heard a sigh.
I told you I wasn't a demon.
Chapter 39. Wait! I held up my hands. It didn't work.
What are you doing? Are you trying to get me killed?
What didn't work? Aiden said, his voice sounding a bit irritated. The wall opened up, and a mass of angels rushed through. One of them stopped by Lawrence. The entire GA network is down. Come on, we need you.
It's down.
He pulled out his tablet and pressed on the screen.
I can't believe this.
Let's go! They joined the angels running down the hallway. As they ran, they disappeared, skipping in mid-run to wherever it was they had to rush off to. Probably to Cyrus, if I had to guess, but I wasn't concerned about that. I pulled my own tablet out and stared at the blank screen. Tyler's information was gone. His expiration date had vanished, everything about him. Erased. Mila appeared, out of breath. Cyrus did it. He crashed the entire network. All the GAs are helpless.
I heard.
Aiden stepped toward Mila.
Where is he?
In GA headquarters. Aiden motioned to me.
Gabriella, I have to go. Take Jessica with you.
Before I could protest, he and Mila vanished. Great. How was I supposed to save Tyler if I had Jessica to babysit? This was so not fair. Jessica latched onto me. Are we going back to Tyler's? Yeah, I said, miserably. Taking Jessica to Tyler was the last thing I wanted to do. But I had no choice. I couldn't leave her here in the tunnel by herself. I closed my eyes and we skipped to Tyler's kitchen. He sat at the breakfast bar, fork in one hand, scooping up the last of his breakfast. Marge was at the stove making a second batch of scrambled eggs. I sighed with relief. Tyler was still safe, and I still had time. Jessica wandered over to the other side of the kitchen. This is nice. You've never been in Tyler's house before? She shook her head. I stared at her. What exactly happened between you two? I know he broke up with you and you kept pretending you were together. Her face flushed red. I didn't know anyone knew. I didn't until I died. Angels get to see all kinds of things. Right. She fiddled with her skirt. I guess I was being stupid. I shouldn't have held on to Tyler like that. It's not like we were really close or anything. I was just embarrassed because the last 3 guys I dated had dumped me. I didn't want everyone to know even Tyler couldn't stand me. Guilt threaded through me. I didn't know any of that. An awkward silence settled between us. Oh. I couldn't think of anything else to say. I've been doing a lot of thinking. Death has a way of putting things in perspective. She lowered her head. I wasn't very nice to Tyler. Or you. I'm sorry. Wow. What alternate universe was I in right now?
Hey, give her a chance. She's apologizing. You know, you can be pretty judgy sometimes.
My mouth dropped in shock. Me? Judgy? I wasn't that way, was I? Jessica went on, oblivious to the things going on in my head. I've done a lot of things I'm ashamed of. She leaned against the counter, still staring down at her skirt. I can see now how I've hurt you. I couldn't believe it. Jessica was actually apologizing to me for all the nasty, mean things she did to me. And for some reason, it was making me emotional. A lump swelled in my throat. I said, unsure of what to finish with. It's okay, I finally said. Lucas's words had gotten to me. I didn't want to be judgy. No, it's not. I saw things earlier. She lifted her head. Things I did to you? I was trying to act cool for my friends, but it was wrong. I shouldn't have done those things. I'd done things too. I hadn't even realized I had hurt Jessica. I maybe even had started the fight with her without even realizing it. I crossed the room to her. I'm sorry too. She blinked back tears. No, you didn't do anything. I was so mean to you. I thought the popular girls would like me, but it only made me feel terrible. She looked down again. It's still making me feel terrible. I could see the pain on her face. She looked tortured. It rocked me to my core. Was all that because of me? All the mean things she did to me suddenly became small and insignificant. I slowly reached out and touched her arm. It's all in the past. She shook her head. No, I'm still plagued by them. I see the awful things I did when I close my eyes. Her lips trembled. It scares me, she whispered. Is this what hell is like?
Can I ask you something?
Tyler's voice made us both jump and swivel around. My heart pounded. I'd forgotten he and Marge were in the kitchen with us.
Of course,
Marge said, her spatula stirring the eggs as she moved the pan over the flames of the gas stovetop.
How long have you worked for my father?
Tyler asked. The way he said it was odd. I couldn't quite put my finger on why, though. Maybe because he sounded like he'd just woken from a nap?
Many years. You were just a boy when I got hired. You wouldn't remember back then.
The pan scraped the grate in a rhythmic sound.
You've worked here longer than anyone else, haven't you?
Tyler set down his fork.
Yes, I suppose I have. Do you think he's a bad person?
Tyler lifted his gaze to Marge. Marge pressed her lips together in a tight line, turning back to the stovetop.
I don't like to speak ill of my employer. I know. I'm just wondering what you think of him.
Marge took the eggs off the stove and scraped them onto Tyler's plate.
I've spent many years getting on your father's good side. Like how?
Tyler scooped up the eggs with his fork and put them in his mouth.
I stay late when he works into the evening and needs his supper after hours. I tirelessly give him everything he wants, even when he demands the impossible. I've put up with his tirades.
She lowered her voice.
I've even kept his secrets.
Tyler jerked his gaze to her. He didn't say it, but I knew what he was thinking. Marge knew about his mother.
Gabriella, this feels off to me. Something's wrong.
I've worked hard for him over the years, she said, grabbing a towel and wiping off the counter. He even promised to put me in his will. The way Marge said it made me freeze. Something wasn't right. She was acting funny. And so was Tyler. Chapter 40.
His will?
Tyler asked, his shoulder muscles tightening. He slowly lowered his fork, a scoop of eggs still on it. Tyler, I said, I think you should leave.
Yes.
Marge smiled, but it looked less like her jolly old self and more like she was sneering. He said if anything happened to you, he would leave his wealth to me. Dread pooled in my stomach. Marge looked like she was going to do something bad. Tyler, get out of here! What's going on? Jessica asked. I didn't have time to fill Jessica in. I needed Tyler to leave. But instead of jumping off the stool, his head lolled. He dropped his fork and it clanged against the plate. He clutched the counter. I feel funny. Oh, that will be the sleeping pills I put in your breakfast. Marge wiped at her apron. Tyler shook his head as if to clear it.
Why would you do that?
His words slurred together. Because, don't you see? With you gone, it will only be a matter of time until I inherit everything. Of course, if I help things along, it will all be mine sooner. And then I can finally get what I deserve. I felt sick. Was it Marge all along?
Gabriella, I think you should leave. I don't think there's anything you can do for Tyler.
I can't leave. Was Lucas insane? Marge was going to kill him. Couldn't he see? Tyler! Jessica yelled, running to him, but she couldn't catch him and he fell from his stool. She turned to me. Do something! Marge turned to me with narrowed eyes, and her gaze pierced right through me. What will you do? You can't help him now. Cold seeped into my stomach as understanding finally hit. You're one of the fallen. Marge folded her arms. You're observant, I see. You hit me in the hallway, I said, trying to think of something I could do while distracting Marge, but nothing came to mind. Tyler lay on the floor, knocked out cold. Jessica and I were helpless. Yes, and you. She looked me up and down. You're not what you seem. You're special. Everyone kept saying that to me. It was making me mad. I didn't ask to be special. But I didn't want to talk about myself. I wanted to get Marge away from Tyler. Maybe if I kept her talking, I could think of something. Why are you trying to kill Tyler? I blurted out. Nice one. Marge clicked her tongue. Weren't you listening? I will inherit everything. I edged closer to Tyler. I had to keep her talking so she wouldn't notice what I was doing. What does a fallen angel need money for? Marge shot a glare at me. Everyone in this world needs money. That's where the true power lies.
I don't like this, Gabriella. Get out of there.
I couldn't leave. Tyler would die. I wasn't going to let that happen. Is it? I said as I worked my way between Marge and Tyler. Jessica stood behind me, wringing her hands. You think you're so clever, but you can't stop me. Marge's glare melted, and a smile took its place. I have powers you can't even imagine. She was right. I had no idea what a fallen angel could do, but at that moment, I didn't care. I just needed to save Tyler from her. I know you can summon demons. Marge laughed. Yes. Too bad he got distracted by you. He was meant for Tyler. That's okay. He's taken care of now. I slowly maneuvered closer to the block of knives. If I could turn solid and grab one, maybe I could scare Marge off. It was a silly plan, but I had nothing else at the moment. Oh? Marge raised one eyebrow. You got rid of him? Yep. I glanced at the knives, willing myself to become solid.
What are you doing? This is a bad plan. Knives don't hurt fallen angels. Get out of there.
Marge stared at me as time stretched. That's not true, she finally said. I can sense him.
Crap. You'd better leave. Now!
Before I could react, Marge reached out and grabbed my wrist. Hard. I winced, but if anything, she held me tighter. You should come with me! Panic flamed in me. What? Why?
Cyrus wants to see you.
Jessica screamed as everything melted away. Chapter 41. The scene changed, and I found myself in a large room with a massive chandelier hanging high above. The imposing walls were lined with frosted windows stretching almost to the ceiling. A narrow staircase led to a golden throne where Cyrus sat, staring down at me. A mob of hundreds stood in rows behind him, stiff like soldiers. Their faces were empty of expression, their collective gaze cold and unseeing. It made my blood freeze. I could only assume they were his followers. My wrist throbbed where Marge still gripped me. Cyrus smiled, and I noticed once again how handsome the creep was. His good looks radiated out from him, making me flush. I couldn't look away, no matter how hard I tried.
Gabriella,
he said, clasping his hands together.
So nice of you to come see me again.
I wanted to tell him I didn't come see him, that it was Marge's fault, and that I didn't want anything to do with him. But those words didn't come out. I did manage to jerk my hand away from Marge's grip. I rubbed my wrist as she skipped out of the room. What do you want? I forced out.
I want to talk to you. I've never seen anyone quite like you.
He shifted in his massive chair, his shimmery purple suit darkening like the material was magic and could change with his movement.
I have so many questions.
His soothing voice sent a wave of calm through me, and I gritted my teeth against it. I wasn't going to be manipulated again. I had to get back to Tyler. I had no idea what Marge was doing to him right now. I don't want to answer them. He laughed as if I was the funniest thing. It was annoying. A wave of laughter went through the group of people behind him, like he'd given them permission to laugh at me, so they were obeying. A giggle rose up in my throat, but nothing about this situation was funny, so I dug my fingernails into the palms of my hands to stop the giggle from coming out.
You are a spunky little thing, aren't you?
The golden ring around his pupils glowed.
Now, tell me, do you have someone inside you talking to you? I'm so curious. Don't tell him anything. Skip out of here while you still can.
I tried to close my eyes and skip back to Tyler, but I was unable to. Cyrus had some kind of hold on me, and I physically couldn't break eye contact with him. Panic ignited inside me, and I tried to step backward, but my feet were rooted to the marble flooring. The smile dropped from his lips.
Answer me.
Yes, I choked out, involuntarily. I clamped my lips together, determined to defy him.
Is it Lucas?
Tears stung my eyes as I tried to blink, look away, anything. But I couldn't. Yes.
How interesting. I have no idea how that happened.
Cyrus rubbed his chin, thinking.
I sent him to get me a demon, and he never returned. How did he end up possessing a half-angel?
My spine tingled. I was a half-angel? Half-angel, half what? Mortal? Did that mean I wasn't really dead? My head spun trying to digest this information. Was what he said about Lucas true?
I don't remember what happened. I think he was brainwashing me. My memories are fuzzy.
Cyrus stared at me, his eyes glowing brighter.
But it doesn't matter how. I can't have him possessing you. I need him back.
He raised his hand, pointing at me.
Separate,
he said with a flourish of his fingers. I doubled over as pain tore through me. I gasped, clutching at my abdomen as the muscles in my body spasmed. It felt like they were ripping me in half. But as quickly as it started, it subsided, and I straightened and stared at a teenage boy standing next to me. He wore a faded Iron Maiden t-shirt and ripped jeans, and his dark hair had spiked, bleached ends. He was cute, and it shocked me. That was the voice inside my head? A hot 17-year-old? He blinked at me, gave me a half smile, then patted his torso.
I'm really back to normal? Lucas, come here.
Cyrus motioned. Lucas stared at me with large brown eyes, and his gaze held a weight that made my throat close. A chill worked its way down my back as he stared at me, pinning me to the floor.
Trust me.
The words popped into my head, though not quite as loud as when he'd been inside me. Still, I heard them clearly and somehow knew they were coming from Lucas. Obviously, we still had a connection of some sort. He cocked an eyebrow, and one more sentence came to me.
You need to leave.
He turned to Cyrus, bowed low, and crossed the floor.
Yes, my lord.
He joined the group of people behind Cyrus, but I was relieved to see his gaze didn't turn unfocused like the rest of them.
Now that that's out of the way,
Cyrus said with another sickly sweet smile.
Let's get to know each other better, Gabriella. I have a feeling you will be highly useful to me.
A warmth spread over me as Cyrus turned his full intensity on me.
Come forward, so I can see you better.
He motioned, and my legs moved without my consent. Unbidden, my feet stepped closer to him, my knees knocking together and my heart jumping into my throat. I was not going to win out over this guy. He was too powerful. I was weak and couldn't force myself to resist him. He made a stop motion, and my feet once again planted on the floor. Cyrus leaned back in his throne and crossed his legs.
I've done a little research on you.
Sweat dotted my forehead as I tried to skip out of there, but I couldn't stop staring at Cyrus. And no matter how badly I wanted to get out of there, his soothing mojo washed over me, and I couldn't muster enough will to leave. But I needed to. Tyler was in mortal danger.
Do you know what I found? Your death was an accident. Not only that, but you died at the exact moment I enacted the first step of my plan. That's what threw you into the interesting state you're in.
I didn't care anymore what had happened to me. I just wanted to get out of there before Tyler died, and I became a zombie with dead eyes like Cyrus's minions. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to speak. "Let me go." Cyrus stared at me, and I could see his eyes narrow just a bit.
"Your defiance was cute at first, but I'm growing tired of it."
He stood and jaunted down the steps of the throne to where I stood before him. He placed a hand on my shoulder and an uneasy calmness settled over me. All was right with the world. Peace and harmony were the only way. And the way to peace was to follow Cyrus.
"There,"
he said, his voice pouring over me like warm water, forcing my tense muscles to relax.
"You don't have to fight me. I'm on your side. To prove it, I'll give you a surprise."
A surprise? I didn't know what he meant, but I was curious.
As I was doing my research, I found something else quite interesting. You were orphaned at a young age.
I normally would have bristled at that, but I was feeling too calm now to react. He was just stating a fact. Cyrus raised his hand and motioned to his followers.
"Come,"
he said. My mother and father stepped out of the crowd. Chapter 42. I gasped. I couldn't hold it in. The sight of my parents shocked me. A jolt of elation shot through me, but it quickly turned to horror as I stared at them. From their dark, hollow gaze, it was obvious something was not right. They belonged to Cyrus. The warmth that had calmed me shattered like glass, stabbing cold into my veins. My mother wore her favorite red blouse, the one that had been silky soft against my cheek when I would snuggle into her as a child. My father wore a suit and tie, his usual attire for the office. They stared at me with dead eyes. No smiles, no emotion whatsoever. Just soulless emptiness. Tears sprang to my eyes. Cyrus side-hugged me as he looked at my parents.
"So good to see them, isn't it? How long has it been? 5 years?"
The waves of soothing vibes coming from him suddenly repulsed me, and I was able to jerk out of his grasp. "Stop!" I yelled, trying not to cry. Momentarily free from Cyrus, I ran to my parents. "Mom!" I said, the word coming out in a half-sob. I grabbed onto her, clinging to her in a desperate attempt to elicit any kind of emotion from her. I stared into her eyes. "Please, wake up!" She didn't respond. I could tell she wasn't even really seeing me. This wasn't my mother. This was just her shell. Her mind was gone, and it sent 1,000 daggers through my heart. "Mom?" I called again as I cradled her face, my voice cracking. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I forced her to look at me. "I'm here. It's me, Gabriella!" For a split second, I thought I saw recognition hit. Her eyes widened slightly, and a spark ignited behind the glossy emptiness. "Gabriella?" she said, her voice hoarse. My throat tightened. "Mom!" She licked her chapped lips and her gaze flickered to Cyrus and back to me. I thought she was going to speak, but then her eyes glazed over again and she was gone. She squeezed my arms and smiled at me, but there was no light in her gaze. My father reached out and patted my head.
"My Gabby,"
he said my nickname with a smooth voice, no recognition behind his dead eyes. He wasn't speaking. Cyrus was. It made my stomach turn.
Join us,
my father continued, his hand on my shoulder. He hesitated a moment, and it looked like he wanted to say something else, but nothing came out. I watched as his face contorted, his smile turning into a grimace.
We have donuts,
he finally said before stepping back. I sucked in a breath. That was a joke of his. The dark side had donuts. He was trying to warn me. My heart leaped. They were both in there somewhere. I just had to get them away from Cyrus. My mother took my hand. Let's go, honey. We can be a family again. A wave of calm washed over me, and my urgency slipped away. My muscles slowly relaxed. I suddenly wanted nothing more than to be with my parents, to stay with them, and have it be like old times. I stared at their smiles as goodness overpowered me. It was better than sunshine and sweet honey. I could see my parents were fine. They were happy with Cyrus. I was overreacting. It felt fantastic to see them again. Cyrus put his hand on my back. I hadn't noticed him coming up behind me, but it didn't startle me. It felt right. Cyrus was a good man. He reunited me with my parents. We were finally together again. Cyrus leaned down.
It's nice to see you happy, Gabriella,
he said in my ear. I hadn't realized I was grinning. I must be happy. I was reunited with my loved ones. We were all smiling, and a palpable peace pressed down on me. A rush of calm and goodness penetrating through me. This is what heaven was. Being with my family and feeling like this. Lucas was working his way through the crowd, trying to catch my attention. His eyes held panic as he motioned to me.
Leave, Gabriella, now! You can't get caught by Cyrus. We can get your parents later. You need to go, now.
Go? I stared at Lucas, not understanding. Why would I want to go? I had everything I wanted here. Love, acceptance. I felt them in abundance. And my parents were here. I had wanted this for so long. For countless nights I had cried myself to sleep, just wanting to see them one more time. Now, they were here. Warm and alive. Well, as alive as a dead person could be. I wanted to be like them. Blissful.
Gabriella, snap out of it! You don't want this! You don't want to join the fallen, remember? You want to be an angel.
An angel? But I already was an angel. I got my wish. What was Lucas saying? I turned to Cyrus, my love for him swelling. I wanted to stay with him. He made everything right.
No!
Lucas screamed in my head.
Remember Tyler? Skip out of here. Go to him. He's in danger, remember? You need to go right now.
Tyler? My thoughts were fuzzy. Who was that? Why was he important? I didn't really care to think about it. Nothing mattered more than staying here with my parents and Cyrus.
Tyler! Good-looking football player? Your boyfriend? That guy. He's going to die if you don't go.
Before I had time to think about what Lucas was saying, a flash of movement came from the other side of the room, and Aiden appeared with Mila. Cyrus whipped around and glared at them.
What do you want?
Aiden ignored Cyrus and skipped across the room to me. He grabbed my arm and yanked me backward.
Don't listen to him. You have to block his subconscious signals. Don't let him control you.
As I staggered forward, Aiden continued to yank me away from Cyrus. I was able to come to my senses. My heart pounded as I realized I had been brainwashed again. I had forgotten what I needed to do. I had to go save Tyler. Aiden flung me behind him, and I stumbled over my own feet, falling on my butt in the process. Scrambling to stand, I willed myself to skip to Tyler. I had to get there before Marge killed him. Guilt surged in me. How could I have forgotten about Tyler? And why wasn't I leaving? I pulled in all my inner strength to fight Cyrus's soothing mojo crap and get out of there. I had to get to Tyler. As the room began to fade, I saw Aiden finally face Cyrus. He said only one word in greeting to him before I skipped out of the room. But that one word made my blood freeze.
Father.
Chapter 43. I materialized somewhere completely devoid of light. With fear enveloping me, I reached out my arms and my fingertips met cardboard. Boxes lined the walls. I turned around and felt my way until I found a door, but the handle wouldn't budge. I was locked in. Where was I? A storage closet? I blinked, trying to adjust to the extreme blackness surrounding me. "Tyler?" I whispered. A groan came from the floor. I bent down and felt my way until I found him lying on the cold tile. "Are you okay?" I asked, feeling something warm and sticky on his arm.
"I think I'm bleeding,"
he said softly. "What happened? Is it bad?" Guilt choked me. If I hadn't been sucked in by Cyrus, I could have gotten to him sooner. The sound of Ollie barking from somewhere in the house caught my attention. Ollie, was he locked in a closet too?
I'm okay."
His voice sounded funny. He was so not okay, I could tell.
"But my father..."
I stared, finally able to see his faint outline in the darkness. "What about him?"
"Marge killed him. And my uncle. They're both dead."
My stomach clenched. Marge was insane, and she was after Tyler next. "I'm sorry." It was all I could think of to say. "Where are you hurt?" I asked, trying to remain calm. And then I smelled it. Smoke. I tossed calm out the window, opting for full-on panic. Marge had set the house on fire. Ollie barked louder.
"My head. Marge hit me over the head when the pills didn't put me out for long. I woke up in here."
"Where are we?"
"Basement closet."
I was right. I tried to assess his bleeding in the darkness, but I really couldn't tell. All I knew was I needed to get him and Ollie out of there before the house went up in flames. "If I can get the door open, can you walk?"
"I don't know. I feel like I'm going to pass out."
I turned back to the door and gave it a small shove, testing to see if it was like the flimsy doors in the small house out back, but it held firm. Figures. They used expensive wood for the mansion. I shoved harder, using my shoulder, but it didn't budge.
"I smell smoke,"
Tyler said, his voice weak. I bit my lower lip. "Yeah," I said. "Me too."
"Gabriella?"
I hated to hear him barely able to speak. "What?"
"Am I going to die?"
A coldness snaked through me. I couldn't look on my magic tablet anymore. I had no idea what the future held. But I was sure of one thing. I was going to save Tyler. "No."
"I'm not?"
"Absolutely not." I gave the door one more shove, but it was clear I wasn't getting through. Was it my imagination, or could I feel heat from the fire through the door? "What's in this storage room?" I asked, turning back to Tyler.
Just stuff. Tax papers. My old panorama from grade school.
"Any tools? A hammer, perhaps?"
No.
Dang, I couldn't use old tax papers to burst through the door. "Anything else? A baseball bat?"
My father used to play golf. Maybe his old clubs are in here?
Yes, that was a start. I turned from the door, now certain it was getting warm. I scrounged around until I found a golf bag on a shelf. I pulled out a club. It was heavy. That was good news. "Maybe scoot away from the door," I warned, getting the club ready. I was about as good at swinging golf clubs as I was at any other sport. I heard Tyler move and assumed he was getting out of danger. Then I let the door have it. I tried pounding the wood, but it didn't seem to make a dent, so I went for the door handle. Surprisingly, the club did a pretty good job, and after 10 or 12 whacks, the handle fell to the floor.
"You did it?"
Tyler asked, his voice sounding weak again. "Just a second." I fiddled with the mangled door mechanism until I was able to push the other handle out the other side and release the door latch. I shoved the door open. Smoke poured in as flames licked the walls of the basement. Ollie's barking came from somewhere above. The crackling heat made sweat bead up on my forehead. I turned around and grabbed Tyler's hands. "We have to get out." He nodded, but I could tell he was too weak to get up. I had to carry him somehow, which was impossible. I wasn't strong enough to carry a football player. I could barely carry the groceries in when my aunt and I would go shopping. But I had to try. I crouched down beside him. "Here, come on." I wrapped one arm around his back and the other under his legs. Even if it seemed ridiculous, I had to do this. Tyler had to live. I didn't care about anything else. I gave myself a small pep talk, then hefted with all the energy of my soul. Shockingly, Tyler lifted. He was heavy, but I couldn't feel the strain on my muscles like I normally did. My spirit body was stronger than my physical one. I held Tyler close as I hurried out of the small room and up the basement stairs. I didn't have to breathe, but Tyler did. I had to get him fresh air. As I pushed my way out the servant's door to his backyard, the Arizona heat never felt so good. I laid Tyler on the cool grass and ran back inside to get Ollie. I found him in Tyler's bedroom. Luckily, the door wasn't locked. He followed me down the stairs and outside. I ran to Tyler and bent to look at the gash on his head. "Tyler?" He didn't open his eyes. He'd passed out. I had to get him to the hospital. I turned to go call 911, but someone appeared, blocking my way. Cyrus stood before me. Chapter 44. Cyrus clicked his tongue.
"Look what you've done. You've messed up my plans."
He took a step toward me. Ollie growled low in his throat. Fear ignited my gut. I couldn't be sucked in by Cyrus again. I needed to call for help, or Tyler would die. I wasn't going to let Cyrus manipulate me, but how could I stop him? Cyrus smiled and took another step toward me, his gaze dipping to Tyler's still form on the grass. Oh no, he was not going to do anything to Tyler. "Stop!" I yelled, crouching back down next to Tyler. I held out my hands in a pitiful attempt to shield Tyler from the fallen angel, when suddenly 2 beautiful white wings appeared. Huh. Guess I did have wings after all. I stretched them out. "Don't come any closer!" I shrieked. My limbs shook, and I prayed he couldn't see how nervous I was. At least my voice didn't come out in a mouse-like squeak.
"Now, Gabby."
Irritation rushed through me. My father was the only person who ever called me Gabby. It sounded ugly coming out of Cyrus's mouth. "Don't call me that," I said as Ollie continued to growl. Cyrus took another step. I could feel him trying to calm me with his swirling golden eyes and his annoyingly good looks. But I didn't want to be calm anymore. I concentrated upon my frustration, letting it build in me.
"Don't be like that,"
Cyrus said, his voice so silky smooth I wanted to barf. "Stop! Don't come any closer!" I stood, pointing my palms at him like I was the god of thunder and could command the lightning to strike him. Of course, I wasn't, and so nothing happened, but it would have been cool if it had. "I thought we were friends." He smiled, and a wave of his mind-numbing balm hit me. I gritted my teeth as my brain tried to tell me everything was fine now. I could stop acting like this was a life-or-death situation. Cyrus wasn't the enemy. He was on my side. But I knew it was all a lie. "We'll never be friends," I said between clenched teeth. Behind Cyrus, a plume of smoke rose from the door. I silently egged the fire on. Let it burn. The more smoke it made, the more likely someone would call the fire department and bring some aid. I tried not to let my elation show, though. I didn't want Cyrus to realize the same thing.
"I can help you,"
Cyrus said, his suit shimmering. I hadn't realized it before, but everything about the man was hypnotizing. He was fascinating in a macabre sort of way. I focused my gaze over Cyrus's right shoulder. I didn't want to be hypnotized again, and I knew I would succumb to him if I stared at him. I just needed to keep him away from Tyler until help could come. Then Cyrus would be forced to leave, and I could take Tyler to the hospital. "Like your son helped me?" I narrowed my eyes. Cyrus froze, and his left eye twitched.
"My son?"
Ha! I knew something he hadn't expected. A tiny thrill went through me. "Yes, Aiden. Didn't your research turn up that little tidbit of information? That your son was the one who let me die?" Cyrus took a step back, and I celebrated the look of surprise on his face. He was completely off-kilter. Another cloud of smoke rose from the house. "Guess you didn't do enough research," I said, enjoying this immensely. I just needed to distract him a few more minutes. He looked at me, blinked a few times, then composed himself again, a mask carefully sliding back into place.
"Interesting."
But don't worry, I'm not mad at Aiden anymore. What I'm more curious about is how you feel about having an angel for a son. He's actively working against you, isn't he? Jackpot. Cyrus dropped his mask again and looked visibly upset, his hand scrubbing over his face. But it was only for a second before he turned the full strength of his powers on me. A wave of calmness crashed into me, and I could no longer ignore it. Cyrus smiled and came closer to me.
"Children often rebel. It's just a phase."
I clenched my hands into fists, fighting the feelings that permeated me. I wasn't going to let him control me. No matter what he did or how much power he sent at me, I had to stay in my right mind so I could save Tyler. "Don't come any closer!" I yelled, panic setting in. This wasn't working.
"It's okay, Gabriella. I'm not going to hurt you. I brought you your parents, remember?
He stepped across the stone walkway, his mesmerizing gaze forcing me to look.
You can now be a family. How happy does that make you?
Elation swelled in my chest, almost to the point of bursting. Cyrus gave me joy. Why was I fighting him? I shook my head, trying to clear it. No, I wasn't happy. I was seething mad. I wasn't going to let him control me anymore. I was done with this crap. He was a dirty rat, and I wasn't playing his game. I imagined Cyrus standing there with my parents, their eyes cold and dead. He was the one that did that to them. He wasn't good. He was evil. You're a liar, I yelled, gathering resistance from every fiber of my being. You can't control me. Cyrus closed the distance between us and put his hands on my shoulders.
Can't I?
I lost all the resistance I once had. My muscles relaxed as his calm washed over me. The golden rings of his eyes glowed as he smiled at me.
Now, isn't that better?
Yes, it was better. Pure bliss swelled in me. This is what I wanted, to be with Cyrus. But a small part of me screamed in the distance, yelling at me to resist. To take back what was mine. My mind, my control, my very will. I stared at Cyrus and tensed, calling on all my inner strength to fight him. I couldn't fall prey to his mind games anymore. I was Tyler's only hope.
Come on, Gabby. Join me.
A swell of warmth rose in me. Cyrus loved me. He would take care of me. I needed to stop resisting. I shook my head. No, something wasn't right.
Gabriella, Cyrus said, you can feel it. There is only love here.
Love. That's what I wanted. To be loved. And Cyrus could give that to me. That small voice in my head screamed again. No, this isn't love. Tyler loves you. Cyrus doesn't. Cyrus is evil. Evil cannot love. I blinked. Evil can't love. That's what I needed to focus on. I loved Tyler, not Cyrus. What I had with Tyler was real. Cyrus only told lies. He needed to leave, and I was the only one who could banish him. I gathered all my willpower and shoved Cyrus back from me using both hands. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. Cyrus flew backward like I had superpowers. I expected him to crash against the house, but he disappeared before he made contact. I swirled around, scared he would materialize next to Tyler, but he was nowhere to be found. My heart raced as I waited to see what would happen, but he didn't reappear. He was gone. Whatever I had done, it had been successful. Tyler groaned, and I crouched down beside him. Ollie licked his face. "Tyler, are you okay?" He nodded as the sound of sirens called out in the distance. He would be all right. Help was coming. Relief poured over me, and my wings folded back into themselves. I'd done it. For now, at least. I'd saved Tyler. Chapter 45. I turned the corner of the hospital hallway and ran into Aiden. Literally. I bounced off his chest. No need to mention I was back in spirit form. "Hey," he said, reaching out and steadying me so I didn't fall on my butt twice in one day.
You okay? What happened? How's Tyler?
He's fine, I smiled, excited that I could finally tell someone what had happened. It had been a long day hanging around the hospital. I did it! I saved him!
Where is he?
Resting? They kicked me out when they caught me in human form and found out I wasn't family. Aiden's gaze darkened before he nodded. How did you know about Tyler?
Jessica was able to skip to me after Marge drugged him and took you.
Jessica! I'd forgotten all about her. Where is she?
I took her to her grandmother. She's happily getting reacquainted.
He gave me a look I couldn't read.
I heard Cyrus came after you again, and you were able to resist him.
Yes, and I heard he's your father. You dork, why didn't you tell me? I whacked his chest with the back of my hand. A doctor turned the corner and walked through us, continuing down the hallway.
Let's go somewhere more private,
Aiden said, grabbing my hand. We skipped to the mountain peak that Aiden liked. The sun had set and the stars were starting to appear. The city lights stretched out before us. It was gorgeous. He didn't let go of my hand. Aiden avoided my gaze.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Cyrus. I didn't know how to say it. It's hard to talk about him.
I glanced down at our hands. I wasn't that experienced in these things, but usually when a guy holds a girl's hand, it means something. And I didn't feel that way toward Aiden. Even though holding hands as spirits felt completely different, I still grew uncomfortable. I sighed and did this little stretching thing, letting go of his hand. It was awkward and totally drew attention to the fact that I didn't want to hold his hand, which was the opposite of what I wanted. But I was committed, so I continued with the stretch, raising my hands up in the air. Yeah, lame. I put them down and turned to the view. It's a nice evening.
Gabriella?
Aiden said, his voice soft. The way he said it made my knees wobble. I didn't want to, but I couldn't help it. I looked up at him. His eyebrows creased, and he stared at me with such intensity, I thought I would melt from the heat coming from him.
I don't want to keep things from you anymore.
The weight of what he seemed to be about to say pressed down on me, and I couldn't stand it. I quickly shook my head. It's okay. You can keep things from me. I don't mind. I tossed him a silly grin, but he didn't smile back.
I think I'm starting to...
Wait! I yelled, putting my hand up. My mind spun. He couldn't finish that. I didn't want to hear him confess anything to me. I didn't want that burden. I didn't want to reject him and have to live with his reaction. So I pointed up at the moon. The moon, I said, searching for something intelligent to say. It's big, I finished lamely. Aiden glanced up, then shoved his hands in his hoodie pockets, lowering his gaze.
Yeah.
Sorry, it distracted me. I was such a bad liar. He nodded, then took a step back from me.
What did the doctor say about Tyler?
He'll be fine, I said, breathing a sigh of relief that we were on to safer topics. Marge hit his head and gave him quite the gash, but it will heal. He can go home tonight. His mother came to check him out of the hospital.
I heard his father was killed.
I rocked back on my heels, a hollow feeling in my chest. Yeah, and his uncle, too.
Did the police talk to Tyler?
They questioned him for a long time. I snuck a peek at Aiden. He was staring out at the city lights.
What did he tell them?
That Marge targeted the family, got his father to put her in his will, then started killing them off. He didn't mention I was there at all. He said he crawled out of the house himself. Aiden chuckled.
Good call.
I think they'll be able to find the evidence against Marge pretty easily, but I don't know if they'll ever find her.
Unlikely. I'm sure she's in hiding.
So, fallen angels can live like mortals or live in the in-between? I toed the ground, even though I was still spirit. It was habit.
Do you really want to talk more about fallen angels?
He flashed me a look that said he was done talking about it. Hey, you said you weren't going to keep things from me anymore? He shot me a glare.
And you said it was okay to keep things from you, as I recall?
Yeah, he was right. I had said that, but I meant it in a different way. I shrugged and gave up, though, because I didn't want to have that discussion. Okay, fine. We stood in silence for a moment before I remembered Lucas. Hey, did you see Lucas with Cyrus?
Yeah, I saw him. Figures. He's gone back to being a faithful follower.
I squinted at Aiden. Really? I thought maybe he would be on our side. Aiden turned to look at me.
What makes you think that?
I swallowed, now unsure of myself. I don't know, I finally said, unable to put it into words. Aiden let out a sigh.
By the way, your tablet should be working again. The Angel network is back up and running.
My heart skipped. Cyrus is gone?
No, but we're back in control. He's in check for now. We were able to cut him out of the network while he was distracted.
A guilty look came over Aiden's features. Distracted? With me? I pointed to myself, stunned. Had Aiden used me as bait to distract Cyrus?
Yes, but it's not like that. I swear.
He crossed over his heart.
Cyrus was already after you, and we decided to use it to our advantage. When I saw you were getting sucked in, I skipped to you.
I picked at a fingernail. Thanks, by the way. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in.
No problem.
I waited a moment before asking what was really on my mind. Aiden? Will my parents be okay? Can we get them away from Cyrus? Aiden lowered his chin, shoving his hands farther in his hoodie pocket.
They will be fine once they break the connection. At least, that's what we think.
That's what you think? You don't know? My voice rose in pitch.
Hey, this is all new. We don't know much of anything. Not even how Cyrus is actually controlling people.
He ran a hand over his messy hair. Disappointment settled over me. My parents could be trapped indefinitely. The angels were just guessing.
But,
he said, grabbing my shoulders,
back at Tyler's house, you defeated him. Do you know how important that is?
I stared at Aiden, my throat closing. No? He laughed.
Gabriella, you're amazing. You have no idea how special you are.
His smile faded and he let me go, stepping back.
You better go check on Tyler.
I'm still his guardian angel? Aiden paused before nodding.
Yes.
A zing of elation shot through me. I could go be with Tyler. Thank you.
Don't thank me. It wasn't my decision.
Lawrence? Aiden avoided my gaze.
He thinks you are a good guardian angel for him. Plus, he still can't process you, and he doesn't know what else to do with you right now.
Oh?
And don't be too disappointed when I come around. I'm supposed to keep an eye on you still.
Okay. Aiden made a shooing motion.
Go on. I know you want to go to him.
For some reason, I hesitated. You okay? I finally asked.
Of course.
His voice was light, but I felt a weight behind the words. He wasn't okay. His father was the leader of the zombie army, A fallen angel leading a rebellion. That had to be terrible for him. But I couldn't stay with him. I had to go to Tyler. Bye, Aiden. I gave him a small wave before leaving. Chapter 46. I skipped to a large bedroom, the walls covered in fancy striped wallpaper. A crystal lamp lit the room, and 2 massive still-life paintings flanked the bed where Tyler lay. A white duvet was tucked around him, and a bandage wound around his head. Ollie lay curled at his feet. He lifted his head at me but didn't whine, which I thought was an improvement. It was late, and I didn't want to wake him if he was asleep, but as soon as I crept toward him, I could see his eyes open.
"Gabriella?"
Tyler whispered. I willed myself to be visible, then sat on the edge of the bed. How did you know I was here?
"I don't know. I felt something in the room. I hoped it was you."
He sat up and grabbed my hand, which sent a stream of butterflies loose in my stomach.
"Thanks for coming."
I looked around the fancy room. This is your mom's place?
"Yeah. I guess she got married again. That's what she came to tell me. That and, surprise, I'm still alive."
He didn't look thrilled. I'm sorry.
"She wants me to forget about the past. To forgive her for leaving me and letting my father lie to me."
Tyler slowly shook his head.
"I don't know if I can do that."
Then don't, I blurted out. I scooted closer to him on the bed. You go at the pace you need to. Don't forgive because someone else wants it. That's not what forgiveness is. It's only for you. Do it when you're ready to give away that pain and hurt. Do it when you're ready to heal. And not because you want to give her peace of mind. Do it because you're tired of carrying around all that baggage. Tyler stared at me, his green eyes carrying warmth.
"You're pretty smart, you know that?"
I know. I flashed him a grin. He chuckled, then brushed his fingers over my cheek.
"Thanks for saving us. If you hadn't come, Ollie and I would have died in that fire."
Tyler's smile faded.
"When I was lying on the grass, I think I saw someone. He was talking to you. Who was that?"
You saw him? Sweat beaded up on my forehead. How close to death had Tyler been? Had he really seen Cyrus?
"Yeah, he was creepy looking. Gave me a weird feeling."
Dang, he had. I didn't want to totally freak Tyler out, so I just slowly nodded. He's just a guy. Tyler frowned.
"Don't lie. What's going on? I can tell you're keeping something from me."
Guilt flooded me. I hated it when Aiden wouldn't tell me stuff, so I sighed and picked at a feather working its way out of the duvet. That was Cyrus. He's a fallen angel.
"What did he want with you?"
He wants me to join his army of the dead. I whipped my gaze up to his. I hadn't meant to say it like that. I mean... Tyler stroked my arm.
"Don't worry. I can handle it."
I stared at him. And suddenly, I wanted to tell him everything. I opened my mouth and it all came out. How Cyrus had my parents and was mind-controlling them, how I had been possessed by a demon, and how Lucas had been talking in my head but was now with Cyrus. Everything came out in one big whoosh. When I was done, Tyler just stared at me.
"Wow."
I know, it's all hard to believe.
"I believe you. I saw him, remember?"
I nodded. I didn't like to be reminded he'd been so close to death.
"What about your parents?"
Aiden thinks we just need to get them away from Cyrus. He's trying to come up with a plan. Tyler nodded, then held out his hand.
Give me your firefly charm.
My heart warmed. He'd remembered. Why? I asked, digging it out of my pocket. He tugged on my knee and pulled my foot toward him.
I'll tie it back on your shoelace. That way you can look at it again.
Tears stung my eyes as Tyler tied it back on. How did he know that's exactly what I needed at this moment? Thanks, I said when he was done, lowering my leg. Tyler pulled me close, snuggling into my shoulder.
You don't have to keep anything from me, you know. You can tell me what's going on in your world. I want to know.
I nodded, trying to hold back my emotions. All right. I held on to Tyler until I heard his breathing turn slow and measured. I gently leaned him back until his head rested on his pillow. Slowly, I lowered and pressed my lips to his forehead. I tucked the covers around him and stood back. He looked so peaceful in his sleep. I hoped things wouldn't be too strained now that he was living with his mother. A sense of relief finally settled over me. I'd saved Tyler from the fallen angel who was after him. Cyrus was in check, at least for a little bit. I was back to guarding and protecting, and Aiden was back to teaching me. Maybe I'd actually learn some things now that everything had settled down. I remembered what Aiden had said about the Angel Network being back up and running, so I pulled out my tablet to see what guardian angel duties I needed to do in the next 24 hours. I might need to save his phone from another toilet tumble. I stared at my screen, my fingers going numb. Tyler's expiration date for next week was back.
Hello, and thank you so much for listening to my story, Angels Can't Fall in Love, or How I Messed Up My Afterlife by Angel Adams. I'm Victorine, and I'm writing under a pen name for this genre because this is paranormal, and I normally write just sweet romance. So it is under the name Angel Adams. If you want to look it up on Amazon, that's what it'll be under. Thank you so much for listening, and I am going to be writing book 2 and putting up chapters on my Patreon. So if you're interested in that, look on the description below and click the link in the description for my Patreon account, and you can read it as I write it, which is so much fun. I just think that's so exciting. And I'm a write by the seat of your pants kind of author, and so I kind of don't really know exactly what's going to happen in book 2. I didn't really know what was going to happen in book 1 either. It's just kind of a fun story that parts of it came to me, and I just decided to sit down and write it. So wherever this goes, I am really excited to see. And thank you for coming with me on this journey. Please like and subscribe if you want to listen to the next audiobook. I will make it into an audiobook and put it up here on YouTube for you guys to listen to. And thank you for your support and everything you do for me. Thank you so much. We'll see you on the next book.